A funeral procession was happening. A news reporter was on site to report the current situation. I'm currently at the funeral house of the K-Seoul Hospital. At this moment, the funeral for the late CEO of K-Electronics, Kim Suk-woo, is being held. His spouse, Seol Jin-hee, also sadly passed away next to her husband. The ceremony was organized and attended by the president of K-Electronics, Kim Suk-woo, the son of the couple, Kim T-Jun, age 10, and other family members. As the family member escorted the casket, they were swarmed by many news reporters and paparazzi, asking many questions of how the accident happened, what caused it, and what will be the future. It was a dark, gloomy day, and the rain fell non-stop. Little T-Jun asked his grandpa if the man that killed his mommy and daddy was going to receive the death penalty or life imprisonment. Grandpa told him that he doesn't know what's going to happen, but it won't be either of those. They will probably give the man 1 to 2 years in prison. T-Jun questioned angrily why. Grandpa, isn't that unfair after what he did to my parents? I would send that man to jail to repent for the rest of his life. Why won't you do anything about it? Grandpa told T-Jun they don't have that power. No matter how much they hate that driver, they can't choose his life sentence. They have to forgive him until he falls into hell. That's what people of their social status must do. T-Jun's aunt, holding onto the umbrella as she stood outside the door, said, I know it's going to be hard for you right now, but you will one day understand, T-Jun. T-Jun rushed out, pushing his aunt aside, and ran away angrily and shouted in desperation, I don't need that social status. I'm going to resent him for the rest of my life. And he stormed off in the heavy rain. As he ran his pain away, he thought, being capable of having things more easily than most people do, and being able to do things that most people couldn't, why does that matter? I can't trade any of that for the life of my parents. He slowed down to catch his breath as he reached the staff dormitory building. Wiping off the rain and tears off his face, he heard someone say, Granny, when will Dad come back? Granny, holding the little girl's hand, told her to just wait patiently. She asked if Daddy is going to be later than usual. In their path stood T-Jun, looking at them, the daughter of the man who killed his parents. He glared at her as tears rolled down his face, engraving her image in his mind, making a vow to himself, I won't ever forgive you. Since then, 20 years have passed. In a fancy, luxurious diner place, T-Jun's aunt instructed the cook to take good care of today's meal since her nephew loves this place's cooking. She is called Kim Suk-hee, the CEO of K-Electronics Home Appliances Division. Just as she was wondering what's taking T-Jun so long, he arrived. I'm sorry, Aunt. Did you wait long? Kim T-Jun is now 30 years old and CEO of K-Electronics Customer Service Center. While they were eating their meal, the aunt complimented, How can you look more handsome every time I see you? I guess it must be time for you to get married already, T-Jun. T-Jun snarkily said, I'm not planning on getting married. I think I'm going to live like you. The aunt said through gritted anger, Do you think I won't? I just haven't had the chance because I'm busy. You should have stayed in the US for another year like Grandpa said. That way, you could have been directly assigned to the group's headquarters. But still, I don't think that's enough for his precious grandson, do you? He's so rigid when it comes to things like that. T-Jun told his aunt that he was the one who asked Grandpa to come back to Korea. He thinks he needs to experience working as customer sales. At K Internal Services, there were a lot of people waiting for services. At one of the service desks, a young lady was assisting an elderly woman. While the elderly woman was signing a consent form, she reached for a cloth to wipe her glasses. She is So-eun, 27 years old, an employee of K Electronics Mobile Services Division. Upon signing the consent form, So-eun handed the elderly a card and told her to come back in 40 minutes. The service center was very busy. There was no break in between. Her month-long unpaid leave hit her life hard. Even if there's a ton of work to do, she cannot ask her colleagues for help since she left without saying anything. However, there are a few reasons why she couldn't tell them. She told herself numerous times that it's okay. She did the right thing. She saved a person. For someone like her who has lived her 27 years of life with hardships, her Haewook Appa was someone who came into her life like a ray of sunshine. He was her boyfriend, is always caring and sweet to her. Flashback to when driving in the car. He asked if she was tired. He'll take her to eat something delicious, so she can cheer up a bit. His family made delicious kimchi, so she can eat more. They care about her a lot too. She was so thankful she found them when she was in such a dark place. However, that bright ray of sun in her life soon turned into a dark shade. A few months later, they even have to come for a medical checkup. There are so many things to do before marriage. While filling out forms, her boyfriend started crying. He complimented how lucky she is that she's type O blood. He too would like type O blood. She consoled him and asked what's wrong. He can talk to her about anything. He told her, the truth is, his mother is currently battling with cancer. Normally, it would be cured if the tumors were removed, but no one in his family has the same blood type as her. The doctor said the surgery cannot be done without a liver donation from someone who has the same blood type. Since that's a real blood type, his mom has become weaker recently. If something happens to his mom, and so she thought for someone like her who has never received love before, she was easily convinced that they love her. And she wanted to repay the love. She wanted to feel loved forever. She truly believed they could become a real family, since then she has done many medical examinations. And her liver is compatible with his mother. So she wanted to donate part of it for her surgery. Upon telling the news to the families, they cried, and they were so generous and kind to her. And she felt proud of her decision. In the evening, she took the bus home. She texted her boyfriend that she just got on the bus to the hospital and there's a lot of traffic. But he did not reply to several of her texts. She thought he must be busy today, but she should bring up getting married again. When the surgery went well and his mother has recovered a lot, he should be more relieved, right? She finally reached the university hospital. She thought to herself that his mother might feel even better if she knows they are making advances with the ceremony and the invitations. She should bring that up today. When she arrived outside of the ward, she felt so nervous. She stood outside the door preparing herself for the talk. It's okay. She will just have to find the right moment to say it. She can say it in a nice way. As her hand reached for the door handle, she overheard the conversation in the ward. The mother asked, "The one that works in the same law firm as you? Oh my, I'm sure she's really bust." Yet she came to visit the mother of her coworker. She's not married, right? Her boyfriend replied, 28. She's the same age as So-eun. His mother replied, she's so pretty. So it's such a shame that you are wasting your time with So-eun. You're surrounded by women who are smarter and more beautiful. Women whose parents are alive and have a stable life. Her boyfriend answered, if I dated a woman like that, she wouldn't have given you part of her liver. Mom? Flashback to 4 months ago, they were consulting with the doctor. The doctor shows the image of the donor's body and an image of the abdomen. There's not much fat on the donor's liver, and the shape is very stable for the beneficiary. The mom cried at the doctor, thanking the doctor for the good news. The doctor said she should be thankful to the daughter-in-law, since she's a blessing to the mother. The doctor continued to explain the surgery and the things that needed to be done. The doctor drew a picture of how much the donor's liver was going to be cut, and that will leave her liver with functionality of 50 or 60%. The part they're taking should weigh around 1 kilogram, but they are aiming to only take a section equivalent to 500 grams. And the doctor said normally she could recover after a month, but due to the scale of the surgery, it could take up to 3 months. So-eun thought, 3 months of recovering. She cannot afford to rest for so long. Her boyfriend told her to tell the company that she's going to take a short break, and he will take care of the necessary paperwork. Even though she's uncomfortable with taking 3 months off, she agreed to it. Shortly after she woke up from the surgery, she was alone and in so much pain. The nurse told her to lie down, and she would give So-eun some painkillers. The nurse reported that the operation ended well. It was a laparoscopic surgery, so the wound is that big. She then mutters enough energy to ask how is her mother-in-law, the lady she donated liver to. The nurse said she's probably in her hospital room. Actually, So-eun's condition is worse than the mother-in-law's. The nurse then asked should she call the person who signed to take care of her as her guardian. He might have to come later since he's with his mother. So-eun said that's okay. There's no need. Back to the current time. So-eun was looking at her phone reading her boyfriend's message. He asked why she's not going to the hospital when she said she was. Is she working? She thought he was all fast to ask after what he just said. He doesn't even know how much she has cursed him since that moment, but it's her fault for eavesdropping. He graduated from a prestigious law school, and he's now a well-known lawyer of a high lawyer's firm. But he's dating a mere engineer who graduated from a low 4-year program. People around her would say that it's a waste for someone like him to be with her. Her thoughts were interrupted by her colleague, Bobae, calling for her. She told Bobae that she was about to grab something to eat. There are a few things she has to do later on. Bobae said she should have eaten earlier. Would So-eun like her to bring a salad? She knew So-eun like that. Flashback to when her mother-in-law told her if she had enough food, she should eat a lot since she works so hard. The mother-in-law said the younger you are, the sooner you should start to eat healthier. At that time, they were so nice and sweet to her. Even her boyfriend doesn't allow her to drink a lot. He doesn't want her to push herself too hard. And he even encouraged her to live a long, healthy life together. He cared so much for her that he even said he wanted to be her first, all the way until they get married. Or that's what she thought. She cannot believe all that time they just. Her face soured the more she thought about it. Bobae asked her again if salad is fine. What about Bobae? Did Bobae have lunch yet? Bobae answered enthusiastically, yes, at the company restaurant! The new CEO is here right now. I was told he's really handsome. I want to see him too. He's like the prince of a royal family, but he's having lunch here. He must be such a modest person. I think that's so charming. So-eun chuckled thinking about the morning when all the girls were talking about the new CEO. They were crazy about him. Bobae went to grab food for So-eun. As she walked away, So-eun's attention was brought back to her phone. Should she reply to him? Otherwise, she won't stop thinking about it. She finally told him that she's a little bit busy. Her boyfriend responded that his mom has been wanting to see him, which makes her think that they are not going to abandon her. So she won't abandon them either. Or no, rather, she cannot abandon them, because they have taken a part of her. She texted that she will visit the weekend. Then her boyfriend texted, he and his father got work. Can she take care of his mother and bring some side dishes? He will send her a recipe to make. She texted, why don't he make them himself? Would his mother prefer that? It took a lot of forces within her to push the send button. He texted back that he tried it before, but the way his mother is, it was not good enough. If it's too hard for So-eun, she can just bring the porridge. They can go eat something together later. Does she like grilled eel from Namsa? Then he followed up with a sugar-coat message. I know you are the only one for me. I love you. As she was focused on the text, someone tapped on her desk. So-eun abruptly looked as she adjusted her glasses. She was startled at how handsome he is. She didn't recognize anyone that handsome working there before. He doesn't seem like a customer. Then the head of the Human Resources Department worker came by and introduced the handsome man as the new head of operations, Kim T-Jun, which shook her even more. She stood up, bowed, and greeted T-Jun. He said he just asked if she had eaten yet. With her head still bowing, she answered, yes, a colleague just want to bring a salad. A salad? Is that enough? He questioned. She answered, yes, she's on a diet. He doesn't think that will make her full, while she begged internally for him to please leave. He glanced at her briefly before asking, Miss Han So-eun, could you come with me for a moment? And then he walked away, leaving her flustered. So-eun followed T-Jun, wondering if she did something wrong. Is this because of the work leave that she took? They noticed she took a whole month free. Soon, the human resources person departed back to his office, leaving just So-eun and T-Jun waiting outside the elevator. The longer it took the elevator, the crazier her thoughts became. In her head, she imagined him, pointing a finger at her. I'll use you as an example for all the other employees. Pack your things and leave. You should be ashamed of your negligence. As they got inside the elevator, T-Jun asked how long she worked there. She answered that this year will be her 4th year working. He asked why she joined K-Group. She was taken aback and thought, oh shit, he's doing the elevator talk? She has to say something that will impress him in less than 8 seconds. She has to answer in a clever way, short and concise. She tried to remember what she said back then during her interviews. Before she found the answer to reply, he already asked another question. Where does she live? She answered, Kwan-song-do. He commented, it's not that far from here. Is it the house of her parents? She said she lives alone. She finally guessed that he wanted to have small talk. They got off the 7th floor. She has never seen the 7th floor before. People normally cannot enter unless it's for things terminating their contracts. He asked her to wait a moment, then went inside the room, shut the door, leaving her standing outside the door, nervous and confused of what's to come. She waited for a few moments, then he came out holding a bag. He handed the bag to her and told her to eat it. Fresh eel. There are a few left for her. She deserved this for being the only one who stayed working hard. She felt flattered and instantly thought how she was going to eat it. Rice with grilled eel. She felt so touched. The head of operations is such a nice person. How can someone so handsome have such a gentle heart too? She bowed and thanked him for the eel. She will surely enjoy it. She thought, there are still nice people in this world. There's still hope out there. As she turned around to walk away, he asked, by the way, have we seen each other before? She paused and turned to look at him. He took a step closer and leaned close to observe her face. Her face started to turn red and redder as he observed her in silence. Then he turned around, stating, guess not. She can leave. As she jogged away, her badge happened to hop behind her back. Based on the information he gathered, she graduated from only girl middle school, high school, and college. After that, her first job was at K Electronics. She's diligent and has a good work attitude, and she gets along well with her colleagues. She also took 1 month of unpaid leave. It seems she went on an overseas trip. Earlier, the human resource person was reporting information about her as he looked at her profile. T-Jun dismissed the human resource person. And an overseas trip? He thought of his overseas experience. Let's break up, someone said. He turned around and asked, I don't understand what you want. I have done everything you have asked me to. A beautiful young lady, trembling, about to cry. Do you want me to tell you? Every time you are drunk, the only person you talk about is So-eun. Do you know how many times that has happened already? Then she ran away, sobbing. T-Jun laid down and muttered, on So-eun or So-eun. He repeated the name So-eun repeatedly as to hypnotize himself back to the distant past. A hand flicked a girl's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Oppa, you are so mean. The little girl yelled as she touched her forehead. The little boy answered, shut up. I told you I'll flick you if you lose. You always whine when you lose. You are so annoying. I won't play rock, paper, scissors with you anymore. Then she grabbed his shirt and said, I'll win this time. So let's play again. Okay? Back to the present. His heart called out, ah, So-eun. As if he found an answer to what he was supposed to be doing all along. He ridiculed himself. What a fool. What are you doing living here? Some time passed, and he received the data he requested about her past for the last 20 years. So-eun was raised by her aunt until she became an adult. Her biological father, Hongyu, went to live in the Philippines more than 10 years ago. She's currently working as a customer service engineer at K Electronics Customer Service Division. He questioned through the phone. Does he know that his daughter joined the K group? The other person on the line said, that's something more difficult to investigate. But it's possible. Would T-Jun like them to investigate? T-Jun stated he would like to leave it to them. An elderly man, Gap-soo, chairman of the K Electronic Services, stated, you directly called me. I'll make a good arrangement for Director Kim T-Jun. It's me. Please be nice to me, Chairman. T-Jun replied. The chairman answered, I do nothing. Our director will know and do well. I heard that you would come to the electronics headquarters a year later. Is this considered business class, so you came here first? Our director Kim only needs to keep you stay. Still you can move the same way a year later, ha ha ha. The two men seemed to be talking full of hidden snide remarks. T-Jun stated, I cannot stay still with my personality, because they've already saved me a position. Anyway, I have to do something useful for the company. After T-Jun's father passed away, it's been 20 years already. To let everything be able to find its own place again. It was a long enough period of time. The traces of father created the K Electronics have been erased. That vacancy has been filled by new people. A lot of things have changed. The expected work was carried out smoothly. Luckily, it seems like nothing happens. Though, this uncomfortable feeling is strangely dangerous, so frustrating. As the human resource person toured T-Jun, he noticed So-eun alone while everyone else had left. What's this and last? Back to his meeting with the chairman. This is the service center. Everything is fine. You don't need to worry. Only us. Customers here are all those who come for free repairs. Those who don't like to buy new stuff. To be honest, I was rejected by the group ideology. It won't be able to circulate if it's too good, right? So the staff just needs to do what the customers want. Just being moderately friendly is enough. We won't need to invest. We also don't need to improve the environment. So you can feel free to plan the business for next year. As T-Jun listened to the chairman, it seemed the chairman had an opinion of him, the grandson of the council's chairman, who spent time playing around abroad and then came back when he's old. On the counter, an elderly woman asked So-eun what's wrong with her phone. She used it for 10 years, but it hasn't broken once. Until last night, it was normal. So-eun explained, perhaps the mainboard broke because of using it for a long time. She saw a part was corroded. The manufacturer has stopped production. Repairs may be difficult since replacement parts are no longer manufactured. Every time when So-eun has to make a diagnosis like this, she feels like a villain. The elderly woman stated that it was the phone her son got for her after his first salary. So-eun asked if she saved photos and the numbers. The woman answered pitifully, she doesn't know how to do those things. There are lots of photos. So-eun stated she will try to back up first and took the phone to the back. While taking the phone apart, she noticed the elderly woman kept the phone clean very well, though the corrosion inside the device is very serious. Battery needs to be removed, but first, it needs to be charged first and backed up. As she plugged the battery, she glanced at her phone. Since yesterday, her boyfriend hasn't contacted at all. Should she call him? Maybe he'll pick up the phone. She typed up if they could meet later, but decided against it. She doesn't want to contact him first, but she also hopes he knows what she's been doing lately. She looked at his social media posts. There have been no new posts. Maybe he's busy. Then she noticed a group selfie shot, and there was a pretty female in the group. It reminded her of the conversation she happened to overheard when she went to the hospital. She really thought the woman was so pretty, beautiful and lovely. Maybe the woman has grown up in a harmonious family and only receives love. So the word without a shadow is for people like her. She's the type of person that no matter how hard she tries, she cannot imitate. No wonder she feels exhausted, not only her body, but her heart also. Then someone yelled, "Specialist Han." And it woke her up from her dazed. The batter was on fire. She pulled her shirt to cover her mouth and searched for the fire extinguisher. She ran as quickly as she could to get the fire extinguisher, grabbed it, and attempted to extinguish the fire. Suddenly, she started feeling dizzy and almost stumbled, but then grabbed her arm to stabilize her, while shouting for her to wake up. The staff are now sitting in the director's office while he reprimanded them. If they cannot even handle basic things like that, then they shouldn't be in their current position. The team head could only apologize and promised it won't happen again. The one who should take most of the responsibility is So-eun since she caused the fire by spacing out during work. Thankfully, it didn't get into a worse scenario. T-Jun dismissed the meeting and told them to reflect on their work, but Miss So-eun needed to stay for a moment. So-eun bowed to T-Jun and apologized. Everything was her fault. She is prepared to receive any punishment. T-Jun asked what kind of punishment she thinks he is going to give her. She probably knows what he has in mind. So-eun stated she is prepared to take any necessary disciplinary action. He smirked and said she'll have to wait for it. He won't let this incident go down easily. He will give her the disciplinary action in a few days. The K group has a large number of dream jobs for many job seekers. She sacrificed many hours of sleep before just to get to work there. But after the surgery, the passing of her life has been broken. She tried to endure it and return her life to normal after a month of recovery. She was afraid of losing her position if she was absent for too long. She even works harder after she returns out of fear. But even so, she wanted to see Hae-wook. As the workday ended, she contemplated if she should call him. Maybe his voice might cheer her up. She stepped out to the staircase for privacy to call him. But instead, a woman answered. The woman reported that Mr. Young left his phone at work and went downstairs. Does she want to leave a message? So-eun replied that she was going to visit him in the evening. But the woman said he won't be available. They have a company dinner. They finished a case today, so they decided to have a drink with all the members. But if So-eun wanted to, she could go with them. So-eun suddenly lights up and asks if she really can go. The woman said of course. She would like to meet So-eun too. She will send the address to So-eun. This makes So-eun think maybe Hyunjin is actually a good person. She felt relieved. She navigated her way outside and thought what forms of transportation was better at this time. Taxi, she would be stuck in traffic. Bus? Or she could take the subway if she could walk a little more. The director got out of the car and asked her to get in. She somehow followed him to the other side of the car. He opened the door and told her to get in. He will give her a ride. Huh? Did she hear that right? He asked, didn't you live in Gwanseongdong? My house is near yours. She knew then she heard him correctly. She told him she is not going home. She has a few more things to do around in Seoul. He asked, where? She replied, Gangnam, near the Daehak station. T-Jun replied, his house is also near that place. He will drop her off on his way there. She screams internally, didn't he say it was near Gwanseongdong? That's the total opposite from it. She couldn't say that though. Before she could say anything, he ordered her to get in, which she obediently complied with. She wonders how she ended up in this situation. Or is he planning to kick her out? Or is this part of the disciplinary action? As he got inside the car, he asked for the place. She provided the name, and he ordered the driver to drive there. It was quiet, and she felt suffocated. Then he asked if she had some kind of appointment. She answered, yes. He asked, giving her an unpleasant dominating glare, do you have a boyfriend? Her language detection for those two questions said, where are you going after making such a mess today? Are you seriously going on a date? But, she answered, yes. T-Jun asked if her boyfriend is nice to her. Her language detection translated to, does your boyfriend know that you made a mess today? But, she wondered why he wants to keep talking about her boyfriend. Isn't he crossing the line too much? Although, she doesn't think he can do anything about it. She is just a small worker. Compared to her, he's a giant. So he has the power to cross the line as much as he wants. Even if she redraws the line, he can just cross it again. She guessed. She didn't have any other choice than letting him cross it. So-eun replied, yes. T-Jun questioned, what do you mean by that? I think I don't really know what women refer to when they say that. And that made her think, could it be that he kept talking about her boyfriend because he has relationship problems? He doesn't look too much older than her, so he should be in the age of dating. She answered, it seems that he has a cute side. He just takes good care of me and takes me on dates sometimes. He questioned while looking directly at her, is that how your boyfriend makes you feel right now? She gazed at him and thought, the person that receives the love of this man. I might not know how it is, but it probably will live happily. So-eun gave a sincere smile and answered, yes. Because that answer is what she desired in her heart. T-Jun suddenly told the driver, they won't go to Seoul. She turned to look at the window and noticed they just passed the intersection. T-Jun stated, he's in a hurry, so he'll drop her off here. So-eun readily agreed to go by herself. He smiled through gritted teeth and said he will see her tomorrow. But to her, it sounded like, hurry up and get off. She got off and thought, the director of the company seems to make the customer feel embarrassed. So-eun was thankful that she was dropped off close to her destination. The weather was hot. She was worried about walking too much since she couldn't take a taxi or the subway. Upon arriving at the restaurant, her boyfriend was already standing outside, waiting for her. He saw that she was sweating and took out a cute design handkerchief to wipe her sweats. She commented that the handkerchief was pretty. Was it a present? He tucked the handkerchief in his pocket and told her, he has a favor. He hasn't told his co-workers about her giving part of her liver to his mother. They are very grateful to her for that, but they don't know what others will think of it. Once they know about it, that will be all they talk about. People could have very small mindsets and don't know how they would react. He didn't tell them until now because he thought it also could be bad for her. He persuaded her with a menace grin that she also did the same thing. She didn't tell her company either. So until they get married, he cannot show weakness at work. She told him she understood. But why is it so upsetting to say it? How can he do that when she had done so much for him? Even after she came all the way there. He's going to keep being like this? Is that how little he loves her? Inside the restaurant, Hyun-jin introduced So-eun as Mr. Yang's girlfriend. The other colleagues clapped and stated they have been wanting to meet Mr. Yang's girlfriend for so long. Choi Hyun-jin formally introduced herself to Han So-eun as well. Seeing how bubbly and friendly Hyun-jin was, So-eun felt relieved that Hyun-jin was cute. Hyun-jin then dragged So-eun to meet each individual person. They traded business cards and chatted before seating. Once they ate, everyone started to gather amongst themselves about their trials, the tedious work they had to do, while So-eun felt awkward as she had nothing in common to talk with them. Then, Hyun-jin asked So-eun where she worked again, what kind of things she does. So-eun stated she works at K Electronics customer service. She's an engineer and in charge of mobile devices, but she also knows how to fix a few other devices too. Hyun-jin leaned closely over Hae-wook and stated her refrigerator from K Electronics has stopped working for a while now. Would So-eun have time to check it sometimes? Han So-eun answered that she could check it sometimes. Hearing this made Hyun-jin exclaim loudly in excitement. Hae-wook asked if Hyun-jin was drunk, to which Hyun-jin complained that Mr. Yang was harsh with her. Then she leaned onto his shoulder while everyone laughed as they didn't notice the closeness between Hae-wook and Hyun-jin. So-eun noticed that she seems very close to Hae-wook. So-eun was about to say something to Hae-wook, but he stopped her from talking, saying that he had to pick up a phone call. With that, he stood up and left to answer the call. So-eun was left alone, uncomfortable, as she doesn't know anyone. She questioned herself, why did she come there? Then, Hyun-jin tapped her shoulder, asking if she could pour a cup of drink for So-eun. She declined the drink as she was still recovering from her health, but Hyun-jin insisted. She came all the way there, so one drink should be okay. So-eun thought back to her past. She really liked to drink. Although in the past, she used to drink often after work, but after the surgery, she hasn't drank anything because of her health. She was not planning to drink any alcohol for at least half a year. Hae-wook's colleagues were encouraging her to have one drink, and Hae-wook hasn't told anyone about her donation surgery. In the end, she decided to have a drink. She asked Hyun-jin to pour her one drink. She thought it would be okay since, if it's just a bit of alcohol. Hyun-jin presented her with a glass of beer. So-eun grabbed the glass and took a large mouthful of beer. Her eyes lit up, excited at how good the beer tasted. It was so delicious that her eyes sparkled and tears swelled up. It was so refreshing. She hasn't tasted something like that in a long time. She wanted to drink more, but she'll have to endure it with just one sip. It was short, but it was a nice sensation. While she was smitten with the beer glass in front of her, Hae-wook called out angrily to her. He stated he wanted to take a bit of fresh air with her and glared at her to go outside with him. Once they were outside, he asked if she was crazy. How much did she drink? So-eun stated that it was only one sip. Miss Choi insisted that she have a drink. Hae-wook complained that she shouldn't have drunk it just because Hyun-jin told her to. She has to learn how to avoid situations like that. The way Hae-wook called Miss Choi by first name basis struck her, but before she could dwell on it farther, he changed his demeanor again and sugarcoat to keep her at bay. It was only because he was worried about her. He was afraid she could get hurt because of it. And he will call for a taxi to get her home. So-eun wondered if he was really worried about her. Why should she keep the surgery a secret? Did she do anything wrong? Shouldn't the people who would say bad things about that be the bad ones? Why didn't he blame Miss Choi if he was worried about her? What's going on between him and Miss Choi? But instead of saying all these things, she bottled it up in her heart and felt like crying, but she couldn't. She was afraid of making a mistake. She doesn't want to hurt anyone. Instead of hurting others, it was easier for her to hurt herself. She forced all her sadness back and forced on a smile. It's okay. I'll say goodbye and then I'll leave. After bidding goodbyes to the lawyer teams, Yang Hae-wook led Han So-eun out. Choi Hyun-jin watched the couple walk out the door. She muttered to herself, she doesn't understand what he likes about her. Han So-eun. After the meeting was done and everyone was departing, T-Jun shook hands with a few business fellow men before leaving. He made his way to his car where the driver was waiting to open the door for him to get in. T-Jun told the driver that he wanted to go back alone. The driver told T-Jun that he will see T-Jun tomorrow then. T-Jun thanked the driver before driving off. While driving, he sighed, exhausted having to put up with affront. He can't believe he was made to go to that reunion even after a long day of work. His grandfather hasn't changed at all. He will have to be prepared for more things like this. But he had to meet them since they are important people. He was so tired of talking about things outside of their scope of work. Why were they so interested in such boring things? Thinking back to those people complimenting how handsome he was, and it was rumored that some entertainment agencies are keeping an eye on him, or that he must be really popular with women, right? Is he dating already? Or, if he doesn't mind, would he like to meet her? Then his mind drifted to the lift earlier where he asked if So-eun's boyfriend treated her well. But he didn't offer to give her a ride just to talk about boring things. He was curious about why she joined the K group. How could she just answer him like that without any shame? He was just doing some research. It should be so easy for someone of his status to interrogate someone like her. So why the heck? It feels so wrong doing it. He finally made a stop on the way and went into the bar restaurant. The greeter was blushed, awestruck at how handsome he was. As he told the greeter that he needed a table for one, he noticed the cheering voice from a table full of people. Glancing in that direction, he saw Yang Hae-wook. He thought, isn't that her boyfriend? They all seem to be lawyers. Where is Han So-eun? Did she leave first? Was this the date she had with her boyfriend? It just seems like a company dinner. Why was she here? As his mind rambles on while searching for her presence, he just stood there without saying anything, leaving the greeter confused. He decided not to dine there and walked out feeling frustrated. What a waste of time. He would have preferred to have another meeting than eat in that place. Then he heard someone calling out to him, "Mr. CEO." It was Han So-eun. She was waving an ice cream. She's probably having ice cream for hangovers as she looked drunk, in high tension, and she's in a convenience store not too far from the dinner place. He walked over and asked, "What are you doing there? What about your date?" Han So-eun doesn't quite know either. Exactly, what am I doing here? Although, if I'm being honest, I know the answer. I was abandoned here. He froze and imagined her journey there. He threw her out of the car. She ran to the place crying that she was late. Arrived at the place, but everyone was drunk and she felt awkward. A hard atmosphere to fit in. She decided to drink by herself. T-Jun apologized. "Sorry, I should have dropped you off closer. I didn't think about it since I was in a hurry." "Huh. I'm very grateful for you giving me a ride. I'm not disappointed in you at all. The rice with grilled eel that you gave was also delicious." He asked, "Should I buy you more?" She declined. "No, I already ordered some more. Here's the picture." She showed him her phone and started talking about the eels and the deals she got. He looked at her and thought, "You have grown so much, Han So-eun. You came here to get drunk so you could cheer up." Then he frowned. "It doesn't suit you at all." So-eun then told him she had something she wanted to talk with him about. She's drunk at this moment, so she can talk about a lot of things. "To be honest, I was very scared today. I thought something bad was going to happen when you offered to give me a ride. I couldn't stop thinking about that. But I thought that a person that gives rice with grilled eel for free cannot be a bad person, right? That reason is what gives her the courage to get in the car." T-Jun answered with criticism. "You don't know anything about real life. There's no doubt that a bad person could give you rice with grilled eel too." She readily agreed. "I know that, but I just want to trust you." Thinking back then, she was willing to give a part of herself for him. She didn't even think twice about it, because he was someone precious to her. She thought she would be happier if she did it, and she thought her love would be reciprocated the same way. If she could, she wished she could have kept being deceived forever. But she cannot blame anyone for it. She made that decision. The only thing that she can do now is to face the burden of all the things that she had lost. But even so, she still wanted to go and eat grilled eel with him just like he promised. But instead of pouring out her true heartfelt pain and thoughts, she told him, "I'm glad that I could at least eat that without losing myself to him. I wanted someone that could comfort me even if I whined about it. I also wanted to feel as if I were loved. I wanted to be loved." T-Jun was momentarily confused. We were talking about grilled eel, but she suddenly turned it into something depressing. Is this one of her drunk habits? He stood up and excused himself. "I'll leave now. I don't have anything else to talk about with you." Before he stepped away, So-eun asked, "Mr. CEO, You asked me why I joined the K group, right? The reason why I joined the K group, T-Jun thought, it's good for him since she's drunk. It means that she is going to talk about anything without filters. He should stay to verify it. This is something that he has been anticipating. He asked, what is it? Her eyes sparkled and said, I don't have one. BK Group is a dream company for most job seekers. If you get in, you can live a comfortable life. It was natural for me to try my chances there. It was difficult to pass the job aptitude test of the K Group. He stood there frozen, not moving, reasoning within himself. She genuinely doesn't have one? During all those 20 years, what about what happened to my parents? She didn't know anything about it? No one told her? It cannot be. So-eun praised. Mr. CEO, you are so lucky. You became the CEOs as soon as you came in? Irked by her statement, he sat back down, crossed his arms and said, Hey, I'm a man with high abilities. I'm worthy of my position. I also went to one of the most prestigious universities in the world. Anyways, I didn't get my position just because of my connections. I'm completely qualified to be an executive. She pursed her lips and diverted her eyes as if she didn't believe him. Yeah, whatever you say. Frustrated, he asked, what do you mean by that? She perched her face on her hands and looked at him. Nothing. Let's say you were right. And he can see the child gesture in her, and he got angry with the same expression as the child him back them. This woman? So-eun, you aren't actually drunk, are you? She reached out to him and grabbed his arm and cried, I'm really drunk, that's why I'm acting like this. I would never speak like this to my boss. Freaked out of her sudden action, he knew, she's actually drunk. She confessed again, I'm so glad to meet with it after a long time. Her statement stopped him from pulling away from her grasp. What did she say? Meet me after a long time? I know it. She remembers it. He forcefully yanked his arm away and questioned, what do you mean? She touched her wrist as if his action hurt her and cried, alcohol? I was so happy to drink after so long. That's why I got drunk and acted like that. I'm normally good at talking. Why would I say that? I wonder why. I cannot talk the same way to Waiwook? T-Jun calmed down his frustrated heart. She genuinely doesn't remember anything. He guessed that's the case. Not a lot of people remember everything before turning 7, and even less after 20 years have passed. The reason why So-eun joined K Group was just a coincidence. That was the truth. There was nothing more about it. So what should he do now? He took a step away and then told her, I'll bring my car. I'll take you to your house. I won't abandon you again. I'll drop you at your house properly. So-eun crossed her arms and humphed angrily. When he came back with his car, she was nowhere to be seen at the same chair and table. Then he noticed something was left on the table. He picked it up, looking at it. I was actually going to drop her off at her house, but it seems that she didn't believe me. Did she take a taxi? I hope she's not walking around drunk without her glasses. But what if she does? Do I have the responsibility to look for her to bring her glasses back? I was just curious about why she joined the K Group. I wanted to know if she knew what her father did. That's why I decided to come all the way here from another country. But I didn't expect it to be such a simple answer. So, I don't have any more questions left. So, is that it? Is that everything that I came for and the answer I wanted to get? Is this the end? I should feel great. I finally got rid of this situation. She never had a good reason to join the group to begin with. So Kim Tae-jun, why don't you play a little more with her like in the old times? The next day, So-eun got up and turned her place inside out, but couldn't find her glasses anywhere. So she had to wear contact lenses. While putting in her contacts, she told herself she cannot drink any more alcohol. She was lucky to get home safely yesterday, but she wasn't sure where her glasses were. She definitely had them after she went to the restaurant, and then images and conversations of what happened yesterday came, flooding her mind. How she spoke to him, her action, clinging onto him like a crazy person. So-eun thought who was riding the bus to work seemed soulless. Ha ha ha. I must have gone crazy. At work, Bobae greeted everyone full of vitality. Everyone looked refreshed and cheerful, in contrast to them. So-eun looked horrendous. Bobae stated, "Oh God. You don't look well today." So-eun answered, "Haha. It's probably just because I'm not wearing glasses." Upon hearing someone greeted, "Mr. CEO, good morning," So-eun instantly ducked down, confusing Bobae. She hid under the work table, trembling, praying to God, "Please, don't come this way." Bobae then leaned down and told her, "The CEO left already." Poor manager. Did something happen when you were called to his office? Bobae helped pull So-eun up from under the desk. A delivery person came in and asked if Miss Han So-eun was here. He has a delivery for her, and who can receive it? A colleague raised his hand and said he can. Then, So-eun quickly returned to her desk, announcing herself. A flower bouquet was delivered, and she was asked to sign it. On top of the flower, there was also hangover medicine. The delivery person gave her the receipt. It was from the law firm, and the sender was Yang Hae-wook. Appa sent her the flower and hangover medicine. She was so touched that took a photo of it and sent a thank you message to Hae-wook Appa. Hae-wook looked at his phone and wondered what it was. Choi Hyun-jin leaned over to glance at his phone and stated, "She sent a flower bouquet with hangover medicine to So-eun's office." She felt sorry for making So-eun drink. She thought So-eun would feel pressured, so she sent it under his name. Hae-wook didn't want the two to get close. If they get close, Choi Hyun-jin would know that Han So-eun gave a part of her liver to his mother. He worked so hard to erase all the donation records. He thought it would be enough to just keep So-eun quiet for some time, but this could cause a new problem. He had to put up with face, so he thanked Hyun-jin for doing it. Hyun-jin reasoned that she has to take care of So-eun because So-eun will be his wife one day. Did he arrange the wedding date already? Hae-wook frowned sadly and answered, "They have not decided yet." Hyun-jin smiled and elbowed him. "You drank a ton last night. Did you forget what happened? You even started speaking casually to me." He stuttered and asked, "Did I really do that?" She answered, "You were also telling me to call you Oppa." Shocked, he asked for clarification. "What?" She parted her hair strand behind her ear and said shyly, "Maybe it was just a dream of mine." He quickly insisted, "Well, no, you can call me Oppa. I think we have gotten close enough to talk more comfortably with each other." She questioned excitedly, "Really? Then can I treat you like an Oppa too?" He smiled back and said, "Well, if you insist." But internally, he scolded himself. Damn it. If my mother didn't need the transplant, I would not have promised to marry Han So-eun. In the beginning, she was just a girl I planned to play with for a couple of months. I got interested in her just because of her pretty face and nice body. But lawyer Choi Hyun-jin comes from a good family. She has a great academic background and she's pretty, with a bright personality. Even when my mother got hospitalized, took time out of her busy schedule to come visit with a present. We've been getting a lot closer lately. She has been taking care of me by giving me health supplements and handkerchiefs to use, and she's so sweet when she talks to me. Shit, what a shame. It's genuinely such a shame. On the 7th floor, the secretary greeted T-Jun. He greeted her back and stated she doesn't have to greet him every time he goes into his office. Secretary Song Moon-kyung, who is currently T-Jun's secretary, was once the former secretary of President Kim Suk-hwa. T-Jun walked past Secretary Moon-kyung in a good mood. She watched him pass her and thought, he seems to be in a better mood than usual. Did something good happen? Before closing the door, T-Jun ordered Secretary Song, "Please tell the manager of the mobile services section, Han So-eun, to pack all her things and come to my office. And tell her not to hide again." His statement left Secretary Song confused. Kim Tae-jun now didn't need to keep acting up anymore. He finally got an answer and cleared the doubts that sank deep in his heart. He came here with impure intentions, but now he's ready to change his perspective to a more playful one. Because if he didn't do anything at all, it would feel like such a waste to have to come all the way to South Korea for nothing. And so, he's going to do whatever he wants. She greeted him as he stood in front of her. He smirked at her and asked, "Don't you have something to tell me?" Han So-eun bowed her head down and apologized. "I'm sorry for what happened yesterday." He asked, "Why are you apologizing?" "Well, I'm sorry for speaking to you in such a rude way." He told her it's okay and forget it. And why isn't she wearing her glasses? Is she wearing contact lenses? She was surprised she got off that easy. "Yes," she answered. He was expecting to see a little bit more of the old So-eun today, but she's only answering yes. Who could have thought that this girl was acting so naughty last night? She asked. Mr. CEO, perhaps, have you seen my glasses? I think I was using them when I got out of the restaurant, but I couldn't find them this morning. T-Jun smiled and lied. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Were they expensive? She answered. Oh, not really. But they were a gift from my boyfriend. And his face cracked upon hearing the answer. Didn't you have a fight with your boyfriend? Yeah, didn't I say that? Ah. She scolded herself. But she answered, yes, we did fight yesterday. But things are better now. Have you really not seen my glasses? Maybe when I was at the convenience store. Before she could finish her reasoning, he cut her off. I haven't seen them. I'm sorry to hear that you lost them. By the way, you don't think I called you here just to talk about that, right? Miss So-eun? Don't you remember that I asked you to pack all of your things? He took her to another room and ordered Secretary Song to put another desk there. Tell the HR department that Miss So-eun will be getting a new position as the team manager of a new group. Secretary Song questioned, yes, then, what about the other employees under her? He asked, does she need help from others? Secretary Song stated, she understood. And what kind of group will it be? T-Jun said the name will be the Future Service Team. So-eun walked wobbly back to her desk. So this is what he meant by pack all of your things. He made up a new team with a function that I've never even heard of before. I don't think I'll be able to give good results in another position. Maybe he's just trying to make me leave the company voluntarily. He must be a company bully. That's the most possible scenario. I almost set fire to the whole office, got drunk in front of him, and even talked disrespectfully to him. Thinking back to his explanation to Secretary Song, CEO stated he wanted the Future Service Team to be set up Monday. He will report about it to the company director so she doesn't have to submit a separate approval form. She watched in horror as they discussed her new role. Back at her desk, Bo-bae asked what the CEO called her this time for. But their conversation was cut short. A customer came stating she received the notification and was there to pick up her repaired phone. So-eun told her to wait for a moment while she retrieved the phone. It took a little longer because the parts that needed repairing were too old. The battery also broke during the repair. She replaced the battery for free. The customer thanked her and also brought a present. So-eun told the customer that she doesn't need to, but the customers wanted to express her gratitude in some way. And that feedback cheered up So-eun. She encouraged herself to cheer up. It's just a little change in her work life. She just has to do her best no matter where she works. They cannot kick out a hard worker. She cannot do anything about it after, since the new position was already decided. So-eun, you are capable of facing this and even more terrifying things. Young Hae-wook looked at the glass reflection of himself groaning as he thought of the meeting earlier. The CEO said, Lawyer Young, please pay special attention to the client I will present to you today. This is a very important client for our law firm. If the CEO says that, then it means that it has to be a political figure of someone with a lot of influence. All right, he won't waste this opportunity. Hyun-jin saw Hae-wook scratching his head. She asked, oh, are you going to meet the client in our meeting room? He was surprised. You too, Lawyer Choi? Hyun-jin said the CEO also told her to. They went inside the conference room together. Their CEO introduced them to this very important client and then excused himself after the introduction. Looking at the handsome-looking T-Jun, Hae-wook wonders if he is a celebrity. T-Jun complimented, I've heard a lot about the two of you. You seem to be young but very dependable. Hae-wook answered that they have grown a lot thanks to their CEO. T-Jun pushed his business card forward and introduced himself. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Kim T-Jun. The two lawyers were shocked. He is the CEO of K Electronics Customer Services? That was the company So-eun works at. Kim Tae Jr. stated, I'm the only grandson of the chairman of the K Group, Kim Jae-pil, and also the second here in line to inherit the group. At this moment, it clicked in Hae-wook's mind. That's why he looks so familiar. I saw him on the news not too long ago. I cannot believe it. Is he really a member of one of the most powerful families in our country? How awesome. I have to do my best in this case. I cannot wait to be the lawyer in charge of all the legal procedures. T-Jun explained the nature of work. What I'm asking you to do is that, since I'll be assigned to the K Electronics headquarters next year, I have been creating a dream team by recruiting exceptionally talented people and events for that. However, as you might have known, global talent hunting has a lot of wrongful legal issues. I want you to work as mediators to meet with foreign talents for their recruitment. So you'll have to take business trips from time to time. The more T-Jun talks, the more Hae-wook's mind filled with potential money he will earn. After the meeting, Kim Tae-jun thought of what he overheard after the meeting. Yang Hae-wook and Choi Hyun-jin's conversations. K Electronics Customer Services is the company your girlfriend works for, right? We have to stay professional. We shouldn't talk about it. Watching the two discuss from the door gap, there's something that caught my attention from the very beginning about them. And today, I've confirmed my suspicions. Anyone that sees this too could clearly see that there's something. Thinking of So-eun's blushed expression when she said that the glasses were a gift from her boyfriend, he felt irritated and cursed, "She's a fool." Inside the hospital ward, two patients shared the same room, watching television. So-eun went to visit her future mother-in-law. She was holding on to a flower bouquet. She asked if mother had eaten. Mother answered that she has not yet. She said the mother should eat to get well sooner. She made some food for mother. It may not be as good, but she tried cooking for mother. As the mother eat, So-eun asked if it's delicious. Mother stated it's okay, but after that, she just continued to eat and did not say much. She felt a little nervous. For some reason, Mom didn't say much today. She went to fill the vase with water, so she could put the flowers in the vase. She wondered if mother was disappointed. Hae-wook said that his mother waited for her for a long time last week. Should she have gone to the hospital that day? But it's too much to pretend that she didn't know anything. Still, she tried lightening things up. Then Hae-wook's sister, Hae-jin, arrived. The mother's attitude changed completely. She told her daughter if she's busy, she doesn't have to come. Hae-jin stated she came because Dad said he would take care of the kid. Hae-jin and So-eun greeted each other. So-eun remained cheerful and optimistic as she stated, "You don't need to worry, sister." Seeing that So-eun looked cheerful, she ridiculed, maybe because you're young, that you recover so quickly, right? Oh my God. I cannot believe this is the person who had surgery on the same day as my mom did. I envy you so much. So-eun was dumbfounded, not sure how to react to that. The TV series was playing. It was a screen of a lawyer's wife catching the bad guy and confessing that she was a lawyer's wife. So-eun cut the apples while the sister and mother ate the apples. The sister made snarky comments. Now So-eun will be a lawyer's wife. How would you feel if you let your wife show off like that? I shouldn't have made my son a lawyer. So-eun felt hurt, but again she held it in. She didn't marry a lawyer just so she can show off like that. It's because she loves Oppo alone. There's no other reason. Because she wants to start a family. The mom started complaining about her stomach hurting. The sister asked, "Shouldn't you be recovering now? Isn't that so?" Mother's recovery was delayed because her liver wasn't in good condition. So-eun's liver is a little unhealthy, isn't it? So-eun recovered well, then why are you still like this? I cannot even repeat the operation, but I'm so upset right now. The sister continued to belittle and blame So-eun. Can't take it anymore, she stated. I have given Mom the most precious thing I have. Seeing that she was about to get upset, the sister laughed and brushed it off. Ha ha ha. So-eun has a good personality. It's okay. I was just kidding. With just one not so negative word, So-eun already calmed down. If you do that, Mom may become more anxious. The surgery went well. Even though it was slow, Mom was recovering. So, I think you should be careful saying that. The sister sighed and apologized. She shouldn't have said that. So-eun took the fruits and stated she will go wash more fruits. While So-eun was away, the sister asked what the mother had for lunch. The mother said So-eun gave her porridge today. Glaring at the lunch bag on the table, she now had a reason to blame So-eun. The moment So-eun came back, the sister started questioning with blames. You made this for Mom to eat? So-eun asked if it tasted bad. She was confused as to what's wrong with the porridge. Mom finished half of her porridge earlier and said it tasted okay. The sister asked the mom if Mom really said that. Mom answered as if she was being forced to eat and said, I just ate what was given to me. So-eun explained, I did what Appa told me to do. He sent me the recipe and told me to make it exactly. The sister blamed. Ha, you should have tasted it whether it's good or not. How could you possibly not do this by yourself? Then Hae-wook arrived and asked what was going on. So-eun was so afraid of being disliked that she tried to explain herself, but the sister wouldn't even give her the chance. So-eun's use for them was already done. They don't want to keep up with the facade anymore. The sister stated that So-eun brought the porridge to Mom, but it tasted bad. She didn't know what So-eun put it in to make it like that. Hae-wook took the spoon and tasted it. He frowned and questioned why it tasted like that. So-eun stated she followed the exact recipe he sent her. He said it shouldn't taste like that, but hindsight, he questioned, strange, did Eun's skills change? Side note, I bet the sister added something in it while So-eun was away. Done with the farce, she told Hae-wook to cook it himself, grabbed her stuff and left. They were surprised at the way she acted, as she would usually just take in their shitty attitude. Looking at the entrance of the hospital, T-Jun knew it was the hospital Hae-wook's mother was being treated at. As the counselor said, if she's recovering, it won't be a burden for him to travel abroad. Now what's left is... Then his thoughts were cut short by hearing someone shout Han So-eun. He quickly hid around the pillar and saw Hae-wook and So-eun coming out of the entrance. Hae-wook asked, why did you leave? She questioned, so you want me to stay there? T-Jun frowned at how annoying the scene was. So-eun reasoned, if it tastes bad, try to make it yourself or ask your sister to make it. Then, you'll find out whether the food tastes better or not. Hae-wook tried to reason. It's not just a taste, but it's considered healthy food. My sister hasn't come for a long time, so she doesn't know about my mom's food. So-eun readily agreed, yes, you haven't come since Mom had surgery, and I'm also the only one who stops by often to check on her condition. How long have you been here since your mother was hospitalized? Hae-wook asked if she could go back in first and they could talk. T-Jun, listening behind the pillar, understood why she took unpaid leave. It wasn't because of an overseas trip. So-eun told Hae-wook to tell his sister to be polite. Hae-wook's patience of playing pretend nice almost ran out. He questioned, Han So-eun, why are you being like this? Don't you think you've gone too far lately? Do you want to be treated like a boss to ease your anger? After he finished speaking, he turned around and went inside. After Hae-wook disappeared into the hospital, T-Jun came out of hiding and snickered Tish. So-eun turned around and saw T-Jun walking away. Shocked to suddenly see him, she wondered if he saw and heard everything. When he asked her if her boyfriend was nice to her, she lied and pretended she was happy, because she wanted that. She wanted to be loved, feel loved. But it was ridiculous. She felt so embarrassed now. Monday morning came. So-eun was packing her stuff for the new position. She felt so down. Nothing works either at work or in her private life. Is the problem within her? Who persisted even when they tried to drive her away? Secretary Song came and comforted So-eun to not be afraid. CEO Kim Tae-jun, he is not as cold-hearted as rumored. He's gentler and more living than he looks. So-eun found it hard to believe. But she thanked Secretary Song for the comfort anyway. The CEO came and told Han So-eun to go back to the mobile service team. They said they don't have enough manpower. They also said if one manager is missing, the team will suffer. What time does work usually end? So-eun answered, usually around 6 p.m. She wondered what kind of wish he suddenly gave me. Could it be because of the impact of yesterday's incident? Just as she thought she was going to get to go back to her old work, he then answered, well, then let's take a look after you are done with all of your work. Future service team will be changed to the TF team. Chief Han So-eun, please work hard on your main job and lead the TF team well. The TF team works until 9 p.m. Until then, you have to stay here. So-eun's life withered like a dead flower without water for weeks. She replied enthusiastically, all right. Tae-jun said, I'm the one who takes care of overtime money as a special allowance for the TF team. She answered, all right. Then she grabbed her stuff and headed back to the old team. As she walked away, Tae-jun muttered quietly to himself, what do you know, you idiot? Secretary Song was surprised by the statement and quickly glimpsed at Tae-jun. His face was so sour, like he's about to cry, but holding back his emotion. Bo-bae cried seeing So-eun back in the team. She felt like it's been forever since So-eun was gone. So-eun chuckled and said yes. Has really been that long? Bo-bae explained of what happened earlier as the CEO passed by. The convo goes loudly like, I'm still worried about Chief Han. I feel sad every time I see her lately. It's not 100% the fault of the chief, but due to the device defect issues. What if you get tired and quit? Besides, Jang Pyo helped partake by saying, if there's no chief, it will be difficult to fill that gap with the current team staff. So basically, her team was all in on it, acting in front of the CEO when the CEO passed by. So-eun was surprised that Jang Pyo usually was very quiet and wouldn't talk other than work, so she hasn't been able to talk to him. After taking time off for a month, she feels very uncomfortable. She doesn't know if he thinks of her that way or not. So-eun was happy, and when Jang Pyo looked over her way, she bowed down and thanked him. Her action caused him to blush. The manager came and reprimanded them, saying they are not on lunch break. As they got back to their work, Bo-bae whispered. She heard it secretly. The CEO ordered her to do a special project. So-eun answered yes, a special team was created. She will work there and her main job at the same time. She will be the team leader there. Bo-bae gave her a sharp thumbs up as she praised. Wow, cool. You're so great. Besides, there's no way that CEO T-Jun would discipline someone for such a thing. He's such a gentle and kind person. Again, So-eun wondered if he was kind and gentle as Secretary Song also said the same thing. Come to think of it, when they first met, he suddenly gave her a bowl of eel rice. Even when she was drunk and doesn't remember much, she thinks his tone of voice is quite soft too. But the current CEO is really scary. Is it because she made so many mistakes? If she does her best in the future, will he be nice to her too? The TF service team work area was so messy, full of work. She frowned looking at the work. It's been 2 days since she started working for the TF team. She couldn't even meet with the director. She's silly for having any expectations after listening to Bo-bae's words. It's a punishment no matter who sees it. No, it's not. It's workplace bullying. From 6 to 9 p.m., that's a long time to do anything. She cannot waste time waiting for the CEO, who doesn't even show up. She will study English. She will get a perfect score and change her job. Another day, end of the day. T-Jun told Secretary Song that he will go to the headquarters meeting alone. She can leave work when it's time and go home. Secretary Song told him to wait as she took out something from her bag. Eat first and then go. It must be hard to keep meeting up at meetings, right? It's been a while since I packed your lunchbox. If you are too busy, take a sandwich. Flashback to 20 years ago, T-Jun's aunt and Secretary Song watched T-Jun eat his food. They think T-Jun likes Secretary Song's food, as he usually is a very picky eater. He ate the lunchbox while the two ladies ogled over him. T-Jun shyly answered, I'll eat and then go. Let's eat together, Secretary Song. While they were eating, Secretary Song reported that Han So-eun worked overtime until 9 p.m. yesterday. She also stated that she will wait for the CEO today. She couldn't even eat. T-Jun replied, So, just leave it like that. Glancing in a certain direction, he continued, When I was young, there was a dog at home. He used to follow me everywhere and take care of me, even though it was annoying. But one day, he disappeared. Recently, I found out where it was. Curious, Secretary Song asked, Really? Where? He answered gloomily, It lives in someone else's house that he's never met before. Even though he was just a little bully, he saw the puppy follow his new owner everywhere as he did to me before. I wondered who that idiot was. Shocked, Secretary Song questioned, Oh my. How could he do that? Shouldn't you ask for it back? But I don't know if it will work or not. Because it's been a long time. T-Jun answered. But still, I have to find what I'm looking for. Secretary Song commented happily, But you managed to recognize the puppy that you lost when you were a child. It must be an old dog now. He answered. Nope. He's still like a puppy. T-Jun went to the headquarters, finished off a presentation. Everyone clapped after it ended. He walked while the clapping was still happening, as if he was in a hurry to the next place. It's past 6 p.m. Han So-eun must be waiting for him on the 7th floor right now. He could imagine the puppy her, with large endearing puppy eyes, asking when will he go? Come to think of it, he felt a little sad. But it's better than being a maid and going to that hospital. Though she was alone waiting for him, it's better. T-Jun saw his grandfather, the chairman, who was so happy to see him after a long time. Grandfather greeted him with open arms and asked for a hug. He hugged his grandfather and was also happy to see Grandpa. It's been a long time since Grandpa saw him. Grandpa talked non-stop, asking how the new job. It seems that he was working hard. Grandpa also advised him to be careful not to get caught by anyone. Meet a lot of people first. Then making friends is the second. Grandpa also mentioned finding talents from abroad. Then someone came and informed the chairman that the board meeting is starting soon. Grandpa told T-Jun to contact him if he needs anything. T-Jun bowed and politely addressed him as president in front of the others. Then, another person came and greeted him loudly. "Oh my God, look who's here. Are you not my nephew? How long has it been?" This person was T-Jun's uncle, Kim Sang-deok, president of K Electronic, Mobile Division. T-Jun bowed and greeted him. "Hello, President." Uncle gestured for him to take it easy and relax. "You've grown up well. Well, the older you get, the more you look like your father. Let's see, what I mean is, your father died at the age of 40, right? Now that we're in the same group, let's do our best. I told Director Gap Sue to take care of you." T-Jun told his uncle that uncle doesn't have to do that. He's already grateful. Uncle answered, "Theory and practice are two different things. There are a lot of talented people who graduated from the Ivy League, but they are not good enough. I will keep my palace well, so as not to tarnish your grandfather's name." The uncle took off after making some snide comments to T-Jun. After the uncle left, T-Jun's aunt also came and complained. "Ugh. He's still immature at that age. You don't have to worry about what Sang-deok said. He is doing well, because your father laid his foundation well." T-Jun smiled upon seeing his aunt. "Okay, Auntie." Annie told T-Jun, "If Sang-deok crosses the line again, talk to me and I will take care of it." T-Jun questioned how. Annie said, "I'll take off his fake wig in public." T-Jun laughed. He could totally imagine that. Annie then asked, "It's very late. Does he want to have dinner together? Does he have time?" He thought for a moment and smiled. "I have an appointment, Auntie. I'll visit you next time." T-Jun came back to check on the TF team. Upon opening the door, it wasn't as he imagined. So-eun waited impatiently for him like a puppy, but instead, it was her who had KO'd. His lips twitched. "Looks like someone's not getting a special allowance like this." He pulled a chair adjacent to her and planned to have a seat. He saw the books and it was in English. Is she learning English? Gazing at her sleeping face, she seemed to be sleeping well. Then her phone buzzed. There were a couple notifications from Hae-wook Appa. Hae-wook sent 2 messages. He didn't hear from her over the weekend, and doesn't she want to see him? She was still drooling in her sleep, oblivious, so he grabbed her phone. To open, one must draw a pattern to unlock. Looking intently at the phone, he decided to just give it one try. He drew an L shape and the phone opened, as if she was asking the person who unlocked to view as much as they liked. T-Jun was so shocked, he got in first try. He paced around the room thinking, how can someone be so careless? It's an insult to the company if I open it. So-eun, are you really an engineering graduate? Is the world really that easy? This is a disgrace to K Group. Ah, this is frustrating. No, why am I so angry? He finally deleted the text messages and phew. He finally calmed down. Looking at her naively sleeping face, he blamed her. It's all your fault, So-eun. After several hours, So-eun finally woke up from her sleep. She panicked, searched for her phone, and looked at the time. Oh my God. I fell asleep. I was planning to just close my eyes for a moment. Then she felt the burning in her eyes. Damn, my eyes stings from the effects of the contact lenses. In the midst of her misery, she noticed a person sitting across from her. T-Jun was playing on his phone in the dark while he waited for her to wake up. She screamed, "Oh my God, CEO." Unbothered by her melodramatic behavior, T-Jun spoke. I was sitting, waiting for Chief Han So-eun to wake up, and it was already past 11 o'clock. So-eun replied, Didn't the CEO make me wait too? Tae-Jun smirked as he asked, do you think my time and your time are worth the same? Huh? She frowned and thought quietly, you were casually playing with your cell phone. Isn't it the same for me and CEO, which is 24 hours? Tae-Jun replied, I thought you were just a stupid person, but it turns out you are a person who always knows how to argue. All right, you know how to argue, and I can do it too. He stood up and asked, have you found your boyfriend's weaknesses? She blushed and wondered, what's this about? Is it about what happened at the hospital back then? I probably looked pretty pathetic back then, especially since the CEO doesn't know the real situation. But why did he suddenly say that? Follow me, I'll take you home, he stated. So-eun replied that she will just take the taxi. Tae-Jun said, you should agree when someone offers you a ride. I won't drop you off in the middle of the road again. While they were walking to the car, he asked if she had dinner. She told him she ate at the office. Disappointed, he complained that didn't even have time to eat. She cringed as if he was mocking her for having too much time. She thought, what should she do? Looking at him, she thinks he looks a little thinner. Why doesn't he eat dinner first? She was worried for no reason. Then she remembered. She didn't buy 2 sandwiches out of anger while waiting for the director today. There should be 1 left. As she dug into her bag for the sandwich, she imagined Tae-Jun sitting like a king mocking her. Do you think I would eat something like that? Just give it to your boyfriend. She then put the sandwich back down. Noticing her action, he asked, what's that? So-eun panicked and stated, it's nothing. He leaned over and asked, a sandwich. Oh, you want to give it to me? I don't eat things like that. She frowned frustratedly. Damn it. I knew it would happen, and replied, yes, I know. Then, Tae-Jun reached his hand in her bag and took out the sandwich bag. Okay, I will accept it wholeheartedly, and walk away feeling happy about finally receiving something from her. Tae-Jun drove So-eun back to her neighborhood. There was no street light, and especially so late at night. The roads were not as lit as other parts. She told him that her house is around there. He can stop there. But she noticed that he really drove her to the front of the house. And he drove it himself? After stopping, he commented, it's very dark in front of your house. So-eun answered, yes, it's like that. He muttered, can people live in a place like this? Angered, she gritted her teeth and glared dagger at him. Who's the reason that I'm working till dark like this, huh? You human tyrant. Then, both directed their attention to her purse. It was the incoming phone call that interrupted their angry mood. Pulling out the phone to look at the screen, it was, hey Wook. Why all of a sudden? There was no message from him. I have to get down quickly, so I can pick up. She put the phone back inside the bag. CEO, thank you for the ride, then I. Before she finished, he said, looks like you made up with your boyfriend. She frowned and hesitated, but told him, no, since I work overtime every day, there's no time to reconcile, so I couldn't do it. Hearing that somehow made Tae-Jun happy. He can't help but mock her. In that case, why hasn't your boyfriend apologized to you yet? How busy are you? It's not a problem if he makes time for you. He didn't even bother to come to you to admit his mistakes, but now he just wants to call. Angered that he hit the nail every time, but she still wanted to find excuses. She stuttered, my boyfriend and I are too busy. Is he so busy that there's no time to reconcile? Isn't it your boyfriend's intention not to reconcile? He finally contacted you, but did you take him for granted? Is he a really good person? His words hit her so hard, she finally KO'd. She attempted to answer him. What? It's not like that. He questioned, shouldn't you break up? He's not a great person, so why are you seeing him again? She scowled. He crossed the line. What? Dating is not something you can do with a great person. It's with someone who is right for me. He questioned, is it right to be with someone like that? But why do I think it's not right? She reasoned loudly, no, it suits me. I think you misunderstood, because you saw us back then in the hospital. My boyfriend and I actually get along very well. We are like family. Then why do you have to fight? Strange, there is nothing worth fighting about. It's like a family, and your boyfriend's mom drained you during her illness. You even took a month off to take care of your boyfriend's mother's illness. He totally hit the nail. She was reminded of that time, the month's worth of vacation that she worked so hard to earn. It was time that should have been used for her recovery. Because she couldn't take more than 1 month off, she forced herself back to work. Her boyfriend didn't attend to her, and the sister was happy that she got out of the hospital after 1 month. Now they can rely on her to take care of their mother while she is still recovering. She didn't know and didn't think that it would happen like that. Truth hurts, and she was still in denial. Tears clouded her eyes. CEO. Those words make me very uncomfortable. I know that I was only showing an untrustworthy side, and I also said something embarrassing. And I always cause problems, so maybe the CEO will never like me. I completely understand. But this is my life. It has nothing to do with someone like the CEO. Reaching out his hand to brush her hair strands away from her face, he said, I don't like someone like you, but now I like it so much. So-eun, I really like someone like you, someone who has no self-esteem, someone who does anything. I really like it. I hope you know what I feel now. She probably thought he was just mocking her. Her tears and pain turned into anger. She yelled, thank you for the ride, and stormed out of the car, stomping her way up the stairs. She cried and dried her tears. Don't let me sway by those silly words. I will not live according to the will of the person who harms me. This is my life. I will decide my own fate. Just wait and see. Kim T-Jun. Hae-wook couldn't reach So-eun. He looked at his phone, wondering why he hadn't heard from her. Even when he called, she didn't answer. She didn't even go to the hospital on Sunday. Will this weekend be the same? Thinking of last week, the sister said she didn't have time to go. The dad said he had an important meeting. Just when Hae-wook was about to go crazy, an incoming call came in. It was from So-eun. He cleared his throat and picked up the call. He said he's busy right now. She should speak quickly. She asked if he called beforehand. Confused, he said he sent her messages. What messages? Nothing was sent to her. He growled, how could you deceive a lawyer? So, are you saying that someone secretly touched your phone and deleted it on purpose? Both froze for a second. What? Hey, So-eun, I told you to lock your phone properly. She answered, I've done it. He said, the pattern is L, isn't it? Huh. How did you know? Hae-wook bit his thumb, seething in anger. It's crazy. It's just something I said. But is it true? Who did this? And why? The cell phone contains information about organ donation, as well as recordings of conversations. What if someone sees it? It's not gonna work. I need to see her soon. I have to buy her a new phone, or whatever. Again, he reverted back to the sugar-coating method to blind her. So-eun easily fell for it and thought it was her fault. I'm sorry. I spoke too harshly last Saturday. She also apologized. She was too sensitive. He coaxed her. If we're both sorry, then let's get along soon. Should we go on a date this weekend? We will talk about wedding planning and go to a hotel to have a meal. How does that sound? In hindsight, this will be his ace to persuade her. She sounds excited and readily agrees. His purpose was finally achieved. It's almost time for work. I'll call you back later. After he hung up, his menace came out. Good. Let's finish all this on the weekend. I just need to do some research on wedding planning. I'll take her phone when we meet, and then I'll drop her off at the hotel. I've been through a lot for my mother's surgery, all along with that face and body. Yes. With that face and that look, So-eun is very seductive, beautiful, patient, and obedient. Except if a girl like Hyunjin suddenly enters and says she likes me. It may not be as bad as her replacement. Oppa. Someone called and startled Hae-wook. His phone dropped to the ground. Oh my god, you surprised me. Lawyer Choi, if you want to come in, at least knock on the door. Upset, Hyunjin questioned if he called So-eun earlier. She cried and guessed he was so busy that he didn't realize she was there. Shocked, Hae-wook asked what's going on. She said, actually, back at the bar when I decided to call you, Oppa. I didn't do it when I was drunk. It's because I already like you, Oppa. The F. His jaw dropped and mind was about to explode. Choi Hyunjin likes me. Choi Hyunjin, the queen of the law firm. Hyunjin continued to pour out her grievances. She's given so many hints, but Oppa doesn't really care about her. If she didn't like him, why would she bother to visit his mother? Even though she was jealous of So-eun, she tried to act like she hated her. That's why she called her to go to their company dinner. Even sent flowers as gifts, but she cannot do it anymore. Hae-wook's mind went off the roof. Even when I have a girlfriend, she like me? This is my chance. A chance he won't miss forever. He hugged Hyun-jin and said, "Can you listen to my heart well? This is my heart for you." She stopped crying, smiled and hugged him back. So-eun arrived at T-Jun's office area. She greeted Secretary Song. Secretary Song told her that the CEO is in his office today, so just knock and go in. So-eun went into the office and greeted T-Jun and said there's something she would like to tell him about the future service team's work. And what should she do today? He was still working on his computer, so he told her to just wait on the seat. She frowned and asked, Yesterday. You were in front of me in the office while I was asleep?" He corrected her. "You fell asleep and didn't wake up?" She corrected herself. "Yes. While I was sleeping, could it be that time? Did you touch my cell phone?" Originally, he panicked, but acted all cool. He answered coolly, "No. Is there a problem?" "Oh no, I was just asking." She pondered. If not him, then who? Looking at her, he smirked. "Foolish. You should have checked it out. No matter how many times you attack me, you won't succeed. Is there anything else you want to say?" T-Jun asked. She answered, That's. Thank you again for yesterday, CEO. Because you gave me a ride home. I came to my senses after hearing the CEO's words." "Huh. About what? Did you realize that by crying?" She explained. "Thanks to you. My relationship has been reconciled. With my boyfriend. From now on, I will take care of my food, and I will meet you with respect, CEO." In other words, it meant, mind your own business and I'll make a good impression on you. Then she went to wait for the CEO, leaving him flaming. "Do you think you can just walk away?" He picked up the phone and made a call. The other person answered. "Hello, this is lawyer Hae-wook." T-Jun asked, "Do you have time? We have sent you the first list of overseas recruits via email before. Are you available for a business trip to Japan this weekend? For 1 night and 2 days with lawyer Choi Hyun-jin." Hae-wook answered firmly yes, and he will tell lawyer Choi about it first before getting back to T-Jun. T-Jun told him to not forget to get back to him. T-Jun hung up the phone, looking smug. He's not backing down and is putting his plan into action. Well, then, shall I go to the future team department now? In the TF team office, piles and piles of books were thrown at So-eun. "Manager Han, please check if these books and Excel records match." Her face sank at the amount of works. And not only this, T-Jun also printed the Excel files, or so she thought. She frowned at him of the unfairness. He asked, "What? Do you think I'm bothering you by making you work in a fake position?" From May 27th to July 15th of last year. Check it. She looked at the computer screen Excel and the printed paper. A year ago in May and July. She cannot believe she even had to look for the files, then she noticed. The numbers are completely different. T-Jun didn't just print the file from the Excel. She opened her mouth to ask a question, but he asked her, "You get it now? I need you to find all those things," while giving her an angelic smile. So-eun almost shattered. "It cannot be. I need to check everything. What kind of future business team's work is this? Why not just pass this to the administration team?" Unaffected by her mood, T-Jun said pleasantly, "If you don't understand, please let me know." So-eun cried and answered that she understood. She cannot do anything about it anyways. Might as well accept her fate. Her glasses are going to have blue light protection for the screen. After observing her miserable look, T-Jun cannot help but tell her to stop there for the day and go eat something. Her expression changed instantaneously and asked, "Together?" He asked, "You don't want to?" Of course. She does not want to. But she declined in a nicer way. "Can't I just go home and eat there?" He asked, "Why? Do you have an appointment?" She answered, "No. It's just that I wanted to rest after I finished working." He questioned, "We started our new team's operations. Shouldn't we go to celebrate it?" She thought in horror. "I'm the only member of this team. How can we celebrate it like this?" T-Jun asked innocently, "Do you feel uncomfortable eating with me?" So-eun replied with her expression, Isn't it obvious? Oh, damn it. Tae-Jun forced a tear, wiped the tear he tried hard to shed, and reasoned. There are a lot of places that I don't know in this city since it hasn't been long since I moved here. I don't have anyone to go eat with me. It took everything in her power not to lash out at him. She held in her anger, but cursed silently. Then just go alone. In the end, she ended up going with him. I hate this, I really do. I wonder what he is going to randomly say today. There's no other way to predict his actions. He's crazy. A cold and lonely crazy man. Tae-Jun, who now is cheerful, asked, "Would you like to have meat?" So-eun, who was just cursing in her mind, instantly drooled. Meat? Comparing the nearby meat restaurants in her mind. If we are going to have meat, we should go somewhere suitable for a company dinner. Wait, we have to grill the meat there. We cannot go there. She decided against it. No, I don't want that. Tae-Jun leaned slightly over and said, I thought it would be nice to go drink something while eating meat. She reasoned that she's not really in the mood to drink right now. He asked, what would she like to eat? She thought she should choose something they can eat fast, then opened her mouth to say, I want past. Before she finished, he cut her off. Excluding that, she said, Kimba. He said sharply, no kimbap either. She frowned at him. Then why did he ask me in the first place? And he frowned back at her before asking, do you like Japanese food? She thought it met all the requirements. Nearby, it's good and they served a lot of rice. And they can eat quickly. That's it. Yes. As he drove, she caught glimpses at him, wondering why he hadn't said anything for a while. Well, he was also quiet when he was driving yesterday, but it's making her feel more anxious. Come to think of it, this is the third time they've been in a car together, isn't it? The first time was when she went to meet with Hae-wook Oppa, and he dropped her off in the middle of the road. The second time was yesterday when he gave her a ride home, and they talked in front of her house. So what's going to happen this time? Is he going to make her catch their food and then leave by himself? And her imagination of this time made her let out a laugh. Sometimes, you just have to talk in your head and laugh by yourself, right? Tae-Jun glanced over to see her chuckling to herself. Upon reviewing the menu, So-eun wanted to shout loudly, what are these prices? She should just go with something safe in case. Then she told him, she'll have the wagyu udon. Tae-Jun stated the most delicious thing in this place is the sushi. She really wanted to eat that, but she cannot afford to order it. So she lied that she does not like sushi. He snapped his menu closed and stated, then I made a mistake bringing you here. She reasoned, it's okay. I like udon. He said he will remember that then, and told the server to bring in 2 wagyu udons. She said she didn't want to eat 2 bowls of udon. He answered one was for himself. She thought what a strange man. He's been bothering her so much lately, but he suddenly invites her to eat with him. She wondered what he's plotting this time, as if a light bulb clicked in her mind. Wait, don't tell me that. He was genuinely sad because he didn't have any friends to eat with him? That could be the case. I guess it's difficult for him to make friends with that split personality that changes so often. Also, he sometimes gets really sensitive about my boyfriend. Maybe his dating life is not working well either. Now that I think of it, I feel a little pity for him. I cannot believe that there are some things that don't work out even for someone like him. She looked at him with puppy eyes, feeling sorry for him. Confused of her expression, he asked, what's wrong? She denied, it's nothing. Tae-Jun wondered what was happening with her. She has been smiling and tearing up. You look so happy, So-eun. I cannot wait to see you when Sunday comes. After dinner, So-eun told Tae-Jun that she really enjoyed the food. Same with him, he enjoyed it as well. Since it's pretty late, he suggested to drive her home. She thanked him, but she could not believe that. He didn't talk about anything but work during dinner. This is the first time they talked about something productive. She didn't expect to actually have a normal company dinner. She thought it was a fake team. But still it's Tae-Jun they're talking about. She cannot lower her guard until she gets home. As she buckled her belt, her phone rang. It was from Hae-wook Oppa. She cried. Why such terrible timing? Should she answer him? Glancing at Tae-Jun, he doesn't seem so interested this time. All right. This is my chance. I'll show him that we patched things up well between us. If I don't answer, it would only contradict what I told him before, right? She nervously asked, excuse me, is it okay if I pick up the call? He told her to go ahead. Great. Now I just have to act cheerful. She answered the call. Oppa. On the other line, Oppa asked if she was home. Was she sleeping? She said she's not. She was still at the company. Hae-wook commented, she sure works hard. Did she have dinner? So-eun answered she did already. Hae-wook said something, but T-Jun coughed loudly so she couldn't hear what Hae-wook said. She asked Hae-wook to repeat again, but T-Jun now is having a coughing fit. So-eun then had to pause Hae-wook to ask if T-Jun is okay. He waved his hand that it's okay, don't mind. Hae-wook asked what that sound was. So-eun said it was nothing, and what was he saying? Hae-wook said that he's going on a sudden business trip this weekend. Her forced happy mood changed. She asked to where. Hae-wook said to Japan. It's going to be for 2 days and 1 night. He will leave on Saturday and come back on Sunday. He wanted to ask if she can take care of his mother during the weekend. They can go have fun after she comes back. Her mood sour. That the date was when he promised they would discuss their marriage. But she couldn't tell him not to go. She swallowed her unhappiness and told him to take care. It's not what she expected. This is not supposed to happen. She doesn't want things to be like this once again. T-Jun asked if her boyfriend is going on a business trip this weekend. Are you also going to take care of his mother once again? Do you want me to help you? Would you like me to give you a special weekend? You don't have to work overtime tomorrow. You can go home on time. However, you'll have to work during the weekend. Of course, I'll pay you the same for working overtime. She declined his offer and stated that she wanted to take care of her mother-in-law too. She thanked him for his concerns. Her answer upset him. He wasn't happy about it, and his hand unconsciously clenched the steering wheel. He scolded her internally. You haven't changed at all, Han So-eun. How are you not any different after 20 years? It's just like back then. T-Jun frowned, wanted to cry thinking about his So-eun, still being all happy even though she's hurt. While at the same time, So-eun thought, if she can endure until Sunday, then everything should be all right. Forcing himself, he told her, then they should work overtime as usual tomorrow. Saturday morning, So-eun arrived at the hospital. The mother-in-law thought she was busy. Isn't she pushing herself too hard to visit? So-eun answered that it's okay. She just woke up a little earlier today. She felt relieved that the mother-in-law's behavior this time was better than last time. She thought she would feel uncomfortable, but maybe Hae-wook talked things out. She believed she was too harsh last time, so she has to behave better now. She asked if mother was feeling better this week. The nurse said she was not feeling too well. The mother-in-law said she's better than last week. So-eun was glad to hear that her mother-in-law felt better. She hoped mother would continue to feel better. Then someone called out, "Mother, how have you been? I came back to visit you." That voice. Isn't that Choi Hyun-jin? Hyun-jin and Hae-wook came together, with Hyun-jin holding the bouquet. They weren't expecting to bump into each other, as Hae-wook thought So-eun would visit later rather than early in the morning. Hyun-jin said that Oppa and her stopped by before going to work. She also brought flowers because the flowers are as pretty as mother. The mother-in-law's behavior changed completely. She beamed happily, spoke enthusiastically. "Oh my, I was content seeing you visiting me. There was no need for the flowers, but thank you so much." Hyun-jin asked if So-eun could put the flower in a vase. So-eun was caught so off guard. She didn't even know how to act. She just went along with things. She questioned, "What happened? I cannot believe he brought Hyun-jin here after telling me he was too busy to see me because of his business trip. He even asked me to take care of his mother for him. It was almost as if he didn't want me here. I shouldn't think too much about it. It's better to ask him directly." Upon coming back from the restroom, So-eun heard Hyun-jin say that Hae-wook and her are going on a business trip to Japan. Hae-wook wanted to visit mother before leaving, so she asked if she could tag along. So-eun glared at Hae-wook as he never mentioned that he was going with Hyun-jin together. But she swallowed all her anger back down and told herself she cannot make a scene like last time. She shouldn't be surprised by it. It's just a business trip. She finds every reason to justify the situation. Hyun-jin then turned to So-eun and asked, "Does that make you jealous, Miss So-eun?" Mr. Yang will be mine for 2 days and 1 night. So-eun answered, holding back her displeasure. Please just take care on the trip. Hyun-jin stood up and backed into So-eun but bumped into So-eun and fell to the ground. The vase fell and shattered. Hae-wook and So-eun rushed to help Hyun-jin as they both were shocked by her fall. Her hand was cut and was bleeding as well. Hae-wook yelled at So-eun. What had she done? So-eun wanted to explain that she didn't do it. But Hyun-jin and Ha-wook were already in their own world, showing their concerns and intimacy. After acting, Hyun-jin pulled away from Hae-wook to wipe off the blood from her hand, stating that she's okay. It's nothing severe. So-eun noticed the handkerchief. It was the one Hae-wook used to wipe her sweat, and she questioned if someone gave it to him, because it was so beautiful. But he never answered her and tucked the handkerchief away. Hyun-jin held So-eun's hand and asked, Miss So-eun, I crossed the line with teasing, right? I'm sorry. I'm sure it bothered you. I joked around rashly. Do you feel better now? As if So-eun purposely pushed her down in retaliation to her teasing about Hae-wook. And now that Hyun-jin is hurt, was So-eun satisfied? Hae-wook got upset, thinking So-eun did it. She didn't do that on purpose. And no one was willing to believe her. If you feel a grudge, please feel free to tell me. So-eun then was brought back to when T-Jun said people like you. You don't know how much I like them. A person who doesn't have any self-esteem and who does everything other people ask of them. So-eun pulled her hands away and defended herself. Miss Hyun-jin, I think there is a misunderstanding. We bumped into each other. I didn't push you on purpose. Also, I don't need your help to declare how I am feeling. That's presumptuous of you. Hyun-jin and So-eun bid their goodbye in the parking area. Hyun-jin reminds So-eun that she still needs to go check on Hyun-jin's refrigeration and she will make something delicious for So-eun. So-eun thought earlier she wasn't as direct as she wanted to be and she couldn't bring herself to do it, but at least it's a relief that it went well. Hae-wook then got off the phone with his father. His father will arrive at the hospital later at 3 p.m., so he wanted her to stay until his father arrived. She told him she would stay with his mother until then, but she has a favor to ask. She's a little sad that he didn't tell anyone else about the transplant surgery. She understood why they couldn't say anything to other people, but she would like him to talk to Miss Hyun-jin about it, at least. Shocked, Hae-wook started looking sneaky, making sure the word doesn't travel to Hyun-jin. What? Hey, what are you saying? She answered, it's just because I think I might be able to get a little closer to Miss Hyun-jin if she knows about it. And I think what if you were willing to bring her to the hospital like this? We shouldn't hide the truth either. Hae-wook turned the table around and asked, why are you bringing this up now? Is this your way to ruin my business trip? So-eun defended. What nonsense are you even saying? He questioned with malice. Why are you being so annoying all of a sudden? Until when are you going to keep that attitude? If I had known that you would be acting like this, I would have stopped you before the surgery. Nervous that she would upset Hae-wook, she took a step back. Hae-wook then pulled back his anger and apologized to her. He glanced over to see Hyun-jin still busy on her phone and seemed like she didn't hear their conversation. He told So-eun to forget about it. They can talk after he comes back. She was left hanging like that. To get her mind off, she went into work to fix phones. Fixing electronics is such an intriguing activity for her. Before one starts repairs on an electronic machine, one has to make assumptions of which components are causing malfunction, and after one finds the right components and sees the machine working again, one would feel refreshed. Even during the days where she just focused on working, it was the time she experienced the biggest happiness in life. She loved her job so much, and there were many times when she felt proud of herself because she saw someone else appreciating her efforts. However, a broken person is something that she cannot fix by herself. Should she just focus on working and forget about dating? No, she has to think about the fact that she made some progress today. At least, she was able to speak up her mind. Well done, Han So-eun. And like that, her thoughts transformed into reality and she unconsciously gave herself a hug. Until the ding sound of the elevator woke her up. Then she saw CEO T-Jun walk by. She called out to him. When she turned to question her, she told him she just felt like coming to work. He asked, does she want to earn a special bonus or something like that? She told him, it's not like that. Looking at how she disassembled things apart, It seemed like what she's working on is something not related to the future team. She explained that it's still something from her other duties at the company. T-Jun came to her desk and leaned on the desk comfortably while telling her that K Electronics doesn't allow their employees to work on a Saturday afternoon. She panicked and wondered why he was leaning like that. She came because she wanted to clear her mind with work, but she couldn't tell him that. So she asked, "Didn't you come to work too, Mr. CEO?" He humphed and asked, "Do you think we are on the same level?" She cried and regretted asking. She forgot this side of him. Then he noticed her work. "That's a flip phone. Why are you even repairing that? What a waste of time." So-eun justified, "I think people should be able to keep their precious belongings and not throw them away." He ridiculed. "How can something like that be precious? How dumb." She frowned and explained, "This is from a customer that comes every year. She's an 80-year-old lady who has owned this phone for a long time. She doesn't know how long she has until she dies. And she says she doesn't have the money to afford a new one either. On top of that, it would be difficult for her to operate a smartphone at her age. That's why I worry about her, and the reason I want to fix this for her." Yet at the same time, she questioned herself why she even bothered explaining to him. T-Jun stated, "It doesn't look like you can fix it. But even so, please do not overexert your body. If you work all weekend without resting and have problems working during the week, that really would be a really stupid thing to do. Anyways, try your best to repair it and leave soon. Don't hold for too long on things that you cannot fix." So-eun's body trembled. He said the words that no one ever said to her. She lived in survival mode all her life and was pushed to the brink of death. So why did he have to do that? Why now? Why did he say that at this exact moment? She looked down as tears clouded her eyes. Forcing hard not to let her tears flow down, she forced herself to be in control. "You have to control yourself, Han So-eun. You cannot cry in front of him right now. If I do that, he's going to start asking about things I don't want to talk about with him. What should I do? Please don't say anything sweet to me again. I beg you." She ignored his repeated calls until he knelt down and turned her chair around to face him. "Are you okay? You seem to be having a rough time. You can tell me what happened. I will listen. Tell me what happened. I'll hear you out. Did you have a fight with your boyfriend again? It seems that it's." She remained silent as an acquiesce to his guess. "It seems so." He asked, "Would you like to swear at him with me?" She was shocked to hear such thing. But T-Jun was smiling happily, as he doesn't like her boyfriend. He already went FBI detective on her boyfriend. So-eun started laughing. He asked why is she laughing. She answered that she didn't expect him to invite her to swear like that, and that made her smile. That's right. She should just do as the CEO said. Just swear away her frustration over this situation. There's no need to think too much about it. She has to find the right approach to solve this problem. If she thinks like that, it doesn't seem too different from a machine, right? So with her own strength, she'll just have to solve this situation in the best way that she could. So-eun thanked CEO T-Jun. It seemed she was taking the wrong approach. Then he asked her, "Are you really doing this again? Why do you always take all the blame when facing problems? I thought you weren't going to resolve things with him until he decided to treat you with proper respect. He was so upset at her ways to solve things. Take the blame, find excuses to justify things. And he didn't realize that he was holding onto her hand tight, not loosening, until she said, "Mr. CEO, please let go of my hand. It hurts." They both let go and got up. So-eun told him she better leave now, grabbed her bag and left. In Tokyo, Hae-wook and Hyun-jin were meeting with some investors. Hyun-jin was talking to the people while Hae-wook stood next to her, looking like he hadn't got a clue. Silently, he was glad that she was not just good at English but also at Japanese. Just as expected, Hyun-jin was amazing. She's capable, pretty and smart. The type of woman that he like. On the other hand, Han So-eun. Just the thought of her annoyed him.
Ugh.
I can't believe she got so sensitive about a short business trip. What if we ended up breaking? There are a few things I still haven't resolved if that happens. What am I going to do if she asks for money? If she threatens me with showing the law firm the proof of surgery? I don't know what I would do. What to do? Should I save things with her separately, or As they checked in and he was about to take off his tie, Hyunjin grabbed him and told him to stop thinking about So-eun. She pulled his face so close to her face and questioned, "How could you do that right in front of me?" Then she kissed him hard, passionately, even stuck her tongue in his mouth. He started losing himself and wanted to give in to the moment. He then slid his hand under her shirt behind her back. Then she slapped his hand away and stated, "No, we cannot do that yet." Confused, Hae-wook asked why. Hyunjin said he should know it. She wants to be sure that he is serious about her, so break up with So-eun. Then they can do everything he wants to. He shivered, feeling scared, then suddenly realized, "What?" Hyunjin grabbed him playfully and asked, "Oppa, did you get scared? Did you get speechless?" "What? No," he denied. "She's more of a sly fox than I thought." Hyunjin said she doesn't want to see him meeting So-eun again. Does he have any questions? She thought she was pretty clear. Still shocked, he said he doesn't have a question. But, to be honest, his mother received a liver transplant donation from So-eun. That's what he should say, but instead, he said, his mother also likes Hyunjin a lot more than So-eun. Hyunjin hugged Hae-wook and asked if that was true. She is so happy to hear that. "Oppa, they're going to be a couple lawyers. They should give this good news to his mother when they get back." His mother might be energized after hearing that. A couple of lawyers. His mother would love how that sounds. And he readily agrees with her. You are right. The next morning, So-eun went to the hospital again. She didn't receive any calls from Hae-wook Oppa. She wondered if he was too busy. Thinking back to yesterday, how they left off their conversation before his departure. She wasn't able to say anything back because she felt embarrassed. She wasn't trying to be annoying. It was just something that came to her mind and she wanted to express. For now, she'll just focus on taking care of his mother as she promised. That way, she thinks they can have a serious talk when he comes back since she was trying to resolve things. Upon arriving to the ward, the sister, Hae-jin, was there with her son. Hae-jin reported that mother was sleeping right now, and she was sorry for what happened last time. Hae-jin's apology shocked So-eun. She said it was okay. Then Hae-jin pulled her son over to introduce to So-eun. He bowed and greeted So-eun. She also greeted him back and said she heard a lot about him. He looked excited. But then, Hae-jin's phone rang. She had to step out to receive the call. She asked if So-eun could watch her son for a moment. So-eun gladly accepted to supervise the son. She pulled the chair next to him and sat down. He was busy on his phone. This was the first time she met him in person. He doesn't look much like his mother, so maybe he resembles his father more. She should try to talk to him. He must be bored since there was not much to do at the hospital. She asked, "Hyungwoo, do you think you look more like your mommy or your daddy?" Hyungwoo is at the age where he wants to show off everything he can. He answered excitedly, "I have the same face as my dad, but my hands and feet are the same as mommy's." That was more than she asked for, but okay. Then he continued, "And also, we all even share blood types. My dad, mommy and I have exactly the same O blood type." So-eun was so shocked. Huh? Did you just say O blood type? Because supposedly, she was the only one eligible for the transplant since Hae-wook said no one in the family had that blood type. Thinking back to when Hae-wook cried and gave her the information about the blood type, she shook and asked tremblingly, "Hyungwoo, you said your mother has blood type O?" Hyungwoo answered happily, wanting to share his knowledge. "Yes, mommy, daddy, and I share the same blood type. But not only that. All my family from my mother's side also share the same blood." Hae-jin screamed, "Lee Hyungwoo, what are you saying? Mommy has blood type B." Not knowing any better and confused, Hyungwoo questioned, "Huh, but you said it before. Everyone on your side of the family has the same blood O type." Oh shit. The beans have been spilled. Hae-jin was panicking. So-eun questioned, "Sister-in-law, you told me you had a blood B type, and that Hae-wook and your father also share that blood type." Then the mother woke up and started coughing, interrupting So-eun's interrogation. Hae-jin quickly attended to her mother and told So-eun they can talk later. It seems that mother is not in good condition right now. So-eun questioned again. "You also knew about it, didn't you, mother-in-law?" Then, So-eun grabbed her bag and turned around getting ready to leave. Jin tried to talk after So-eun. No, wait, So-eun. She's genuinely feeling sick. You know how weak her body. So-eun cut her off. That she doesn't need to explain anything. She will hear everything straight from Hae-wook. On the road and in the car. Looking at the email on the phone. Looking at the email, he saw photos of Hae-wook and Hyunjin's adventures. Them being intimate and kissing in public. Everything went just as expected. Everything will be over if he sends these files to So-eun. She would finally find out that her boyfriend has been interested in Choi Hyunjin while still in a relationship with her. And he can just send her the files with a fake name saying something like, I coincidentally took this photo. It's not the way he would like to do this, but it's better if he doesn't get too involved. The question now is when should he send the information to her? Thinking back to when she told him that her boyfriend really takes good care of her. They are like a family. He thinks she will probably freak out when she finds out. What is she going to do? Then his thought was interrupted by the driver, that they have arrived at the airport. He instructed the driver to go back, but leave the car behind. To which the driver politely complied. He should focus on finishing this job first. The plane where Yang Hae-wook and Choi Hyunjin had boarded should arrive soon. He arranged a meeting where he had to take them as soon as they arrived, so that they could meet as soon as possible. He needs to make it look very urgent, so they go right away. This happens to him because he makes it seem that recruiting foreign talents is an important task. Anyways, this should be just a quick formality. If everything went as he planned, the recruitment must have failed. He stood against the pillar while waiting, but then he spotted someone in the distance. Shocked. He wondered what Han So-eun was doing there. So-eun came to receive Hae-wook Oppa. She thought back to the conversation she overheard his mother saying he was surrounded by beautiful women who were smarter and more beautiful, with great and stable family background. Hae-wook said if he dated someone like that, they would not have given their liver to his mother. The thing that she didn't want to believe before is actually true. What should she say when she sees him? Should she tell him to break up? Is that the best answer for this? Should she sue him for all the damage? Is she even capable of doing it? Could she sue a lawyer and win against him? She wasn't even able to see that a whole family was lying to her face. What should she do now? She felt terrified. But then she remembers telling CEO T-Jun that she has to take better care of herself. That way, she can meet people that treat her with respect. So-eun muttered, with respect. Then she saw Hae-wook and Hyunjin coming through the door. The couple were chatting happily, oblivious of things around. Hyunjin asked when Oppa will talk to So-eun. She's impatient, so he should do it right away. Hae-wook smiled and said he understood. Tomorrow, he will talk with her. Hyunjin made him promise her to do that and then give him a kiss. So-eun witnessed the whole thing. Their conversation, their intimacy, their public display of affection. T-Jun tucked his phone back in his pocket. This is easier than he thought. He didn't have to go through all that trouble to get those pictures. Those two seemed to be careful before leaving for the business trip. But now that they came back, they are so obvious. T-Jun saw that So-eun's action changed. She looked into her purse and seemed to be digging for something. He wondered what she was doing, seeing the calm before the storm look on her face. As she chased after the couples, T-Jun freaked out. Don't tell me. She's going to. No matter how much of a cheater he is, you shouldn't go to that extent. So-eun. He lunged over, grabbed her hand and yelled, Manager Han? So-eun turned around, shocked to see him. What? What are you doing here, Mr. CEO? Wait a moment. Her face shriveled gloomily. This is the stare of a murder. Sweat dripped down his face. She screamed. Let me go. Why are you doing this all of the sudden? T-Jun hushed her to be quiet. She yelled, Let me go now. As she tried shaking her hand off, T-Jun consoled. Miss Han, please calm down. Or at least give the thing you are holding in your hand. She shook her hand angrily and questioned, Why should I? What's your problem? He freaked out even more and stated, That's dangerous. If the security guards come and see that you have a knife. Huh. Then he noticed what she had in her hand was a crumpled up piece of tissue. He paused and looked dumbly. What the hell? A tissue? A moment later, they were sitting outside of the airport. T-Jun asked why she was running with a tissue. She cried and answered because it was hers. He explained what he meant was, why would she hold it like that? She stated through tears and snots that she was going to wipe it off when she cried. She's going to wipe it right away. You cannot cry in front of two people. He finally gets it, and thought he must have been dumb to think that So-eun was that type of person. She is definitely not the kind of person to go after anyone with a knife. Why would he think of that? Then she asked why the CEO was there. She glared at him with an expression saying, "Don't tell me you're following me?" He scratched his head as he searched for an answer and said, I've been to Taiwan to eat beef noodles. She interrogated as she found it hard to believe. Beef noodles? He's looking nervous, but tried to play it off. I'm always like that. When I'm bored, I go to Naples to eat pizza. Ha ha ha. But inside he cried and scolded himself. He's damn. Now they're in the car. T-Jun was giving her a ride. He apologized. If he hadn't intervened, everything would have been resolved by now. It's his mistake. So-eun was still feeling depressed, but told him that it's all right. Then there was that awkward silence in the car until she questioned, "You don't have any luggage. You've been to Taiwan, right?" He lied that he came out lightly because he went to eat something, but she could tell that he was lying all along. But well, whatever. She doesn't want to pry more. Somehow it was so fast. The beginning of a relationship, a proposal, a family greeting, wedding planning. Come to think of it, everything was weirdly sudden. The favors and kindnesses she thought were free were not. She was afraid it would be taken away from her, so she put up with it, and told herself over and over again that she wasn't being taken advantage of. She was a fool. T-Jun finally spoke. I don't know what to do, because this is the first time I've done this. If you think it's nonsense, stay with me. She looked at him and declined. Oh, it's okay. I think I'm a little tired. He asked regarding about the man, her cheated boyfriend. She answered, I'm going to clean it up now. Don't worry about it. He said he cannot help but pay attention. He just wants to be her source of support. But she told him no, since he doesn't know anything. Her past, her regrets, and what she had given away. He will never know. She doesn't want to use someone who knows nothing. She asked if he had any hard times. And who helped him then? He answered, he doesn't know. He doesn't have time to think about the old days. She asked if he ever liked idols then. He asked why would he? She thought back to her school days when she was wandering because she didn't want to be anything. They, the ones who once comforted and touched others' hearts by saying, you are a precious person, have become idols to those who were comforted and touched. She couldn't understand friends who, even after their idol caused an accident and engaged in all sorts of mischief, couldn't cut off their feelings in one go, until she had such an idol too. One day, the idol asked if he may have her contact number. He said she always sits there, right? She kept attracting him, and she is totally his style. She was instantly love-struck. Yang Hae-wook, he was the first person to enter her humble life. He was the one who told her that she was beautiful and adorable, even though she had never been loved. Because of him, she has come to love the world where he is. She loved him with all her heart and soul. She was glad she could. That's what she meant. T-Jun dropped her off at home. She thanked him for taking her back, looking out the window to watch his car drive away. She thought, one understands as much as one experiences. So you won't understand. The next day, Secretary Song went into T-Jun's office and reported that the head of the TF team called in sick today. He asked Secretary Song to check if there will be no problem with the TF work schedule. Secretary Song reasoned that So-eun is on sick leave, so she doesn't know if So-eun will answer or not. Then T-Jun requested, please also check if she's alive and well. This request shocked Secretary Song, but she told him she would. Thinking back to what she said that he doesn't know anything. And does he have any hard times? Who was there to support him during that time? Hard times. Of course there was. 20 years ago, when his parents died, and when he was left alone in the world. That was when he met her. She doesn't know anything. She could say that because she doesn't know. At the law firm, the director came up to Hae-wook and consoled that it's a shame what happened in Japan. Startled, Hae-wook asked what the director was talking about. The director said the business trip didn't go well. The foreign talent called to say that he didn't want to move on with the recruitment. Mr. Kim Tae-jun seemed very disappointed by that. He wants them to pretend like their contract with him never happened. What? How can he say that all of the sudden? Hae-wook asked the director. The director explained, sometimes there are going to be clients like that. Just focus on doing a good job. You did what you could, Mr. Young. Hae-wook was upset and depressed. How can this be happening? He seemed so sure about this when we signed the contract. How could he change his mind all of the sudden? Then Hyun-jin came up to him as he waited by the elevator. He cried and told Hyun-jin that they were fired. Hyun-jin was as surprised. She asked if the company fired them for having an affair. He hushed Hyun-jin. He's not even married. What is she talking about? He's only referring to their job with Kim Tae-jun. It seems he was disappointed because their trip to Japan didn't go well. Is this how people with money are? I cannot believe he played with lawyers like that. Hyun-jin consoled him. It's okay, Oppa. I'm glad that at least I get to spend some quality time with you. And Hae-wook was totally smitten by her cuteness. His brain steamed and thought, how can Hyun-jin be so lovable? Then his phone rings, interrupting his mood. It was a call from his sister, Hae-jin. He frowned and complained that she always called him at the worst times. He stepped away to pick up the call. Hae-jin asked if he received a call from So-eun. Come to think of it, he hasn't received any calls from her. The last time they talked was before he left for his business trip. He told his sister that he hasn't. Hae-jin panicked. Oh no, what should we do? Hae-wook, what should we do? Hae-wook asked his sister what she was talking about. Hae-jin explained that Hyungwoo told So-eun they all have the same blood type O. She tried convincing So-eun that Hyungwoo was lying. But still, what should they do now? Hae-wook trembled in anger and yelled, Yang Hae-jin, I told you to be careful around Han So-eun. Hae-jin asked, Hey, why are you scolding me? Frustrated, Hae-wook cursed, You fucking duke and useless human being. How can you and your son be this dumb? It was a warm sunny afternoon. The sun ray was shining through the window glass. So-eun laid on the bed, on her back, looking up at the ceiling. She seemed to be just relaxing, thinking to herself, I should take sick leaves more often. I don't know why I did not before. It's not like the company gives awards for a perfect attendance or something like that. Then she turned to her side, looking towards the window. The bright, golden sun ray makes the dust in the air shine like gold. And that brought back a childhood memory. Reaching out her hand to catch those golden particles, mesmerized by them. While the child standing behind her explained that those are particles that look like gold. Back then, she mistook them for real gold particles. She mistook his love, but it was more than pain. Now it's time to get rid of everything. As she stood up and walked past the mirror, a fragment of her spoke through the mirror. So-eun, don't you think you could regret this? She turned to look at herself in the mirror. The her in the mirror reasoned, think about how important Hae-wook Oppa has been for you. Don't you think he's going to feel sorry? Maybe if we wait a little longer, we will be happy after marrying, right? That was the vision she used to have. She ignored the self-doubt So-eun in the mirror and diverted her gaze forward. So-eun in the mirror questioned, can you really go back to living all by yourself? Shouldn't you at least fight for monetary compensation? Are you really okay with leaving it like this? So-eun tied up her hair, put on her shoes. It's okay. I'm just a normal person. I've made my decision. I don't want to put a price on my resolve. She went out the door to walk around her neighborhood. She usually works early in the morning. It feels weird being able to take a walk at this hour. Then her phone rang. She picked up, and it was Secretary Song calling to check in on her. She asked if there is a problem. Secretary Song said it's just that. The CEO asked her to contact So-eun. So-eun asked if something happened. She took the day off. Secretary Song said, yes, but that's not the problem. The CEO just wants to know if there's going to be any issues with the TF schedules because of that. So-eun couldn't even smile. This feels like work again. Don't worry about it. I already prepared everything in advance. Secretary Song said she will tell the CEO that. But how is So-eun feeling? So-eun answered that she is feeling fine and will go back to work tomorrow. Secretary Song asked, are you eating well? Eating a good meal can help you to feel better. So-eun's eyes widened. I'll make sure to eat properly. Secretary Song questioned. From what I can hear, it seems you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll send you a gift card so you can order some good porridge from a nearby restaurant. So-eun's hand tightened on her chest. No, that's not necessary. But then she received a gift card via text from Secretary Song anyways, with a speedy recovery message. She stared at the message for a moment until an incoming call came in. Her face frowned as her grip tightened. She clicked on the pickup button. Once the call connected, she asked if they could talk. Hae-wook readily agreed to meet as he also had something he wanted to talk to her about. So-eun was disappointed. Again, he's acting as if nothing happened. She replied, "Oh, so you heard about it?" Hae-wook answered, "I heard you were asking why I did not tell you about my sisters having the same blood type as my mother. I did not because my sister could not donate to our mother. She has a liver just as bad as my mom, and the blood type of my father and mine don't match. If you don't believe me, I can show you our medical certificates." So-eun answered, "Okay, show me." This caught Hae-wook off guard. He asked, "Huh?" She said, "Since you offered to show them, I would like to see them myself." Hae-wook reasoned, "We shouldn't fight over something like this. Let's not do this. It's not like my mother can return your liver to you anyways. I know you love me, and if you do, you should be prepared to face this kind of hardship for the sake of our—" So-eun cut him off. "Oppa, I want to meet you in person so we can talk." The next day, So-eun went into work. She greeted Bo-bae as she got to her desk. Bo-bae was surprised to see that she took a day off. She asked, "Manager, are you feeling better?" So-eun answered happily, "Yes, I'm better now. You were pretty busy because of me yesterday, right? Here, this is for your hard work," and handed Bo-bae a coffee. Shocked, Bo-bae told her she didn't have to, since she is always working so hard. She feels bad for receiving the coffee. So-eun told her not to worry about it. Bo-bae deserves it. She also bought one for Mr. Jang. Then she went up to Mr. Jang and handed him the coffee, thanking him for covering her work yesterday. Jang Pyo froze, staring at So-eun, didn't know how to react. Then, So-eun asked, "Perhaps you don't like vanilla?" Then he moved fast, 2 times the speed to accept the coffee. "It's not like that. I do like it. Please give it to me." Upon taking the coffee, he asked with a smile, "If she is feeling better?" So-eun answered, Yes, I'm feeling great today." She was taken aback because he was smiling. She was not used to the situation. Jang Pyo was glad to hear that. But as he stuttered to finish his sentences, Bo-bae told So-eun that she had a call. Should Bo-bae answer for So-eun, to which So-eun stated no. She can take the call herself. When she saw who was calling, she frowned. It's from Kim T-Jun.
Ugh.
In the office, So-eun greeted the CEO and asked if he called for her. T-Jun, with his arms crossed, replied loftily, "Of course I did. I told you not to overwork yourself during the weekend so things like this wouldn't happen." So-eun frowned, rolling her eyes at him. This guy. He should know that it wasn't because of that. Then T-Jun asked, "Are you feeling better now? Did you organize everything already?" So-eun answered, "I think it's going to take me about 2 weeks. I'll make sure there are no more disruptions." He clarified, "No, I'm talking about what happened on Sunday." Her hands tightened and answered, "I already dealt with it." He commented, "I thought it would take you longer, and I know that was the reason you took the day off. Are you going to meet with him today?" Vein popped on her face. She tried hard to contain her fuming anger. "Yes, I don't think I'll be able to stay late today." He asked, "Today? Where are you meeting? Seoul? Are you going by yourself?" She answered, "Yes, and she will be taking a taxi there." She already felt tired after containing her anger. She shouldn't have come to work. T-Jun ordered, "Come to the parking lot after you finish working. I'll also be going to Seoul, so I'll give you a ride." So-eun froze stupidly, her mind going off the deep end. Imagining a hot breaking news title, "Is this K Electronic Service Welfare Rail?" The article stated, "The company is implementing new car riding services for their employees. I saw a woman using it to break up with her cheating boyfriend, and even the CEO of the company was driving." Ha ha ha. So-eun asked nervously, "Mr. CEO, I'm sorry, but I have a question. Why are you so interested in my private life?" He looked shocked briefly, but quickly composed and asked, "Did you watch a drama this morning or something?" "Hey look, I equally worry about every employee in this company. So go on and finish your work. I'll see you later." She frowned in fury and yelled, "I'll be leaving then." He chuckled and told her not to work too hard. She has to save energy for the big event later. Ha ha. After she left, he leaned back on his chair and let out a breath, thinking of her asking why he was so interested in her private life. Images of their childhood came through. Their conversation. "I don't like you. You are frustrating, whiny, and I hate you. But even so, since a very long time ago." Small So-eun trying to catch the gold particles. Although they are actually called gold dust. Small So-eun replied, "I know that now, but they still look so beautiful even though they're nothing special." Looking at the gold dust in his office, he muttered, "I like this weather." Side note, it may be a metaphor about So-eun. The end of the work shift. T-Jun gave So-eun a lift. So-eun sat on the passenger side, catching glimpses of T-Jun while having conversation in her head. If I saw the situation as a drama like he said, then I must be the female lead of a tragic woman's story. HHM. That wouldn't be so bad, right? Even if the protagonist goes through a ton of hardships, she will always end up with a happy ending, right? Perhaps he just wants to see the drama until the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand why he would always give me a ride like this. She looked at him with a sparkly smirk expression. He asked, "We're here. Where should I drop you off?" She replied, "At the hotel lounge." As she got out of the car, he advised, "I know you're a grown woman, but if he tries to change up the conversation and take you to a hotel, leave immediately." She cringed, thinking, he's worrying way too much. He asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" She refused. "No, I'll see you tomorrow." As she walked to the meeting place, she hyped herself. "It's time for me to part ways with him. Han So-eun, a woman that only knew how to fix machines, finally is about to fix herself." She arrived looking and feeling completely different than the past her. She was glittering, smiling, made up. "Oppa, you came early." He turned to look at her with a nervous expression. She observed him closely and wondered, "Huh? Oppa? Did he always look like this? Squiggly like squid?" She asked, "What's in his hand?" He explained and reached for the phone box. "Oh, I thought it was about time you changed your cell phone, so I bought you a new one." "Oh, thank you. I'll make sure to use it well. Where would you like us to go to have a talk?" Seeing her walk away from him. "Huh, I thought you could use it right away." "So-eun, wait, please give me your phone. I'll transfer the data for you. I know you aren't good at things like that." So-eun replied, "Oppa, of course I can do it myself. I'm a cell phone engineer," and sat across from him. Hae-wook took the documents from his bag. "Ah, by the way, I brought the documents for you to take a look at. I know you wouldn't believe me if you didn't see them for yourself." So-eun asked if unbothered by the documents. "To be honest, there's something else I wanted to talk about in the first place. The blood type issue doesn't matter. I would have given a part of my liver to my mother-in-law anyway." Hae-wook, still nervous, tried to cater. "Thank you. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. You've been having a hard time lately, haven't you? Let's go up and eat something delicious. I already booked a room." So-eun laughed. "Pfft." He asked what's wrong. She explained. "Oh, I'm sorry. This is exactly what that guy said." Startled, Hae-wook asked, "What? Who? What did I say?" "Oppa, forget about me. I hope you can do better with Hyunjin." Side note, I'm too vengeful. I would never let the guy go, but she's so kind that she frustrates me. Hae-wook tried to reason that she was the only one for him. She should have known that. So-eun didn't want to drag things longer. She went straight. "I heard it all at the airport. You said you'll break up with me in 1 week. So before we get there, I think it's better to break up now. I won't keep the phone you gave me either. Here, I'll return it to you. Take it." She tossed the phone to him, got up and left. He tried to stop her and questioned nervously, "You, breaking up with me on a whim. You aren't telling Hyunjin, right?" She looked at him, unable to believe that he's worrying about that in this situation. She assured him, she won't. She doesn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Is she making herself clear to him? Haewook finally felt relieved that she will keep quiet about the liver donation and not demand anything. He readily agreed to breaking up with her as she wished. She looked up to gaze at the chandelier. It's over. It's finally over. Haewook commented, So-eun, I'm sorry, but thank you for everything. I don't think I'll be able to find a woman like you even in my next life. She turned her head around and said, That's right. I hope I'll never find someone like you even in my next life, too. I always did my best for you. I did it because I was in love, but you just exhausted me and took me as a fool. I forced myself to believe the contrary for so long that I really thought you might be the one. Then, I'll be leaving now. Don't call me anymore and delete my number. Goodbye. And like that, she left the toxic boyfriend. The liver works as a detox facility for the body. She gave a part of her liver to his mother, hoping that his mother will live longer and healthier, and she hopes it can help detox his family too. She hopes he'll learn to become someone who doesn't have to hurt the world around him. When she was finally isolated from everyone, she exhaled a big breath, feeling so relieved. Then she heard an attendant said, You need to park in a designated spot. And another one replied, Wait, I'm here for an urgent matter. Her eyes widened, turned to the side and saw that it was Mr. CEO. She came up to him and asked why didn't he leave? She thought he had something to do. T-Jun put on his 3D glasses with popcorn in hand, spoke, I wanted to hear the tea. She sighed and asked, What tea are you talking about? While thinking, wow, so, he's this type of guy? I don't even have the energy to laugh. It's kind of embarrassing. Her ankle suddenly gave out. She lost her balance and tripped forward towards T-Jun. She fell onto his embrace. He held her gently, her blushed face on his chest. Oh, she couldn't find any words to say. He gazed at her, put one hand on her back and asked, Everything went well? Still in his embrace. She answered yes. He asked, How are you feeling? She replied, I think I'll be okay. He praised her. You did well. They remained in that hugging position. She smells a nice scent from the CEO. What kind of scent is this? No, it might just be the scent of his shampoo on his skin. Wait, what am I doing right now? Then she pushed him away. With blushing face, she spoke, Mr. CEO, thank you for everything. I'll be taking my leave now. While convincing herself that hug was just an accident. It's normal for colleagues to hug after finishing a project, that's it. He asked, Are you going? She told him she's not. She's going to meet a friend. He said he can give her a ride. She declined as she planned to take the bus instead. T-Jun acted all hurt and pitiful like a cunning fox. But I was waiting here just to give you a ride. His action shut her up. There was no way she could refuse that expression. She's kind and a softie. In the car, she asked if she could leave early tomorrow. He said as she wished. But does she have something to do? She replied that she is going on a blind date. His eyes widened. Isn't it too soon for that? She explained that she was catching up with a friend of hers about breaking up with her boyfriend. And her friend said the best thing is to go on blind dates right away. But don't worry, she will go on her blind date tomorrow and will work extra hard the day after. T-Jun is clenching his anger inside. What's with the rush? She said because the guy said he only had time tomorrow. He lectured, You just had a breakup and now you are going on a blind date. She argued back. I think you can forget about a broken relationship with a new one. He fought back. Do you think love is that easy? Not backing down, she argued back. Do you just want me to be stuck in the past and stay depressed forever? They glared at each other, sending lightning sparks to each other. She reasoned. I believe everything in life is about timing, so if I see a chance, I'll take it right away. He refuted. You just took a day off not too long ago, and now you're asking to leave early. Forget it, you'll work as usual tomorrow. Like a rebellious teenager who will do the thing they were told not to do, she uttered. I'll meet him during lunch, then. Like a parent frustrated by their teen child, he yelled, Why are you so eager to go on a blind dates during work hours? You can go on a blind date, but not tomorrow. If he says he only has time tomorrow, then you shouldn't go on that blind date. While thinking, you should have figured that out yourself, you fool. Since they are almost there, he told her he will see her tomorrow at work. She showed him the text message with a smirk. The guy said he's okay with meeting this weekend too. So-eun, you sly frog. He scolded. No, that guy seems weird. He changed his mind too quickly as soon as you said that. She answered, what's weird about him? He said he had his reasons. He questioned, are you trying to fit into other people's lifestyles again? That's how you end up doing everything for them. If you keep that up, the next thing you'll do is give them a part of your liver or something. Pfft. She started laughing hysterically. That tears came out the corner of her eye. Manager Han? What is she laughing about? He reached out to pat her shoulder. It's okay, calm down. Manager Han? So-eun. Ha ha ha. My stomach hurts. Thank you. I had a good laugh thanks to you. It felt like I got hit by reality. I've come back to my senses now. I'll live better from now on. Thank you for everything. I cannot believe I shared this part of my life with you, Mr. CEO. Oh, and thank you for the ride too. After she shut the door and left, he was confused of what just happened, holding tight onto the steering wheel. He muttered, while his face blushed red. What? What was that? She all of a sudden. Hae-wook is like a nervous train wreck, looking at his phone, checking on So-eun's social media status for any updates. Was he thinking too much? He remembered when she left and told him to not call her and delete her phone number. He was thinking to himself, what a relief. Hyun-jin was pressuring him to quickly break up with her, so he guessed this solves things for him. Then he remembers. He hasn't erased the data from So-eun's cell phone. I need to do something about it. She couldn't have gone too far, right? He chased out after her. Then he saw So-eun and T-Jun hugging each other. What is that bastard doing there? He didn't want to say anything back then because he didn't want to argue with a client who was important to the firm, but he definitely saw it. They were hugging. He don't understand why someone like Kim Tae-jun would be interested in a normal person like her. He then brushed it off as Kim Tae-jun probably had a business reunion or something at the hotel, and then he stumbled upon So-eun, who was so shocked and distressed by their breakup that he had to hug her. That must be it. Hae-wook went to Hyun-jin's office and asked if she was there alone. She asked why he was there. He spoke happily, Hyun-jin, I finally did it. I broke up with her and got a reservation at a nice hotel. I know you've been waiting. Hyun-jin scolded. What are you talking about, Oppa? It hasn't been that long since you broke up with So-eun, but you already want to go to a hotel on weekdays? Can't you see I'm busy with work? Is that why you went out to meet her so quickly? Just so you could sleep with me? Hae-wook seemed like a guilty dog, trying to reason, but you were the one who said it that if I broke up with So-eun. Hyun-jin slammed the files on the table, startling Hae-wook, and clarified. Oppa, I don't like when things aren't clear. Let's get married first. You were thinking of proposing to me, weren't you? I think it's better for us to do things properly. Oppa. At K Electronic Services, So-eun was working alone again during lunch hour. Bo-bae came and asked what is she still doing there, working? Did she skip meals again? She stated that she ate early. Now, she's just thinking of buying new clothes. Showing her computer screen. She was actually online shopping. Bo-bae felt relief. She thought So-eun skipped lunch again to keep working. But, why is So-eun buying new clothes? So-eun replied that she's going on a blind date. Shocked, Bo-bae asked what happened to her boyfriend. So-eun replied that they broke up. Bo-bae stated, and you're going on a blind date already? So-eun asked, is there a problem? I thought it was a good idea. Bo-bae backtracked and said, it's okay. If she thinks that's best for her, it's fine. Bo-bae thought, even though So-eun looks nice, it seems she actually has a pretty strong mentality. If it was her, she would take months to get over. Inside the CEO's office, T-Jun asked So-eun if she's busy this weekend. She told him she is, for she has a blind date. T-Jun told him he is sorry, but he doesn't think she can go. He will need her to go into work during the weekend. He needed her to finish all her remaining work by Monday. They are in a rush. She frowned and glared at him. Is he really sorry about this? Is it okay for a superior to interfere in one of his employees' personal affairs like this? No matter how much he likes drama, this is too much. I didn't want to think about this possibility, but perhaps. Does the CEO have feelings for her? It cannot be. It's not like they are kids. A normal man wouldn't bother someone he likes this much, right? That's not something that happens between adults nowadays, so it doesn't make sense. It's probably just her imagination. But even so, maybe she should try to confirm it. Mr. CEO, do you hate me? If the CEO wasn't my boss, if he wasn't someone that felt so distant to me, if I'm being honest, I think a positive response would make me feel good. However, that would be it. The line between us is far too wide, and we are so different from each other, but I keep wondering what your vision of me is, so please answer me. I just see you as the employee manager So-eun, someone that works very hard at her job. I think it's the complete opposite of hating you. I see you as a sincere person, Manager So-eun. I hope you don't make me change that concept of you. Don't forget the due date is next Monday. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Although it was an ordinary answer. And that's how it's supposed to be. She was mistaken again. Someone like him would never look at her. She squeezed her cheeks and encouraged herself to cheer up. Get it together, So-eun. She sat down on work desk and looked at the mountain-high documents, ready to conquer the work before the end of the weekend. That way, she'll be able to go on her blind date. I cannot fall apart right now. Young Hae-wook, she'll show him. She'll show Kim T-Jun too. Take a seat and look at what she's going to do. A strong wall only gets tougher after it dries out, so she'll get herself together after drying her tears off of face too. Waiting inside the elevator, Secretary Song glances at T-Jun, then looks away, and then looks at him again as if she was debating on something. Then she finally decided to go ahead. I have a question. These days, you seem to care a lot about her, Manager So-eun. In the garden field area, some 20 years ago, a gardener tending to the garden, trimming the tree branches, until he called out, "Hello, young master. The weather is pretty nice today, don't you think? We are nearing the end of summer, so it feels more fresh outside." The young master replied, "Hello, yes, that's why I came outside to read a book." The gardener answered, "I see, then I'll move so you can relax here." The young master said, "Oh, I didn't know I was disturbing your work, but thank you. Don't worry about it." The gardener smiles back thinking he's such a well-mannered kid, even after going through such a horrible experience. T-Jun walked to the bench, sat down and opened his book. He sighed. At least thanks to this, no one will come to the garden for a while, right? And my grandfather and aunt won't come until later, so I'm free now. It should almost be time for So-eun to come. What time does she come from daycare again? 5 o'clock? What does she do with the other kids there all day? I go to school, take private lessons, and go to the academy, but why does she seem busier than me? I don't understand it. He laid down, propped his legs and crossed it, yawned and ready to take a nap. After some time passed, he heard a rustling noise. He quickly sat up and apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I fell asleep." Then he turned around to a cute voice. "Whoa, you wake up with a kiss too? My dad does the same." For a split second he froze. Once his brain registered, his face blushed. "K kiss. If you put your hands on my face ever again, I'll hang you on that tree." Confused, she answered, "But I didn't use my hands, I used my lips." He yelled, "That doesn't matter." Young T-Jun started to walk away, and young So-eun followed. "Oppa, where are you going? Come play with me." T-Jun refused. "I don't want to. I'm busy." Persistent So-eun reasoned, "Hey, I just saw you sleeping." She reached out to him, pursing her lips. "Come here. I'm the kiss monster now." Shy T-Jun questioned, "Why won't you leave me alone? You pervert." Their interaction was witnessed by someone standing around the corner. Then one day, he questioned his aunt if So-eun left. The aunt answered that's what they were told all of a sudden. They don't even know why. They leave without even saying goodbye or where they're going. T-Jun was shocked. How could this happen? I gave her so many delicious things. I played so much with her. Yet, at the end she still left. His hand clenched into a fist. Noticing that, his aunt asked if he's disappointed. He must have really been getting along with that girl. T-Jun replied, "No, I hate her." Back to current scene, the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. T-Jun answered Secretary Song, "No, I hate her. I mean, she's the type of person I hate." On the second night, Friday, So-eun continued to work hard. Her eyes started to form dark circles. Just a little bit more. If I keep up just a little more, I'll finish. Remembering the CEO told her to finish all the work before next Monday, but it's impossible. The last 2 days, she had nightmares at night regarding work, and during the day, she worked continuously. She has to finish before the weekend. She has to go on her blind date and protect the precious weekend free time that is for every worker. So she refused to go back home. She'll just pass out. She also has to sleep as much as she can so she could wake up refreshed for her blind date. And then, she finally did it. She's done. She just has to show it to the CEO now. Manager Han? So-eun was startled. Ah, it's the devil. T-Jun walked casually in. You seem to be working hard. She did not deny. Yes, I actually finished. I was going to report it to you. Gesturing for him to take a look. After looking at it, he was shocked, speechless. The electronic files and even the report book files were all reconciled and organized. She actually done it? Suspicious, he asked, who helped you? She answered that she did it all on her own. Even if he tried to do something like this himself, it would take him at least 2 full days with no sleep. And there's not a single error. He asked her how she did it. She answered proudly, there's nothing anyone cannot do if they are determined to do it. He praised, good job. This shows me that I can trust you with these kinds of tasks in the future. She thanked him and excused herself that she will be leaving then. T-Jun stopped her. Now, let's talk about the next few objectives for the future team. I was planning to do it on Monday, but I guess I should show the same enthusiasm to finish work early like you do. So, let's get started this weekend. The first thing we need to do is based on this data. At this point, So-eun's body and mind started to shut down. What is he even saying? I have to keep working. Her eyes swirl in circles while T-Jun is explaining away the next projects. After not hearing anything from her, he wondered why she was so quiet. He turned around and saw her slumped on the ground. He shouted, Manager Han So-eun. Her eyes closed, with a tear forming. Mr. CEO, I'm sorry. Even if your grandfather, the president of the company, shows up, I just cannot do it anymore. At the hospital, the doctor came to report, it's a simple case of being overworked. She just needs to take a rest, and she will be fine. She can leave after she wakes up. All right, good to know. After Secretary Song got off the phone, she reported that Manager Han stayed working all night the past 2 days. The past 2 days? T-Jun asked. Yes, she just went home to take a shower early in the morning. It seems she's been working all day and night. T-Jun was speechless. I see. Crazy. This woman is crazy. He told Secretary Song to leave first since it's pretty late. Secretary Song said she can stay, and he should leave first. T-Jun said she should get some rest too. Then they heard So-eun snoring. That they forgot to argue about who should go home. After that, it was awkward. Secretary Song then told T-Jun if he insisted. She will leave first? All right. Thank you for your hard work today. So-eun muffled in her sleep, alerting T-Jun's attention. He cannot believe she wanted to go on a blind date in this state. Then her phone rings. The phone was in her bag. A phone call? Could it be? He saw the call was from the blind date. He hit the silent mode. But the call kept coming in. This guy doesn't know when to give up. He picked up the call and stated that So-eun is currently not available at the moment. The blind date asked who he's talking to then. T-Jun felt angry. How can someone that barely knows her ask something like that? But instead, he said he's a friend of Han So-eun. Should he have So-eun call the guy back later? The blind date wanted T-Jun to relay his message. He wanted to apologize to So-eun. He wanted to go on a blind date because he recently broke up with his girlfriend. But he reconciled with her yesterday. Because of that, please tell So-eun that he won't be able to go on the blind date. He's really sorry. T-Jun confirmed that he will make sure to tell So-eun. After hanging up, he looked at her sleeping face. She's sound asleep, oblivious of what's happening around her. It was disgusting and frustrating at the same time. The more she tries, the more she ends up struggling in life. How can she be so bold? Do you genuinely expect to live a good life if you keep acting like this? You don't even know how to have a good life. If that was the case, if that was truly the case, Then you should have stayed living calmly in my hands. He kept looking at her, and then eventually, he accepted it. To be honest, she does seem like my type. But I don't like anything else. Although I can briefly admit that. The problem comes after is, what if the fact about me getting closer to So-eun gets to my aunt or grandfather's ears? There's no way they are going to stay still. Just like me before, they're going to think that this is the wrong thing to do. So they'll spring into action. So-eun will probably be kicked out of the company, and she'll quietly disappear like she did 20 years ago. On the other hand, there probably won't be much punishment for me. After all, it's not a big deal for them to get rid of a mere employee. They won't lay a hand on me because of my status as a member of the family. But right now, I guess I don't have anything to lose by holding her. Placing his hand gently on her face. Then her eyes suddenly open wide, scaring him. He jolted his hand back. She got up and asked, "Huh? Where am I?" He said, "You passed out, so I brought you to the emergency room. I brought my secretary Song with us, so you didn't freak out about it. By the way, your blind date was canceled." "What? What are you talking about?" She searched around for her phone. He reached for her phone that was next to her purse, and that guy called you. I recorded the call so you can listen to it yourself. She took the phone and listened to the whole conversation. I see. There are people that still go back to their ex-partner after breaking up. Maybe that's normal nowadays. I did not expect this to happen to me, but there's nothing I can do about it now. I'm so jealous. I wish I could have a normal relationship too. But who's going to be interested in someone like me? I'm an unmarried woman who foolishly gave a part of her liver to her ex-partner. I think around 70 or 80% of them will find me burdensome. My past, my scars. Is there anyone in this world that would accept me without any hesitation? Maybe I'll just end up living alone. But even so, I wish I could experience a normal love life at least once. The nurse came to take the IV needle out. So-eun was rubbing her eyes. T-Jun asked if she was crying. She said it's her eyes that hurt a little. The contact lenses are irritating them. She shouldn't have slept with them on. She's sorry. Houses, school, occupation, property. None of that matters to her. She just wants to experience simple love with someone special, and if possible, a handsome one. Even though her vision is blurry at this moment, there was a handsome man in front of her, telling her that she doesn't have to apologize to him. So-eun sighed and admonished herself. So-eun, you sure have crazy aspirations. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Thanks to you, I think I feel much better. I think I can go back home now. T-Jun offered to give her a ride. He doesn't think she should be wandering around without her lenses. She said she can see a little bit. But still, he reached out his hand to her. Slowly, she reached out her hand to his, and he assisted her up. Let's go. Before they left, he checked to make sure she didn't forget her phone. Then he led her by the hand. His hands feel so warm to her. In the car, he told her not to go anywhere tomorrow. Focus on resting. If she feels sick again, go to the hospital. Does she want him to bring something for her to eat? She didn't have any dinner. She didn't answer him, and when he looked over, she already knocked out cold. Wake up. We've arrived at your house already. She murmured in her sleep. 5 more minutes. Frustrated, T-Jun questioned, Aren't you going home? What do you mean by 5 more minutes? I don't care if you were in the hospital earlier. But she was out cold. Adjustable backrest with perfect angle, air conditioner on with appropriate temperature, blanket and seat heater on. She felt too comfortable to be awake. Looking at her, he wondered how he could get her to wake up. He cannot do something like flicking someone who is in deep sleep. He kept looking at her. Then he leaned in closer. So-eun, wake up if you don't want to be scolded. As she was out cold, T-Jun decided to piggyback her up the stairs to her apartment. Are you seeking revenge for making you work overtime? Or is this a venting session about a failed blind date? Yeah, sorry, my bad. Did I expect things to turn out this way? Well, they arrive at her apartment unit. It is room 304. Is this the place? It must have been written in the personnel record. He called out to her manager So-eun. I'm here. Press the password. And she did not budge. She still slept comfortably on his back. He yelled again. Hey So-eun. Manager So-eun. He called her name repeatedly and louder and louder. If you keep doing this, I'll leave you here and go." He was so loud that it started bothering the neighbors around. A young couple with a baby came out to complain. "Seriously, why is it so noisy in the middle of the night? Please be quiet." T-Jun wanted to cry at this point. What sin has he committed to be in this kind of situation? He carried her back out and threw her back on the passenger seat. T-Jun complained, "I've never seen someone sleep so well in their entire life. Could it be that they secretly drank after working late? Or did the hospital give them some sleeping pills? She shouldn't have another illness in her body, right? Why am I worrying about her? I'm going through a tough time too." He leaned closer to her and spoke. "I'll give you an hour. If you don't get up by 12 o'clock, I'll just take you to my house." And so, after some time, he piggybacked her to his house. So-eun, the woman who I brought into my entire 30 years of life, you're the first. I waited long enough. A brand new day, after a much-needed rest, So-eun finally woke up. Humph. I slept well. When was the last time I slept so deeply? Then her pupils enlarged as she jolted up from the bed. Where the hell am I? The environment looked different. She quickly checked her clothes. She's still wearing the clothes from yesterday. Without her contact lenses, it's hard to see clearly, but it seems like there's nothing wrong with her body. She got up to stretch, same stretching routine she does after waking up. While stretching, she remembered her phone. She tossed the bed and saw her phone on the desk stand. There is a sticky note stuck on the phone with a message. It's Kim Tae-jun's house. Her body froze. Tears started forming. Her hands trembled. It's Kim Tae, the CEO? She started pacing around. It's 8 a.m. on Saturday. The last time I checked, it was a little past 10 a.m. at night. Yesterday, I worked overtime at the office until the evening. Then I collapsed and was transferred to the emergency room, as Director Kim mentioned. While chatting with the director at the hospital, what happened next? Should I go out for now? She finally left the bedroom and made her way downstairs. The house is really spacious. Is the CEO living in this large place all alone? Then in the distance, without her contact lens, she saw a blurry vision by the sink. Who is it? The director? In such a big house, besides the CEO, there could be other people. Let's go closer. But as she approached closer, he noticed her and turned to greet her. You're awake? She cried desperately inside. It was indeed the CEO. What do I do? But instead, she stuttered. CEO, hello. I know it's quite impolite from early Saturday morning, but yesterday, he nodded and replied. I've never seen someone collapse so unexpectedly, just like that, in my entire career as you. Do you know I carried manager So-eun up to your house? I couldn't get in because you didn't tell me the password. I was about to leave you at the door, but ended up bringing you in. The more he talked, the more she wanted to die. She asked, It's just. My house is on the 3rd floor. He answered brightly. That's right. She clarified. You carried me up there, and then you came back down. He replied sarcastically, I regret that. I should have rolled down instead. By the way, the elevator here is also broken, so I carried you up the stairs to the 30th floor. Really? She shivered, panicking and started muttering. What should I do? What should I do? He looked at her distressed expression with satisfaction. You're a fool. It's obviously a lie. So-eun felt horrible about the inconveniences she caused him. CEO, I'm sorry. I pushed myself a bit too much when I wasn't feeling well, and it turned out like this. I won't create such a situation in the future. He thought she was really cute. He made breakfast and carried the food tray to the table. Let's eat. She tried to excuse herself that she will leave right away. He stopped her. Listen to me. I've been through a lot, so hear me out. He made soups with side dishes. Looking at the food, she feels like tears are about to come. She sat down and ate the food, but oh God, how can she feel this uncomfortable so early in the morning? She hated it. T-Jun asked, Did you sleep well? She answered, Yes. He stated he couldn't sleep since she took over his bed. He didn't get to sleep much. You should say sorry to me. She felt so regretful that she is going to get indigestion. I'm sorry, Mr. CEO. From now on I will. T-Jun interrupted her. I want to fill the TF team. I'm thinking it would be good to add 2 more people. preferably people that specialize in cell phones. You can recommend someone if you want. If you don't, I'll just pick them by myself. From now on, we'll work from 6 to 7, only an hour a day. You shouldn't stay up working all night. I don't think it's common for people to lose consciousness and sleep for so long like you did. You should go to the hospital again for an examination. She really slept more than the average person. Was it because her liver couldn't handle overworking her body like that? She was hoping she could go back to her usual life, but it's clear that she won't ever be the same again. She won't push her body that far anymore. She'll make sure to take nutritional supplements too. She told T-Jun that she knew her body well. He doesn't have to worry too much. He told her to hurry and eat before the soup gets cold. She obediently listens and spooned the food. He watched her, but the hair's strands started to fall forward, getting in the way of her face. Unconsciously, he reached out his hand. It's going to get all over her face. She should tuck it back. Then she suddenly pulled her hair back and tied it up, like witchcraft. It shocked him that she tied it without a hair tie. How? Oblivious that he, too, almost tucked her hair back, asked, "Aren't you going to eat, Mr. CEO?" He said he usually doesn't eat much in the morning. She said she was the same. She doesn't eat much in the morning either. He asked, "What is she doing right now?" To him, it seems she is eating pretty well. She reasoned that since he prepared it for her, she had to eat it well. Seeing her facial expression, he thought how cute she is. And unknowingly, she kept looking at her until he caught himself doing that. Panicked, he hurriedly got up and said he would be getting up first. Manager Han should take her time to eat. If she has any leftovers, she can leave them there. In a different room, he scolded himself. Kim Tae-jun, why the hell do you always act so extreme around that woman? You never act normal at all. After breakfast, So-eun went back to the bedroom to look for her bag and cell phone. She doesn't want to cause any more trouble. The CEO even had to take her to his home. She really cannot get used to this. He was so bossy when he made her work so much, but now he's treating her so nicely. He was waiting for her at the end of the stairs. Upon reaching him, he asked for her bag. Startled, she cannot burden the CEO anymore. She told him she can carry it, but then he grabbed her bag and head first. Just focus on taking care of your body and come out. She followed after him and held on to his hand. Mr. CEO, you don't have to do that anymore. I'm fine now, let me carry my own bag. But as she was pulling his arms, her elbow accidentally hit a vase. It fell off the table top and broke in half. Horrified, Mr. CEO, I didn't mean to. Tae-jun told her to forget it. He will call someone to replace it. Looking at the broken vase, she wondered why call someone? Who? Why? Tae-jun spoke on the phone. Hello, secretary? I'm sorry for calling so early in the morning. I have something to ask you. Do you remember the moon jar my aunt gave me a while ago? Well, let's just say that the full moon jar is now 2/2 of a moon. My aunt is going to be very disappointed. Could you find a replacement? At this point, her eyes already looked like they saw the afterlife. A gift from his aunt? That's even worse. Then Tae-jun asked, how much would that be? Oh, 5 million won. Yes, it's okay. I'll leave that to you then. Now, she froze into a statue. 5 million? Tae-jun turned around and said, it's okay, Manager Han. It's only 5 million won. So-eun cried a river and apologized. I'm so sorry. I'm always messing things up. Compared to me who struggles with money. He didn't even hesitate to pay 5 million won for a jar. He even has a very luxurious car. I cannot just leave like this. I should at least apologize properly. Mr. CEO, I'm really sorry. Just because I don't have my lenses with me. I wasn't able to be careful with the things around me. Tae-jun didn't mind. It happened because she tried to take her bag out of his hands. He is sorry for doing that all of a sudden. So-eun felt even worse. Why is he apologizing to her? He asked if she would be able to go up to her apartment alone, since she said she couldn't see without her lenses. Seeing his smiling, handsome face, her face blushed red. I'm okay. It's a route that I take every day. But he already got out of the car, walked to her side, and opened the car for her. I'll go with you. And like that, she walked first while Tae-jun followed. She blushed nervously the entire time. thinking, why is he acting like this? Why is he being so nice to her? After chaperoning So-eun to her doorstep, T-Jun bid goodbye and told her he will see her Monday. Like that, he casually walked away, leaving So-eun confused yet touched at the same time. After she got inside her apartment, she crouched down, blushing and questioning herself. So-eun, what is happening to you? Have you already forgotten how much you suffered for ignoring young Hae-wook's mistreatment of you? Are you really going to fall for someone else so soon? You can't. That's your boss. You have to draw the line there. She has yet to recover from her emotional crush, and yet, she received a text message from her crush stating for her to contact him at this number from now on if anything should happen to her. Imagining that blurry vision of him, telling her that he'll go up with her. She was glad that she couldn't find her lenses. Back at Tae-jun's house, he finally arrived and slumped on his bed, questioning himself. Why did I have to lie like that? Lying to her that he has some business to attend to so he can give her a ride home on the way to the company, or lying that the vase is only 5 million won. I shouldn't be okay with that either, but I didn't want to pressure her. How childish. I don't feel good. Could it be because I'm still tired from not being able to sleep well at night? Or perhaps, is it because I exposed too much of my private life to her? Am I anxious? I don't even know how to describe how I'm feeling right now. However, oddly enough, it felt so familiar. The scent of So-eun, is it in the pillow? The blanket? No, it's all over the bed, isn't it? The bed that So-eun slept on last night. Her scent still lingers. Damn it. He won't be able to sleep at home tonight. Monday morning, Hae-wook went to visit his mother. He went there with news to tell his mother that he and So-eun had broken up. The mother frowned and asked, was it because she heard about their blood types? Was he the one who initiated the breakup? Hae-wook explained that So-eun was the one who wanted the breakup and the blood type was partially the reason. The mother panicked and questioned, did So-eun ask for money when she broke up? Did she try to extort money from him? Hae-wook explained that he's a lawyer. She knows she cannot do that to him. And actually, everything turned out pretty well. As Choi Hyun-jin said she liked him. The mother's mood changed from panic to aesthetic and asked Hae-wook if Hyun-jin really liked him. Hae-wook explained that he couldn't come to tell his mother earlier because he was busy, but they started dating after So-eun broke up with him. He's thinking about proposing to her soon. The mother exclaimed, what a great catch. Well done, son. Hae-wook smiled and said, your son is very charming. Haha. But then the mother asked, however, there's something strange with So-eun. Why would she break up with someone like you? I doubt she has any better option. Then the image of So-eun and Tae-jun hugging appeared in his mind. He thought, no way. That's impossible. It cannot be. At K Electronic Services, Bobae complained about how hot it has been in the building lately. Every time she goes into work, it feels like entering hell. So-eun agreed. There was even a heat wave warning this morning on the news. Bobae questioned that it must be hard on So-eun, as she has to work extra hours on the TF team. She stays up late working, right? So-eun then remembered Tae-jun said he wanted to fill the TF team. She asked if Bobae is interested in the TF team. Bobae replied, of course she is. Why? So-eun explained that the CEO told her he needs 2 more people to work in the team. She was thinking of Bobae and Mr. Jang. What does Bobae think about it? It's just going to be from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., so it won't be too exhausting. Bobae's eyes lit up. Manager, I'm so touched you thought of me for that. I'm so lucky to have such a generous sunbae. No, it's nothing. Will you be okay with getting off work a little more late? Bobae spoke full of enthusiasm. Of course. You have to earn as much money as you can these days. Though to her, that extra payment is good. I'll ask Mr. Jang about it and come back. But I'm sure he'll accept too. So-eun smiled and felt relief. She'll leave that to Bobae. Now that she won't be doing everything by herself, it's going to be more doable. And she'll be able to stop feeling as if she were receiving special treatment. She hoped they would get along with the CEO. She feels a little uncomfortable because she feels like she's using Bobae and Mr. Jang. But at least, as their colleague, she knows this is a good opportunity for them too. Then, someone announced that the CEO bought ice cream for everyone. Bobae want to get ice cream for them too. So-eun overheard 2 colleagues talking that there's a ton of ice cream. So they should share with other departments? When she saw the ice cream cooler in the distance, that ice cream was her favorite. A text message with photos of the ice cream and employees was sent to T-Jun. The report with expenses from the company card will be sent to Secretary Song. T-Jun looked at the photo and wondered if he should have asked the seller to mix some other flavors in the order. He stared at the photo intensely, and no matter how hard he looked at it, the image of So-eun was so blurry. He grabbed the phone hard for a closer look. Damn it! What's wrong with this image quality? I'll have to change all the phones from the management support team. An elderly man guided T-Jun to the conference room. He thanked T-Jun for coming all the way there in this weather. It's been so hot lately. Both men felt the heat getting to them. Even T-Jun had to loosen his tie a bit. At T-Jun's office, Secretary Song was on the phone to take a message to relay to T-Jun when he arrived. Not long after, T-Jun came. He thanked Secretary Song for her hard work before proceeding to his office. Secretary Song told T-Jun that the employees are in a great mood today, thanks to the ice cream. T-Jun has a great sense for things like this. He could be a better secretary than her. T-Jun chuckled and is glad that he is able to help a little. Secretary Song said there's one thing she needed to check with him. She gave T-Jun the list of candidates Manager Han talked about. T-Jun took the sheet and said he will check it right away. After sitting down on the chair, he finally let go of his facade. He's exhausted. He couldn't sleep well all weekend, and he's been busy attending meetings all week in the middle of this heat wave. He feels like he's about to die. He thought he would be fine if he just changed the bed, but should he go to a hotel instead? Does he really have to leave his house because of her? Casually looking at the list, the name list suddenly caught his attention. Thinking back to when he overheard So-eun's colleagues talking loudly in favor of So-eun, how it's going to be hard if So-eun is not working with them anymore. Bobae spoke excitedly about how So-eun stopped wearing her glasses. Her face has been glowing lately. One colleague said he didn't notice for the longest time. So-eun always had glasses on, while Mr. Jang thinks that she is really pretty. He even blushed slightly. T-Jun frowned upon hearing that. Looking at the list, the name Jang Yunpyo is the same guy as that one. So-eun even wrote that Mr. Jang is a special asset to have on the team. This woman. T-Jun was so irritated. He even crumpled the paper a bit. This is so annoying. Why would he be any different to any other employee? What should he do? He cannot reject Jang Pyo without a good reason. Looking in the mirror, So-eun mentally encouraged herself to face the after-work shift. It's 6 o'clock. It's time to go. She will go greet Secretary Song first, and after that, she will have to go greet the CEO too. He will be in his office, right? What should she tell him?
Ugh.
She should just act as usual. There's no reason for her to be nervous about it. She greeted Secretary Song, who was happy to see her, and asked how her health was. She was shocked when So-eun fainted. So-eun stated that she's doing a lot better, thanks to Secretary Song. And she's sorry for worrying Secretary Song. Secretary Song told So-eun not to worry about it. The CEO took care of almost everything. Even so, So-eun felt bad for making Secretary Song worry about her. Plus, Secretary Song had to take care of her. Secretary Song stated the CEO just arrived. Would So-eun like her to go in with So-eun? Yes. So-eun didn't hesitate to answer. Yes, come in. Secretary Song brought So-eun to the office to greet T-Jun before leaving back to her post. T-Jun asked how is So-eun feeling. So-eun answered, I'm better now. Thank you for worrying about me. T-Jun replied that it's a relief to see she's better. So-eun blushed and wondered, a relief? What does he mean? Work. She should focus on talking about work. Mr. CEO. Today I asked Secretary Song to give you a recommendation letter with the candidates I chose. T-Jun answered, I see. I'll review it as soon as I can. Of course, he lied. He already saw the list. He's unsure about the candidates. So-eun asked, how soon can they start working once they accept? T-Jun stated that he'll contact them separately. So-eun asked if there is anything she should tell the candidates to prepare in advance. Before that, T-Jun would like to apologize to her. He handed the glasses to her. Here, these are your glasses, aren't they? The glasses were cracked. She asked why would he have them? To be honest, He didn't see they were below the bench at the store that day, so he stepped on them. He didn't know how to tell her because she said they were precious to her. He's sorry. She smiled and said, "Nope. They aren't precious to me anymore. It's okay. You could have thrown them away." He stood up and told her, "Let's go buy a new pair." Huh? She questioned. T-Jun explained that he was the one that broke the glasses after all. It's only right for him to buy her a new pair. Part of So-eun wanted to reject him, but the other part wanted to hang out with him. Even though she knows she shouldn't fall for him, her heart feels nice being next to him. She wonders where her heart is leading her now. Again. How far will this go? It scares her. So-eun was nervous, anxious, and excited at the same time. "I was planning to get new ones at the local optician shop after I got paid." T-Jun stated he knew someone there. So-eun's hand trembled as she pointed to the glasses, thinking she should pick the cheapest one. Then, "I'll take these ones," the sales associate suggested. "What do you think about these ones? I think they suit you better." So-eun cried loudly inside. So expensive. She told the associate she's not sure. The sales associate suggested she try the glasses on. Smaller frames suit So-eun better, and these ones make her look like a model. So-eun tried the glasses on. She thinks these are okay too, but she still thinks the other ones, referring to the cheaper ones. The sales associate commented, "Sire, please take a look at your girlfriend with these glasses," moving So-eun's body to face T-Jun. "What do you think? Don't you think these glasses suit her better?" So-eun froze. Girlfriend? What? T-Jun leaned closer to inspect. "I'm not sure. She looks pretty with both." So-eun's face blushed bright red. As her heart thumped, "You are in big trouble, Han So-eun. What the hell are you going to do about this?" At a jewelry store in the mall, the sales associates welcome Hae-wook. He made a reservation with them. The sales associate asked him to wait while she brought out the product he mentioned on their call. He frowned, looking at the ring, thinking back to work. After the meeting adjourned, he saw Hyun-jin looking at her phone. She asked if he was well prepared for the proposal. He froze thinking, "Why all of a sudden? Why are you asking that? I'll have everything prepared. You don't have to worry." "Haha." Hyun-jin laughed blissfully. "Really? I'll be looking forward to it." Hae-wook laughed nervously. Damn it. Why the hell is she expecting so much? Han So-eun would have been happy even if I just gave her a candy ring. He's not ready for it. Then Hyun-jin holds the phone out to show Hae-woo, "This is the engagement ring I want, okay?" Just by looking at it, he could tell it's really expensive. "Oh, you mean the wedding ring?" She replied, "No, this will be just the engagement ring." He asked for the link so he could look at it. After seeing the price, his jaw dropped and his soul almost left his body. 50 million won. What kind of engagement ring is this? How can it be so expensive? While Hyun-jin was oblivious to Hae-wook's crisis dilemma, she laughed happily at the phone. "I've dreamt of being proposed to with this ring for a long time. You're going to make my dream come true, right?" Hae-wook cried internally. "Whoa. You work with me. You should know my salary is." He answered. Of course. At the jewelry store. He was really struggling. Making a proposal is so difficult. He cannot even imagine how expensive the wedding ring is going to be. Looking at the receipt, he noticed the price difference. The price is a little different. I thought it was 50 million won. The sales associate answered, yes, but it was raised today by the headquarters. Hae-wook almost had a meltdown. It went up by 5 million in just one day. What the hell is that ring? No, calm down. It's okay. I'll be rewarded with so much more after we get married. I don't know much about her background, but I've heard her father is a businessman. He's always busy doing business abroad. At the very least, they're rich enough to send their daughter to a prestigious university and have her living in a luxurious apartment. So it's guaranteed she's not from a normal family. This is an investment for the future. As long as I get on my father-in-law's good side, I might even be able to open my own law firm. While he was trying to reason and justify his decision, he noticed Han So-eun. What is she doing here? Who's that with her? Is it Kim Tae-jun? They haven't finished packing it yet? What's taking them so long? He asked if the sales associate could hurry up. The associate stated she just got done. He snatched the bag and left hurriedly to chase after So-eun. He saw those two going this way. And where are they? Where did they go? He searched frantically for them. At the same time, So-eun and T-Jun had already walked out to the parking lot. So-eun spoke, "You didn't have to buy me contact lenses either. I have a pair already." T-Jun reasoned that it's because the prescription for her glasses changed too. Even so, she would feel uncomfortable if he buys so many things for her. T-Jun frowned, thinking, he's the one who's feeling uncomfortable. He is sure that Jang Yunpyo likes Han So-eun, but he cannot prevent them from working together without any reason. T-Jun assured that he just paid her back for the glasses he broke. She reasoned that she also broke his expensive jar too. In that case, she wanted him to let her know if there is anything he wanted her to do to repay him. He paused, turned around and asked, "Anything?" "There's a lot of things I would like, so many that you could make a mountain with it. And some are even unjustifiable. So I think it's better to ask for something small first. Something that could pass as a basic petition. But if I want to be greedy, I could ask her to make out. I wonder what color she'll turn at that moment. What kind of noises she'll let out. That way, I could secure that in your life, except for me. No one is going to take you away. So now what? Should I do that? I think I'd better not. I know that. I'm pathetic and selfish for thinking this way, but I don't want to see you going away again. I have no choice but to take the path that I know is best." So he told her, "I'm sorry, but there's nothing you could do for me, Manager Han." This is his way of fully compromising. He smiled, turned around and said, "I'm hungry. Would you like to go out and have dinner together? Let's leave quickly before it gets too late." So-eun made up her heart. Suddenly said, "Mr. CEO, I think I have something to say. I think I like you." Her feelings are starting to grow again. They're being fueled by warmth and kindness, just like before. She cannot make the same mistake again. This time, she'll cut it off early. She won't let her wounds fester anymore. She won't be shaken anymore. Looking straight at him, she said, "I'm sorry to say this all of a sudden, but I think I should leave the TF team. I know you trusted me enough to give me this task, and I really appreciate it, but I think I'm just going to be a burden to the team if I keep going like this. I'm sorry for having ulterior motives towards you, Mr. CEO. I will now be faithful to my work. I'll go in first. Thank you for today." She turned around and walked away, telling herself, "It's okay. This was something she had to say someday. You did well. Han So-eun, even if you're embarrassed today, you'll be fine tomorrow." Tears formed about to roll down. Then her hand was grabbed by T-Jun. He turned her around to face him. "Manager Han, what do you think you're doing? Do you think you can say all that and run away?" He, who has only learned how to win, is about to play a game that no one loses. He will enjoy this fleeting moment of emotion and then leave, and Han So-eun will live without knowing anything. Knowing the end, he cannot move forward. Fearing to lose what he has barely regained, he cannot retreat. The young T-Jun, playing dominoes, spoke, "Don't overdo it. You need to be presentable for your aunt and grandfather." The older T-Jun, playing dominoes, sitting across from the young T-Jun, commented, "You've been listening well so far, so that's enough. I'm just going to play with it for a bit, you know?" However, today was an extremely hot day. The heat is so oppressive that it's hard to breathe even when standing still, and he was also sleep-deprived. There, the older So-eun approached them and said, "Mr. CEO, I have something to tell you. I think I like you, Mr. CEO." As he chased after her, he dropped the dominoes piece on his hand, and the dominoes hit the piece before it, and that before piece fell and hit the next piece, causing a domino effect. Grabbing onto her hand, she turned around with tears flowing down her face. The young T-Jun questioned madly, "What are you going to do now? I warned you. If my aunt and grandfather find out, it's done." Yes, the grown-up T-Jun knows that. Looking at the So-eun doll figurine the domino piece was about to hit, reached out his hand to protect it. "I don't care what the end may be." T-Jun pulled So-eun into his arms and scolded, Why are you giving me such a hard time? Why are you always so sincere? I wished you were a little weaker, a little more twisted like me." "You win, Han So-eun." Remaining in his embrace, So-eun's face becomes red and redder. She reached out her hand behind his back and softly hugged him. He glanced at her and saw her bashful face. What's with that reaction? She's definitely been in a relationship before. He asked. Should we go? To where? She questioned, but he just dragged her by the hand without speaking, tossed her on the seat, buckled her, and drove away, leaving her with lots of questions unanswered. What is going on here? I know I tend to make things difficult, and I'm always sincere even if I don't know what's going on. But what is this? What did you mean by that, Mr. CEO? Looking at his expression, she has even more questions. Then she noticed. Wait, this doesn't seem like the way home? Are we going to have dinner like we agreed? In her imagination, they would eat in silence, avoiding talking about what happened earlier. Oh my God, just imagining makes my stomach twist. Looking at him and his impure smirk, she was too embarrassed to speak, but she eventually asked, Mr. CEO, where are we going? He answered, we're going to my house. Upon hearing this, she finally has a meltdown. Mr. CEO's house? He smiled and said, yes. Did you think I would just let you go? That's not possible. What? You know, I lied when I told you that I carried you all the way to the 30th floor. Haha. Oh, I see. But before So-eun even got out of the car, T-Jun's phone rang. Ugh. It won't stop ringing. T-Jun told her to wait. He has to answer this call. He grabbed onto her hand as he picked up. Hello. T-Jun, have you left already? The person asked through the other line. T-Jun answered, yes, I'm on my way home. The person on the phone stated, I'm on my way to your house too. I'm at the parking lot. Where are you? T-Jun froze and turned to look at So-eun. I think I see your car, Aunt. I'll go there. Then he hung up and dragged So-eun back to his car, put her back inside the car, and asked her to wait inside the car for a moment. Okay. But why? He told her to just wait for a moment. He has to go see his aunt. The moment he shut the door, he transformed into nephew mode, smiling cheekily, Aunt, and ran towards her car. The aunt got out of the car and said, I heard you broke the luxury jar I gave you. T-Jun apologized. I'm sorry, I know you gave it to me with love. Aunt stated it was okay. It happens. This time, I brought you one made of white porcelain from the Joseon dynasty. It's a lot sturdier than the last one. The aunt took out the chest box and showed it to T-Jun. The aunt asked, it seems you're getting along well with Secretary Song, aren't you? He remembers when Secretary Song questioned him about getting along much better with Manager Han. Did she tell you something? He wondered if Secretary Song mentioned anything about him and Han So-eun to his aunt. Aunt laughed and said, I wished. Do you think she would? She's the type to keep her mouth shut. But she contacted me when I was going to meet with a curator. She said you were looking for something to replace the jar I gave you. Aunt laughed cheekily, then excused herself. She will be leaving now since she had given him what she came here to do. He asked if she was going to go up. She is sorry and will call the next time she comes. T-Jun waved goodbye and watched his aunt's car drive away before heading back to his car. He opened the door and spoke. I'm sorry, my aunt suddenly. But the car was empty. Then he heard a beep on his phone. It was a text message from So-eun. I'm sorry, Mr. CEO. I went back home already. So-eun took the bus home, thinking of when T-Jun ran to meet up with his aunt. Of course he wanted to hide me. We don't match at all. It's obvious he's not confident in having a relationship with me. But I'm glad I came to my senses early. I let myself daydream for too long. I should worry about what I'm going to do tomorrow at work. When she arrived at her apartment, T-Jun was already waiting for her. He spoke. You weren't answering my calls. She told her she had her phone turned off at the train station. He explained. He doesn't want to hear her apologizing. He just didn't want his aunt to interfere with his private matters. It's too early for that. His explanation made her silent. It wasn't that he was not confident about her. He turned to look at her and said, Aren't you hungry? I am. Miss Han So-eun, shouldn't you invite me to eat something since we are in your neighborhood? She looked up. Oh, dinner? What would you like to eat? He asked, What is your favorite place around here? She took the lead and asked him to follow her. He wondered if this was going well. She took him to a restaurant and told him to order anything he wanted. She will get him anything? Then he asked, in that case, can I order everything on the menu? She panicked, but stuttered that's okay with her. But wouldn't they take too long at the place? He asked, what do you recommend? She said she likes the double kimbap, the ripened kimchi kimbap, and the tuna kimbap. He asked, what's the double kimbap? She explained it's kimbap, but with double the ingredients. He said, let's eat those 3 then. When the kimbap was served, she looked at them. These are bigger than usual. How should she eat them? Should she lower her face? Or should she just cover her mouth? When T-Jun stood up to get water, she thought, this is her chance. She stuffed the kimbap in her mouth. T-Jun glanced back and noticed this too. He chuckled silently at the water stall. T-Jun thanked her for the food. So-eun also enjoyed it too. At first, she thought it was just her, but no matter how much she thinks about it, she thinks she's right. He kept avoiding eyes to make it easier for her too, him having an interest at Tej menu, getting up to use the bathroom, or looking at the news. How should she react to him being so thoughtful? He must have a ton of experience with dating, doesn't he? She's curious about the past. No, she's curious about the present of Mr. CEO. She told him she liked him. What does he think of her confession? Right now, how does he feel being by her side like this? Mr. CEO, I have a question for you. Do you have a girlfriend? He sighed and replied, hey, if I had a girlfriend, did you think I'd be a scumbag and leave her to spend all this time with you? So-eun? She reasoned, but you asked me something like that before, about how to be nice to a woman. Because of that, I thought you had a woman in your life you wanted to be nice to. T-Jun explained, I just asked that because I was trying to talk to you. Oh, you were trying to have small talk with me. He humphed, there are more reasons, but it doesn't matter anymore. Then he confessed, I've been interested in you since I gave you the bag with grilled eel. She asked, do you usually bother someone you are interested in that much? He gazed oddly at her for a moment before replying, not really. Well, now that I think about it, maybe I do. She can't understand him. Why would he bother her like that? Was he worried that she'd hate him if he bothered her so much? Did he just give up on getting me to like him and focus on getting acknowledged by me instead? Does this mean he teases me every time I don't pay attention to him? Then he said I'm sorry. She thought he was apologizing for bothering her. She answered, it's okay. It's not necessary to do that anymore. He touched her face and pulled it closer to him and said that's not what I'm talking about. I'll be apologizing a lot from now on. And then he leaned in to kiss her. After a few kisses, he slid the mint into her mouth and whispered sweetly, take it all. And then stuck out his tongue to sweep her delicious mouth. Her face blushed bright red. This mint flavor. It's spicy. Then he parted away from her mouth and asked, what? You don't like this flavor? I followed you all the way to your house. Don't you think I should get a little kiss? So-eun breathed heavily. No, that's not what I mean. T-Jun stepped closer and declared, I'm going to take you. I don't like playing pretend. Then he kissed the corner of her eye and said, I'll reveal more of myself to you. So-eun thought, is this how he actually is? He said he was sorry for bothering her, but at the same time, he said that he was going to apologize for similar things a lot more in the future. She doesn't think he will let her go anyway. If this is how he really is. In that case, she doesn't think he's actually sorry. Then, he pulled her in for another deep, passionate kiss. The next day at work, Bo-bae arrived at work complaining that last night was so hot. She almost couldn't sleep. So-eun was still dazed from the night before and didn't even know why she came to work. He cannot believe she came to work after everything that happened yesterday. She didn't do all that with just a colleague from the company. She did it with the CEO of the company. Is this all a dream? Please. She hopes that's the case. Then someone announced the CEO is coming. Bo-bae praised. He's so cool. Look how tall he is. Manager Han, have you heard any rumors about the CEO? If he has a girlfriend, I bet it's a famous model or another rich woman from a powerful family. So-eun darted her eyes away and muttered, Who knows? Bo-bae nudged So-eun. Hey, you two are always together. You haven't heard anything? Really? So-eun denied. No, I really don't know anything. Manager Jang then came by to the girl. They greeted each other, and then T-Jun called out, Manager Han So-eun, these two are the ones you wanted in the TF team, right? He came up and smiled brightly at the team. Nice to meet you, everyone. You can start your activities at the TF team this coming Monday. The excited Bo Bei answered, We'll do our best, Mr. CEO. Tae-jun stated, they can come to the 7th floor after their normal schedule at 6 p.m. Yes. Everyone was riled up. He dropped by just like that and left. Bo Bei asked curiously, what are we going to do first? Do you know Manager Han? I'm not sure. Since all three of us are from the mobile services team, I'm guessing it's going to be a project related to that, don't you think? Bo Bei guessed, maybe we could surpass everyone's expectations by designing a new model. What kind of concept would you like, Manager Jang? Yunpyo answered that he would like a dehumidifier. So-eun thought, a dehumidifier. She would also love that. Bo Bei asked, why would he want that? Yunpyo explained it might sound a little strange, but when he saw the condenses moist slowly filling the water storage compartment, it feels nice. The girls were instantly amazed at Jangpyo. He thinks it would be nice to have something like that on a cell phone. So-eun exclaimed full of energy. I also like dehumidifiers. Thanks to them you can see the water molecules that are around you, and then it fills a compartment with that water. And her expressions shocked both Bo Bei and Yunpyo. Bo Bei laughed and stated, this is the first time I see Manager Han talking so loudly. Jangpyo asked, you like the dehumidifiers too, Manager Han? So-eun cried and answered shyly, yes. Tae-jun, who was walking away, overheard this conversation. Dehumidifier? He's never seen her acting like that before. It's like a new side that he didn't know about. Thinking about her expression yesterday, he worried. I don't think she felt as confident about her confession yesterday. She was shy, timid, and passive when she confessed. But today, she was enthusiastic and very vocal. His thoughts become paranoid. Could it be that she likes dehumidifiers more than me? And he became mad at his own thoughts. Han So-eun. I'm better than him. He's better than the dehumidifier. Now he's stalking her gloomily around the corner, confusing the worker who just passed by. At Tae-jun's aunt's office, the secretary handed her the materials for today's presentation. Though she seemed to be working, she was actually thinking about when she saw Tae-jun holding a girl's hand in the parking lot, when he was talking on the phone with her. Though she only saw their back views. It seems that he has a new girlfriend. She wonders if Secretary Song knows something about it. How she saw Tae-jun yesterday, he was being all sneaky, looking around. She told herself, let's not become that nosy aunt that interferes in her nephew's private life. If they start getting serious, he'll show her to me one day. I will sincerely welcome anyone that Tae-jun chooses, and if my father doesn't like her, I'll stand by their side and support them. Tae-jun and his new girlfriend, what kind of woman will she be? The end of a new work day. So-eun texted Tae-jun if they are going to redo the TF activities today. He texted back that she can go up to him. Upon arriving at his office, he personally came to open the door for her, which surprised her. It wasn't necessary for him to open the door for her. Mr. CEO, I wanted to talk to you about the new project we are going to start next week. Tae-jun wrapped his arms around her from behind and said, I hear that you like dehumidifiers. You heard that? I was just talking nonsense. He refuted. How can it be nonsense when you look so fired up talking about it? He spooned her from behind and asked, would you like to go out and have a drink together? She acts cute when she's drunk. So-eun tried to walk away from him. This won't do. This is a dangerous situation. We're going to be in trouble if someone sees us. I have to reach the door. Her hand trembled as she tried her hardest to reach the handle, but she accidentally locked the door instead. So-eun froze, panicked. What? Why? Did I lock the door? Tae-jun whispered, if you lock the door like that, isn't it more suspicious? But it's okay. I don't think anyone will come. So-eun's face turned red and then she tried to push him away. We should focus on work at the company. She patted her thumping heart to calm down. I almost fell over. Having a relationship with a coworker is more dangerous than I thought. She reasoned before calming down. All right, let's really focus on work during the weekdays. Would you be free during the weekend? I am free. Now she suddenly feels like she did something wrong. It feels weird. How can he act so indifferent in this situation? He ordered, then made sure to pack everything you needed for a 3 days and 2 nights trip. Where would you like to go? It took So-eun a moment to process. Trip of 3 days and 2 nights, packing things. A place I want to go. It could only mean one thing. This trip is a couple's trip. Oh my God. She stuttered to clarify. Mr. CEO, are you telling me that you want to go on a trip for couples? He answered dramatically, yes, what about it? You don't want to? So-eun was bewildered, awed, speechless, unable to recover from the blow of the couple's trip. No, that's T-Jun thought she was too cute. That's too fast, however. She couldn't tell him that she doesn't want to. In the end, she told him, it's nothing, she'll go. Meanwhile, that same evening, Hae-wook's house was festive. The whole family was preparing for the proposal. The dad asked, are you really going to do your proposal at home? Your mom was just discharged from the hospital yesterday. Just because she was discharged doesn't mean she's completely recovered. Hae-wook cried as he blew the balloons for decorations. What do you want me to do? Hyunjin always refuses to meet me in a hotel room. The mom scolded the dad. Hey, stop nagging him. You're just jealous because he's doing for his lover what you couldn't do for me, aren't you? The dad reasoned. It's not like that. I'm just worried about you. Worried about me? The mom told him that he should be worrying about his son. Looking at the decoration table, she saw how dazzling the ring box was. Curious to what kind of ring her son bought, she opened the case. Son, you bought a really gorgeous ring. Hae-wook asked his mom to put that down. She shouldn't be touching it. She asked, how much did it cost you? I'm sure it must have been at least 5 million won. Well, I'm sure a daughter-in-law like that must be expensive. Hae-wook answered, she has a similar taste to your mom. I even bought it in the same department store that you always go to. But in hindsight, it was really expensive, way too expensive. He cannot believe he spent 55 million won on a ring. He must have gone crazy for a moment. After thinking about it, he realized it was a waste, and he returned the real ring back. Then after that, he ordered a fake version of the same ring, only for 500,000 won. He used the old case of a gift from his mother, and he forged the authenticity document. That's the only reasonable thing to do. After looking at it, the mother asked, hey, now that I'm looking at it, are you sure you bought this at the same department store? And in this case, it is a little. Then Hae-wook ran to the door. I must get Hyunjin. I'll be right back. Be prepared. And like that, he proposed to her with the ring. The mother and father cheered on the side. Hyunjin was surprised. She asked, you all prepared this for me? I'm so touched. The parents were proud. The mother thought they were a perfect match. Hyunjin showed off the ring. Thank you, Oppa. The ring is so pretty too. But this ring is a little loose on me. Could I have lost weight recently? Hae-wook calmed. It's okay. I can exchange it at the store later. How could you do that when I brought it for you? Let me do that. Hyunjin answered, I have some free time right now. This ring cost 55 million won. It'll be better to exchange it as soon as possible. Also, wouldn't it be better if they could get my measurements in person? The parents' jaw dropped, shocked at how expensive the ring was. They side eyes glared at their son. The mother interrupted, I don't see the wine opener. I'll go look for one. Huh. As the mother walked away, she whispered to herself, I'll have to scold him properly later. Hyunjin called out, Mother-in-law, are you feeling better? I heard you were discharged yesterday. She turned around and stated, she is all right. Hyunjin felt better. What a relief. My parents will be returning to the country next week. If it's all right with you, can we all have a meeting together? The mother forced a laugh. Oh, I did not hear about that from Hae-wook. Why were your parents abroad? Hyunjin explained. Oh, my father works in Dubai in the UAE. They focus on high-tech business. But my mother is a housewife just like you. This sparked the mother's interest. What is the name of the company he works at? Hyunjin stated proudly, it's the So-eun Artificial Intelligence Industrial Technology. I'll show you the photo of my father's company. She took out the phone to show the photo. It was a high-rise, tall, sturdy building, making the mother's jaw drop thinking of endless wealth in the future. When did you say they were coming? Hyunjin stated. Next week. The mother's demeanor changed to instant happiness. Of course, I would love to meet them. My health doesn't matter when such important people are making time to meet someone like me. Hyunjin stated. Don't worry too much about it. You don't have to push yourself too hard. Oh, there's something I would like to tell you before you meet my parents. You know I'm an only child, right? My parents don't want to see me getting married and suffering because of it, so they are probably going to ask about our house first. I'm sure they'll want to know if my husband's family is going to be able to afford a good house for us. The mother snickered. What is she saying? She made him spend 55 million won on a ring, and now she wants us to buy them a house? Hyunjin continued, if unbothered by the changes in the mother's expression. Because of that, if my mama sees you thinking about it as much as you are right now, she will tell my dad and he's going to buy a house twice as good. Hae-wook better and made a good decision by presenting his first option. You should only be thinking about that, about how much you are going to make it work to spend on our house. Now, the mother finally sees it. The reason Hae-wook bought such an expensive ring, there's no way Hae-wook is going to end up losing as long as he manages to marry her. Well done, son. You caught a huge fish. At the jewelry store, Hae-wook returned to the jewelry shop last time to get the ring again. He cried and scolded himself. Damn it, I should have bought the expensive ring from the beginning. I struggled to get a fake one, and I wasted more money on it. I even had to come all the way to buy it again, which now cost about 60 million won. I couldn't let Hyunjin come to change it herself. What is the best they're doing here? I can't believe he comes here to shop so comfortably while others like me struggle by buying just one thing. If he would have kept our contract, I could have been as relaxed about money as him. Come to think of it, why did So-eun and him come together to this place last time? I should check it by myself. He walked up to T-Jun and called out, Mr. Kim T-Jun, long time no see. How have you been? Oh, lawyer young Hae-wook. Hae-wook's attitude changed to catering. I was very sad when I heard you withdrew from our contract. You didn't even contact us personally to tell us. Ha ha ha. T-Jun answered without giving face. Sorry about that. I thought your first recruitment would be successful, but I was very disappointed when it did not result as expected. Well then, if you excuse me. And he walked away. Hae-wook still has to check. So he asked, wait, do you know So-eun? She is actually my girlfriend? She works at the electronic customer service brand of the K Group, just like you. T-Jun answered without hiding. I do know her. Hae-wook replied, to be honest, I broke up with her not too long ago. And I saw her hugging you the day we broke up. T-Jun stated she just leaned on me because she wasn't feeling well that day. Hae-wook asked, you were such a nice person. How has she been doing? T-Jun answered, if uninterested, I don't know. I don't have the time to check on each of my employees one by one. Hae-wook explained, I'm a little worried for her because she's the type of person that would have a hard time after a breakup like that. I was the only one she could rely on. I hope she's not causing any inconveniences for you. Mr. CEO. T-Jun gave him a death glare and turned around to walk away. If you are that curious about her, you should contact her on your own. Leaving Hae-wook confused. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? At So-eun's house. Her stuff are all over the place. She doesn't have enough clothes to bring to a 2 nights and 3 days trip. She should have bought more. What else should she pack? And then she looked at her undergarments. They are brand new, delicate undergarments. She took one to look at it, and then her face blushed. She should try them on at least once. She'll just check if they look good on her. As she slid her shirt up a little, she was reminded of the scars from the surgery. She's so dumb. Why didn't she think about that? Then her phone buzzed, startling her. Luckily, it's just a message from the CEO. What could have happened now? He was already in front of her apartment right now. She rushed out without properly putting her jacket on. He asked why is she in such a hurry. Before she could mutter a reply, he handed her the bag. Here, your glasses. She asked if he went there by himself. He had a meeting nearby, so he went to get them since he was around already. She thanked him. Then he asked if there is anything else she wanted to tell him aside from that. She stuttered shyly. Well, thank you for buying these new glasses for me. And, also, T-Jun hugged her and sighed. It was so hard being apart from you for so long. Don't you want to pack your things and come out with me? Still blushing in his embrace, she asked, Eh? Right now? Where to? He replied happily, To my house. She froze. What? What are we supposed to do in your house, Mr. CEO? He chuckled. What are you talking about? Falling asleep together. Don't you want that? I sure want to fall asleep next to you. As he trailed his fingers down her hairs to her earlobes, she backed away from him. Her eyes swirled in circles, trying to process what he said. We agreed to hang out just during the weekend. We literally agreed to that just a few days ago. Tomorrow. We have work tomorrow. He walked up to her and wrapped his arms around her. What about it? You can go to work with me tomorrow. She cried inwardly. You sneaky liar. He said, It's okay too if you want me to sleep here with you. She declined. No. I'll go to your house. Like that, she left with him. She decided not to be curious about his past, and the CEO seems to think the same about her. So they don't have to be shy with each other about it. They decided to leave it all in the past. If they keep moving forward being unbothered by the past, she is sure they will experience a whole new world. She wants to enjoy a pure love without any pittiness or compassion towards her past. Because of that now, she wants to be as honest as she can with what she wants and desires. She has to tell him. She has to tell him right now. Made up her mind. She held onto his cuff and said, Mr. CEO, I want to ask you something. I would like you to turn off the lights tonight. The devil and Angel T-Jun had a meeting. Staring at their to-do list, Angel T-Jun questioned if that is enough. Bring her the glasses and pick her up. The devil T-Jun answered that it is enough. Although, he thinks they are forgetting a very important thing. Can he add it? Angel T-Jun refused. Didn't you see what you caused earlier? Are you going to take responsibility if she runs away again? Devil T-Jun finally stopped, and then they both stopped and directed their attention to So-eun. She asked, Mr. CEO, I want to ask you something. She tore off the to-do list and said, I would like you to turn off the lights tonight. All that they planned was useless. T-Jun didn't expect for her to be so active about it like this. Looking at her blushed, nervous face, he could only do as she asked. All right, but we can at least leave a bed lamp on, right? She refused. No, nothing like that. He observed her, silently and intently, thinking of various things. Then as a light bulb came on, he laughed naughtily. I think I get it. You like to do it without seeing anything? Would you like me to cover your eyes? She blushed even more and said, No, it's not like that. I don't want any lights on. Looking at her nervous expression, she seems very worried about it. He's never felt so tortured by someone's expression before. She looked so cute to him, and he could only give in to her request. I understand. Aside from that, do you have any other requests? She answered shyly, not looking at him. Oh yes. To be honest, it's my first time. So. Oh, well. I just wanted to ask you to take good care of me, since I don't have any experience. T-Jun looked at So-eun and questioned why. Why is she lying to him like that? There's no way she couldn't have done it already with young Hae-wook after they were together for so long. I don't see a way for someone like him to not have insisted on laying his hands on someone like her. My jealous side is starting to heat up, but I have to separate that from this moment. It has nothing to do with us right now. Because of that, it's okay for me, he uttered. So-eun, but I don't know if I'll be able to turn all the lights off all the way you want it. But I'll definitely take good care of you. She turned around to see him, and he leaned in to kiss her. I want to see you while doing it. I don't want my eyes to lose sight of any piece of you. He started kissing her neck to tease her, ran his lips on her earlobe, sending chills down through her body. Then he sucked her neck again, making her whole body tremble. Her face was already flushing with heat. Wait. Mr. CEO, wait a moment. He didn't listen to her pleas and continued to kiss and suck her. After sucking and kissing her neck to stimulate her, he pulled her chin up so he could kiss her lips. After kissing her to his fill, he finally let go and smiled. Shall we start now? She was scared and nervous, but she was also determined. She answered, Getting her permission. He knelt down. First we must take this off. He looked so gentlemanly and kind as he started to take off her shoes. He was gentle and slow with each of his actions, as if he had all the time in the world to take off her shoes. He glanced up to look at her. From his point of view, he could only see her ear and part of her face. But he could clearly see that her ears and face were blushing red, nervous. He averted his eyes down as he picked up her shoes to put away. Just a little bit. I'll wait for you just a little bit more. Gently caressing her face. He knows he could embrace as much as he wants, but if she is not looking at him, he'll have to make her look at him properly, so she can remember it clearly, and picture those memories in her heart again. Then he leaned in to kiss her. The lights were off, though the window was open. Moaning and love-making noises filled the room. So-eun's body trembles while tears dripped down her face. T-Jun, who was on top of her, spread her legs wider for better penetration. She could only moan with each of his thrusts. At this moment, he knew that he was burning with jealousy right now. Their hands clasped tight together. So-eun muttered through tears. Mr. CEO. It hurts. I don't like it. At the same time, T-Jun thought, here it comes. That bastard is coming to her mind again. I want to see it. I'm going to turn on the lights. I want to see what kind of crying expression she's doing now. At last. What I've been longing for. It's finally coming to reality. T-Jun huffed from exercise exertion, while So-eun moaned from pain and pleasure. I must be crazy. You are crazy. Kim T-Jun. The next day, sunlight peeked through the window. So-eun finally woke up. She turned to look behind her, but there was no one there. Mr. CEO is already up. Right, I have to get ready for work too. She sat up and then screamed in pain. Her back is about to break. My whole body aches. Thinking back, she yelled. But I've already washed up and changed into my pajamas. T-Jun still wants to go another round, reasoned. It doesn't matter, since the lights are off, right? She scolded. It's all your fault, Mr. CEO. You did nothing right except turn off the lights. Still, that was the first time she experienced something like that. An overwhelming sensation, a mix of sadness and happiness. He was making love to her like he wanted to devour everything of her, even shaking while muttering, You left me, you were mine. You were mine. Lying on the bed, she wondered who was he thinking of when he said that? I want to know. But I don't want to at the same time. Just as I concealed my scars for a normal first night, Mr. CEO must have hidden his past to embrace me. We rushed into this, knowing so little about each other. We're merely together for the fleeting desires of the moment. Now, it's not the time to think about that. I have to get to work. After dressing up, she met T-Jun downstairs. He was all dressed, looking dazzlingly refreshed. Did you sleep well? So-eun, shy, couldn't make eye contact, asked. Yes. Did you get some rest? I cannot bring myself to look into his eyes. He caressed her cheeks and asked how her body was doing. She quickly said, she is fine. He said he enjoyed it. What about her? Her face blushed bright red, thinking, I'll never be able to get used to it. She said, I enjoyed it too. He complained. I remember you cried. Shy So-eun asked, How? How? Did you know? T-Jun stated he can notice everything he touches. So-eun explained, I didn't realize that. I didn't hate the sensation. I was just... Then she noticed the jar that she broke. Mr. CEO, that jar? T-Jun answered. I glued it back together. It looks good, right? So-eun felt sad. No, it's a bit obvious. Just as I'm hiding my past, this man is thinking of someone from his past. Everything will come out in the end. How long can we keep deceiving each other? I'm sorry. T-Jun didn't want her to feel guilty about. He teased. I'm going to flick your forehead whenever you apologize. Motioning the flickering gesture with his fingers. Her reaction stopped him. He remembered that same protective reaction from back then. She's just like back then too. He sighed and stated, I'm just kidding. Just stop apologizing, So-eun. She was surprised. She didn't get flicked. I don't understand. Well, then. I'll say thank you instead of sorry. I broke something worth 50 million won. This is a big deal. But thank you for acting like it's not a big deal. It's never coming back. He pulled her in for a hug. Who says that? Then his phone rang, attracting their attention. T-Jun frowned, while So-eun asked him to answer it. The call was from his aunt So-eun. Yes, auntie. She called to ask for a favor. Would he be able to go on a business trip to the Philippines this weekend? This weekend? T-Jun questioned. Aunt So-eun answered, yes, this weekend. It's Friday there, right? I think it'll be a good idea to leave right away. I'm not sure if the news has reached there yet, but some electronics factory workers have died. It wasn't an accident at the factory, but an accident that happened while the workers were commuting home by carpooling. Apparently, the accident was caused by the driver's negligence. The families of the diseases are demanding compensation for negligence. We need to discuss this with the legal team at the Philippines branch first. So-eun felt a little awkward. She wasn't sure if she should go or stay as she could hear the conversation. Though she doesn't completely understand, but it sounds serious. She guessed, the other plans are out of the question now. It cannot be helped. Seeing her expression, he made his decisions. Aunt, I'm an executive at K Electronic Services. Shouldn't that be handled by the electronics department? Aunt explained, several of the deceased employees were from the service department. So, it's perfectly fine for you to step up. Besides, you're good at English. It's an opportunity for you to shine externally. Your father will be happy about it too. T-Jun refused. I can't. I have other appointments scheduled. Aunt asked if those appointments are not urgent. Before the aunt could finish, T-Jun answered firmly, they are? Even if the president passed away, I cannot go. I'm sorry, but please find someone else. I cannot do it. I'll hang up now. Aunt was still calling his name, but he hung up adamantly. Nothing will stop him from having that 3 days and 2 nights with the woman he's been madly crushing for over 20 years. So-eun urged him to go. He doesn't have to stay because of her. Thinking back to her experience with Hae-wook, suddenly had to go overseas, and even asked her to go take care of his mother in the hospital. She wondered why now. She doesn't feel as disappointed as back then. She thinks this means that he values the time they spend together more than his family's request or work. It actually makes her quite happy. But such joy is not meant to last forever. She coaxed T-Jun. There are times when you have to go. We can meet another time. I don't want people to know I was with you. I've accepted car rides multiple times, and we even work together in a team where it's just the two of us. But none of my colleagues suspect anything between us. Everyone is convinced. No one would imagine something could happen between us. I like the way things are now. In her heart, she thanked him for allowing her to enjoy it momentarily. All she can do in return is to cherish this moment and not have any unrealistic expectations. That's why she cannot let his world be ruined because of her. T-Jun questioned, So-eun, don't you enjoy being with me? No, that's not what I was trying to say. She was lifted and carried away. Mr. CEO? Wait a moment. What are you doing so suddenly? Put me down. Where are we going? He didn't pay any attention to her. He continued to carry her away, tossed her on the bed, turned the lights off and tightened the curtains. He turned around and stated, that should work. She was in a dilemma, seeing the CEO approaching her. No, wait. What are you going to do about her, about your business trip? Hours later, they are stuck in traffic. T-Jun was humming in a good mood, while So-eun looked like a salted fish. What should I do about him now? I almost missed work because of the CEO. We barely made it on time. Moments ago, after eating her clean, he changed so quickly and was ready for work. T-Jun muttered, there is a ton of traffic. He normally doesn't wake up for work at this hour. So-eun voiced that she should go alone. She knows her way from here. She could just take a bus. He asked if she is taking the bus because she feels uncomfortable arriving together with him. I just thought it could be a little troublesome for you since you have a different schedule and I'm also worried that other people could see us. Thinking of what she said in consideration, he suggested, in that case, I'll take you home. You can leave your luggage there and go to work on your own. I'm sorry, we won't be able to see each other during this week. Gazing at him, She blushed and teased. Don't act so sad about it, Mr. Seo. There's no need for you to go out of your way for me. I can't add to your wealth, wisdom, or even help with your business. I didn't have anything to give you. The plain Han So-eun. I can only give you my free time. I liked you because you are the one that has a ton of value. I'm happy that there's nothing else I can give you since I can focus on giving you my love. Our relationship doesn't need to be projected for the future because of it. It's a relationship where the present is the only thing that matters. T-Jun dropped So-eun off at her apartment unit. She thanked him for the ride. He told her to call him when she got to the company. She brought her luggage inside and shut the door. Their relationship, it's not a give or take relationship. That's why she liked it. In the Philippines, Kim Tae-jun was greeted by a man who asked Tae-jun to follow him. He will guide Tae-jun to the lounge. While walking, he observed the environment around. It's changed beyond recognition here. There was nothing when he came here for the first time with his father. Remembering back to his childhood, his father was still meeting with workers. But the moment he called his father set aside the talk and gave him the attention he needed. Didn't you say you wanted to help your father? Tae-jun answered. Yes. But his father validated his feelings. You must be feeling lonely. How about we go play at the beach later? We'll keep it a secret from your grandpa. Sukwa. I mean, you cannot tell anything of this to your aunt either, okay? The excited Tae-jun nodded vehemently. I won't say anything. Then, father and son make a pinky promise to have their own secrets kept. That was the last trip he made with his father. Not too long after that, his father got into an accident. Then, Tae-jun noticed the guide in front of him looked nervous. Tae-jun tried to make small talk. It's hot in Korea, but it's much hotter in this country. The guide agreed. It's quite humid here. That's because it rains a ton here. Tae-jun is not a kid anymore. He understood that his grandfather and aunt were just trying to establish business connections outside the country. Their conversations were interrupted by Tae-jun's uncles. Kim Sang-deok, did you have a hard time getting here? It's not easy for people like us to meet often even if we are family. Tae-jun thought. He's right. This is weird. Why is he here? I don't think he's the type that would care about our business relationships in the Philippines. However, he's also the type who doesn't let even the smallest things escape. Well, that's the reason he's the prime candidate to be the next president of the company. He's the man who most likely will take over grandfather, so that might be it. Uncle stated, if I'd known you were going to come, I would have left it to you and gone straight to Korea. Tae-jun turned into stone. What the hell? I cannot believe this. If I knew the two of us would come for the same thing, I would have stayed too. Flashback to when So-eun said she had nothing to offer except her time. The uncle commented, maybe Sukwa wanted to use you to impress the reporters with the new face of the company. Tae-jun answered, I didn't come here to be a sacrificial lamb to the reporters. I'm here for work. Uncle made snide remarks. You should put that handsome face to good use. If they like you because of your face. That's great. Tae-jun glared at him and then took off. At the airport, Hyun-jin greeted her parents. Her parents are bubbly just like her too. They met, hugged, and talked about how much they missed each other, while Hae-wook was waiting to be noticed. Unable to wait, Hae-wook finally introduced himself. Father-in-law. My name is Yang Hae-wook. The father stated, oh. So he was the one Hyun-jin had been bragging a lot about. How handsome her new partner was, but they didn't expect him to be so tall. Hae-wook's head was growing so big. He felt quite proud that Hyun-jin has been talking pretty good about him. Hyun-jin took her parents to the restaurant to meet up with Hae-wook's parents. Her father said it was nice to have such good in-laws. Hae-wook's father stated they are the lucky ones to have a daughter-in-law like Hyun-jin. With a woman like next to their son will become a great man. Hyun-jin's father readily agreed. So they shall start talking about the house for their kids. He doesn't want his only daughter to suffer. So they want to ask first, how much are they thinking of spending on the kids' house? Hae-wook's parents discussed this topic previously, so they were prepared for it. They collected their savings, insurance, and even put a mortgage on their house. Hae-wook even managed to get a few of his payments settled early. So his father said, 500 million, but his mother said 2 billion won. She think they can accommodate that. Of course. They want them to live in the best place they can, not just a simple apartment. While Hae-wook and his father thought, the mom must be crazy. They don't have that amount of money. They are almost broke because of the hospital bills. Hyunjin's father said that's great. He will add 2 billion won on top of theirs. He is sure they can find a nice house for 4 billion won. Hae-wook looked nervous. He cannot believe that her father would give 2 billions like it's nothing. Her family is more wealthy than he thought. They will start with a nice house. That's great, but is that really going to be it? At K Electronic Customer Services, So-eun helped a customer. She placed an order for the spare parts and will contact the customer upon arrival next week. Then her phone rang. Looking at the number, it seemed to be. She picked it up, and it was from Kim T-Jun. If he's contacting her with his phone at this hour, it must be because he just finished working. She cleared her throat and greeted him. He asked if she misses him. Before she answered, he already concluded that she doesn't miss him. So-eun denied. Not. It's not like that. While panicking. What should I do? What should I say? Why did he have to say that all of a sudden? I have to say something. T-Jun instructed. Starting today, the TF team will start its activities. Please come to the office with your team members after work. After saying that, he hung up on her. So-eun hasn't been able to process what happened. He called and already hung up, leaving her to wonder what just happened. Bo-bae, who perked her ears to listen, asked, "You were on the call with CEO Kim T-Jun?" So-eun answered, "Yes." He said for them to go up to his office after work today. They are going to start their activities as the TF team. Bo-bae was excited. Finally, they are starting. After work, the TF team met. T-Jun briefed over what happened last week. Thanks to manager Han So-eun's efforts of meticulously registering the date, they were able to spot a few errors related to the replacement of the motherboard. So-eun looked at the printed files. She wondered, there is so much data in this. When did he have time to do it? This must have taken a ton of work outside his regular schedule, and he spent most of his free time with her. Oh, he didn't make her do it directly so it wouldn't interfere with their date? He showed them 2 motherboards and asked if they could recognize the difference. So-eun looked at it and gave her input. The chipset is different. Isn't this from another company? T-Jun smiled and replied, "That's right. Our components come from our contractor from the Philippines, IAX, and we received extra motherboards plus chipsets from a company named Nocom too. According to the company's data, our main supplier is IAX. That's because the durability of the chipset is excellent compared to its price. However, the distribution was different for the K Customer Services Department. They were provided with a different set of motherboards that came from Nocom. But the phone model that this new motherboard was assigned to use were all the models that had a guarantee period of just 3 months. Bo-bae thought the products they've been using were more durable, but have they only been using third-party products? So-eun understood the same way too, but T-Jun said he can answer that. The data about Nocom was relatively simple in their records, so in this case, it should be easy to determine if the K group had a clear intention for doing this. They should all take a look. Check the chipset and components of the different companies to define which one is better. The 3 thoughts if they do that, they will practically be doing an internal check of the company itself. That's mutiny, internal division, succession war. They cried wondering if they are going to appear in the news because of this. T-Jun insisted that if they have any other data they need, they can ask Secretary Song for it. Jang Pyo asked if this means that the activities of the TF team have to be kept a secret. T-Jun replied, "Yes, that's right. He will need all of them to stick to security protocol." Jang Pyo asked, if that's the case, may he ask why T-Jun decided to start a project like this? T-Jun explained, he is the CEO of the K Electronics Customer Service Branch. Shouldn't he be doing things like this? If the company is going down the wrong path, he has to figure it out and redirect it. Earlier, Bo-bae was ogling over Jang Pyo for asking such smart questions. Now she's ogling over T-Jun's transparentness. When the protocols were signed, So-eun brought them to T-Jun. Knowing that there are only them 2, he finally let go of the boss face and hugged her tightly. She hugged him back. It seems there are times when the CEO pushes himself too far. "So-eun, did you really not miss me?" She answered firmly, Of course I did. He asked, then why didn't you contact me first? She reasoned that's because I thought you were busy with work. He put his head on her shoulder as if to recharge his energy through her. He was lonely all weekend. She hugged him and chuckled. Where did that charismatic and confident man from earlier go? Mr. CEO, today. Before she finished, he leaned in and kissed her lips, stopping her from talking. She pulled her head away and told him to wait, but he asked if she wanted to go home together today. She frowned and closed her mouth. That's not what I meant. I won't budge this time. Now I know how persistent he is. She answered, no, I didn't mean that. He asked, don't you want me? She was speechless, and then she explained, maybe not today, but do you have time this weekend? He asked, if we don't do it right away, then you'll just give me another excuse this weekend, won't you? She reasoned, no, it's just that I need to start with the assignment you gave me so I can be free during the weekend. At least that's something I can help you with. He asked, don't you want to move to Seoul? I can pay your rent. She rejected. No. He assured her that she doesn't have to feel pressured. He won't even notice if he spends that money on her. Pfft. So-eun laughed. It's so odd. She finally recollected herself. Oh God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what you think. T-Jun stated, if you are truly sorry, you'll receive a finger flick on your forehead to pay for it. She closed her eyes and protected her forehead. But what she got was a kiss to the mouth. After kissing her, he let go and stated, well, I guess you don't leave me any other choice. I'll have to sleep in your house tonight. So-eun. Huh? The CEO is going to sleep at my house? How are we going to do that? Her bed is super single size. Should she move the chairs and sleep on the floor? But she doesn't have any spare blankets. If a young man and young woman sleep together in such a narrow bed, it's clear that things like that are bound to happen. No, that cannot happen. I won't be able to go to work if that happens. Slow down. Remember, they are still on weekdays. T-Jun smiled, oblivious to her dilemma. I'm doing exactly that. I want to make sure you don't have a hard time. She reasoned, her bed is very small. And the room too. T-Jun replied that he was just joking. However, please invite him over any day. She felt touched and blushed shyly. Okay. And soon, the room started to heat up, lifting her onto the table and making out with her. This guy, who I'm usually more familiar with giving me orders and assignments, now is gently caressing me with a sweet tone of voice. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up from it. I missed you, Mr. CEO. I genuinely missed you so much. Hae-wook's mother was meeting with a home seller agent. The agent commented that these days, no one would want to buy a property like this considering all the repairs it needs. And it is hard to sell houses in their neighborhood. So the home seller suggested to leave the price at 1 billion won. That way it would be much easier to sell. Looking at their finances, Hae-wook's mother calculated how much money they would have after breaking their insurance, deposits, installment savings, and seeing their car. That would leave them with 1.1 billion won. Even if she were to consider whatever Hae-wook has saved and whatever Hyunjin can add, it would still be impossible for them to reach 2 billion won. But how can they get 100 million or 200 million won after everything they are going to sell so quickly? If only they could have got more for the house. Should she apply for a credit card? Then the doorbell rang. Hyunjin came to visit with Hae-wook. Although she wasn't too thrilled to see the devil, Hyunjin, she had to act like she was excited. Hyunjin brought many side dishes and asked if her mother-in-law ate lunch yet. If not, she would go prepare the food right away. The mother stated she was just about to prepare lunch. After lunch, mother-in-law praised how delicious Hyunjin's side dishes are. Who taught her? It must be so difficult to learn so many things while being so busy at work. Hyunjin answered that it was her mother that taught her. The mother praised Hyunjin for having such a great mother. This is why it's so important to teach children well from home. Hyunjin got up and asked Hae-wook that they should clean all of these dishes. Hae-wook's mother told Hyunjin to sit down and let Hae-wook clean everything. The comment surprised Hae-wook, but he stated he will clean everything. Sitting in front of the TV, Hyunjin was on her phone, not paying attention to the mother-in-law or the TV. The mother scorned Hyunjin in her heart. Ugh. I cannot believe her. I know I told her to sit down, but she's actually not even moving a finger to help. So-eun always got up to help no matter what I told her, saying that she at least wanted to help dry the dishes or something. I wonder if Haewoo will get caught living like this in the future. The mother-in-law frowned and sighed at her son's uncertain future. Hyunjin heard her mother-in-law sighed and asked if there was anything worrying the mother-in-law. The mother-in-law quickly denied. But then Hyunjin saw the finance notebook on the table. She glanced at it briefly before the mother-in-law reached for it to put away. Oh my! Why is this here? I've been looking for it for so long. While thinking to herself, I must be losing my mind. How didn't I clean this before letting her in? She didn't see anything, right? Hyunjin murmured to herself. House 1 billion. XX life insurance XXXX1. O bank deposit XXXX1. Car XXXX1. Then she turned to her mother-in-law looking innocent and oblivious. Just as I thought, there's something bad happening, right? Please tell me. I'm your daughter-in-law now. If you get sicker because of carrying difficult things on your own, I will feel bad too. Seeing her innocent look, the mother-in-law debated. Should I tell her the truth? It might hurt my pride less to tell her directly rather than having to tell her parents. The mother-in-law then told her their situation. Hyunjin commented innocently, so that's the problem. I can ask my dad for help, don't worry too much about it. The mom wiped her tears and said, I'm really sorry, thank you for understanding. I'm so glad to have such a nice daughter-in-law. Hyunjin showed the phone to her mother-in-law. It's a coin wallet. You can connect it to your account so you can make more money. It's similar to stock investment. But the main difference is that you can hit it really big and earn so much profit. You can double the amount you have in a week, and in a month, it could even be 8 times what you had at first. You could also invest in blue-chip coins. They are a safe bet since they don't fluctuate much. After that, you can exchange your money and transfer it to your bank account whenever you want. If you do that, it won't help much, but at least, it's something. The mother-in-law thought. If she used this coin wallet, she could convert her 1 billion into 2 billion in just a week and maybe 8 times more in a month. She turned to Hyunjin and asked how did she know about this. Hyunjin answered, remember that my father runs some business in Dubai. Even if I don't ask for it, he always gives me information about things like these. My dad told me to keep this information to myself. So I hope you don't talk about it to anyone else, not even Hae-wook, okay? Happy, the mother-in-law readily agreed. Hae-wook then came over and asked what they were whispering about. Hyunjin turned around and asked what he brought over. He said he prepared some tea, which is good for his mother's liver. He asked if Hyunjin wanted some. Hyunjin stated she wanted some, but as she reached for the tea, it spilled on her finger. Hae-wook apologized and asked if she was okay. Hyunjin asked why Oppa did that. Hae-wook commented, it spilled on the ring too. Where's the cleaning solution for it? She should go wash her hands while he cleans it. Hyunjin took off the ring, walked to the bathroom, blowing her fingers. While Hae-wook looked smug. He did it. Now he can exchange the rings. His mother asked if he was looking for a ring cleaner. Does he want her to bring it to him? Hae-wook answered that he doesn't need it anymore. He looked closely and the ring was okay. But what was his mother looking at on the phone with Hyunjin before? The mother panicked and lied that she wasn't looking at anything. The mother smiled and spoke in her head. Just wait a little more, son. Soon, I'll make something that you will thank me a ton. While Hae-wook had the same smile and spoke in his head. I feel so relieved now. I'm such a genius. I'm sure not even my mother noticed. Mother and son chuckled weirdly, each with their own motives. While Hyunjin, in the bathroom, looked as if everything had happened according to her plan. It seems those two are having so much fun. At K Electronic Mobile Services, So-eun walked with cheerful steps heading towards the CEO's office. She knocked a couple times before opening the door to enter. Upon entering, she announced she came with the report of the TF teamwork and schedule accomplished today. T-Jun grabbed the report from her hand and praised good job. She blushed and froze as she looked at him. He asked, what's wrong? She answered, nothing. She thought he would try to do something like last time. He asked cheekily, are you expecting something else? She answered timidly, I'm not expecting anything. He put his arm around her as if to tease her heart and questioned, is that so? In that case, I won't do anything. Shall we look at what you have here? Miss Park Bo-bae will take care of the computerized arrangements, and Mr. Jang Yunpyo will take care of the rest. So-eun's heart thump and her face blush. He was so close to her and so enchanting. Eventually, she called, Mr. CEO, and then paused, and then timidly shouted, Nothing. T-Jun laughed and encouraged. If you want to say something, go ahead and say it. So-eun replied shyly. You seem to be very good at everything. T-Jun said he wouldn't go that far. She replied, I think that makes you look too provocative. T-Jun answered, I'm just an innocent guy. You are the one that looks provocative, Han So-eun. She denied. I do not look like that at all. T-Jun kissed the corner of her brow and then explained. At night I feel like going crazy because I cannot stop thinking about you. Han So-eun, I haven't been able to turn off the light in my room to sleep because I keep thinking about you. I wonder where you learned to act like that. So-eun wanted to cry. Mr. CEO. She thinks she is not that kind of person. It was just because of her scar. This won't work. She should tell him. Just as she was about to make up her mind that she should tell him. But then he started laughing as if he was feeling satisfied with the current situation, leaving her unable to say anything, watching him so happy. The CEO is a good person, even if he's a little mischievous. He's a better man than she thought. However, she doesn't know if he would still smile that brightly at her if he knew everything that happened. She might be acting greedy right now, but she wishes to enjoy this happiness just a little longer. During the start of TF team work hour, T-Jun asked if they are okay with having a team dinner party. If they don't want to drink, they can just eat. Bo-bae was okay with drinking. She asked if So-eun also liked to drink for the team dinner. T-Jun asked if So-eun also drinks too. Bo-bae answered, of course. So-eun stated she had stopped recently. She doesn't drink alcohol anymore. T-Jun stated, that's okay. People are free to do whatever they want. And the team can let him know when it would be a good time for all of them to go next week. After T-Jun left the group, he wondered why she stopped drinking recently. Was it because of what happened that day? The day where she got drunk in front of the convenience store. What a pity. As he stepped out the door, he overheard Jang Yunpyo telling So-eun to set the date. He doesn't mind the day. The jealous T-Jun sent a text message to So-eun to not get too close to Jang Yunpyo. So-eun thought Mr. Jang was pretty far from her and was confused at what he meant. She texted back to T-Jun, he's not even close to me. T-Jun texted back, otherwise I'll have to tease him more from now on. What is wrong with T-Jun? She wondered. Then Jang Yunpyo asked if So-eun is okay. She stated she was okay. And have they decided on a restaurant? So-eun's gazes that said, what did Mr. Yunpyo do wrong for the CEO to say that to me? Her look confuses Mr. Jang even more. Strolling through the shopping district, T-Jun contemplated. Should he buy her some clothes? Or maybe a purse? What should he buy her? He has to buy her something that makes it clear to other guys, like Jang Yunpyo, that she has a boyfriend. Then he noticed the jewelry store. That's it. A ring. A ring that will send a clear signal to other men. He walked in the store and told the sales associates that he would like to see their rings. Looking at the many rings. There are many designs to choose from. Which one should he buy? He kept glaring at the rings in silence, making the sales associate nervous. He cringed. This is hard. The usual him would just take out his black card and ask for the most expensive one. But based on the way she usually dresses, should he buy a simple one? No, it should be a little flashy since he wants it to stand out. Especially since she's not the type to show it around on purpose. While he was struggling with what to choose, someone called out to him. Oh my, hello, Mr. CEO. T-Jun turned around and saw Hyunjin walking up to him. She said, long time no see. Then he noticed Hae-wook trailing behind Hyunjin. Lawyer Hyunjin. I see you are here with Lawyer Hae-wook too. What are you two doing here? Hyunjin pulled T-Jun closer and exclaimed, oh, right? We are preparing to get married. T-Jun remembered a few days ago. Hae-wook came up to him, asking how is So-eun doing, and how worried he was about her. T-Jun congratulated them. Hyunjin stated, I see you came to buy a ring too, Mr. CEO. Do you have a girlfriend? He answered yes. Then she exclaimed loudly, wow, that's the ring I wanted. I'm so jealous. Your girlfriend must be so happy. Then she slid the ring on. Mr. CEO, if you permit me, may I try it on? Hae-wook humphed. The ring is only 8 million won. What is she talking about? The one he gave her is way more expensive. What the heck? After putting the ring on, Hyun-jin commented, It makes my hand shine so much. I'm sure this will fit your girlfriend perfectly. Tae-jun wondered why she was telling him that. And then he noticed Hae-wook seeping out of anger. Oh, he's angry. Then he excused himself. Well, I'll be leaving now. Hae-wook snarled at Tae-jun as Tae-jun passed him. Hyun-jin asked, Oppa, why are you putting on that face? Hae-wook questioned, Hey, do you treat all the men you know like that? Especially the guy who fired us? Hyun-jin questioned, Did you want me to curse at him? You should be polite when meeting someone like him by coincidence. He could remember us in the future for another job, or maybe to help him with a lawsuit. Hae-wook pointed his finger at Hyun-jin angrily. Weren't you flirting with him by trying the ring he picked? Hyun-jin sighed and asked, Oppa, why are you acting so childish in your jealousy? Didn't you hear him? He has a girlfriend. You should learn to differentiate between personal and professional relationships. Frustrated, Hae-wook told her to forget it. Let's go do what they came there for. Then he murmured, You always want to be right. Hyun-jin's mood darkened and questioned, What Oppa? What do you mean by that? Hae-wook told her nothing. Hyun-jin demanded him to look her in the eyes and tell her the truth. The sales associate was crying. Dear clients, please don't argue like that in the store. Friday evening, at So-eun's house. She was packing again. They might go on a business trip again this week. She should pack as simply as possible and only bring what she needs. As compensation for barely making it through the week, she decided to spend this weekend at the CEO's house. This is her second time packing for a date. She learned a bunch of things from last time. She cannot be looking forward to it too much. Rather, she has to focus on being prepared to go on that kind of date with a boyfriend as busy as him. But more than that, even if she doesn't look forward to it, there's always going to be something more than she anticipated. Tae-jun called and asked if she was home. She stated that she is home. He asked if he could visit her. She asked, Right now? Oh, But her mind went crazy and couldn't find the correct answer to reply. Did I get the date wrong? No. Maybe he suddenly got something else to do during the weekend, and that's why he wants to meet now. Tae-jun asked through the phone, Would you like to watch a movie? If you're tired, that's okay. We can just stay home, and I'll admire your face. So-eun answered eagerly. I'm okay with watching a movie. Then her face blushed bright red all over. She asked, Is that really okay? You must be tired. Tae-jun answered, All I need is you by my side. So-eun, you can take your time to pack up. I'll be waiting. He will wait for me. Then she looked out the window. He was down on the road, standing next to his car. Oh my gosh. She rushed outside, huffing, to meet him at the entrance. Seeing her like that, he chuckled and asked, Did you miss me so much to run like that? She shouted, Yes. Her answer caught him off guard as he was usually the one expressive. At this point, Tae-jun was having a fight internally. The angel Tae-jun held onto the devil Tae-jun tightly. No, please stay still. While the devil Tae-jun demanded, Let me go. We are adults. Why would we go just to watch movies? It took everything in him to tell her, All right? They go watch a movie. At the movie theater, So-eun looked around the familiar theater. It reminded her of 1 year ago, when she had her last movie date. The first date of her first relationship was a movie date. She was so excited because it was her first time. But he barely watched the movie because he was busy attending calls from his work. After the movie ended, they couldn't even discuss what happened. Since that time, she never went to a movie theater ever again. Tae-jun interrupted her thoughts by asking what she wanted to eat. So-eun thought, popcorn, nachos and hamburger set, and their prices. Popcorn was obviously cheaper. But, no, it's obvious that if he grabbed her hand while eating popcorn, he won't let it go. She answered, I think that I'll just have a bottle of water. He asked, Oh, so you do just want to watch the movie? Hindsight, he wanted more. So-eun looked at him with a confused expression. Huh. Then why did we even come to the movie theater if not to watch a movie? Then it hit her. He didn't plan to watch a movie from the beginning, did he? At this time, at a certain home, Hae-wook was downing alcohol one after another while thrashing someone. Choi Hyun-jin. You didn't say a word after fixing the ring. You just kept staring at your cell phone. Is it because you're accustomed to things like your father giving you 2 billion won for a house? Was my proposal not enough for you either? And what was that bastard, Kim Tae-jun, doing there? She seemed so glad to meet him again. Wait, come to think of it. Does he have a girlfriend? Humphed. I don't think he's married yet. I wonder what kind of person she is. For a man, a woman with a beautiful face and a nice body, like So-eun's, could be enough. Huh. Like Han So-eun. Kim Tae-jun and Han So-eun. Damn it. Why am I even thinking about that? Then Hae-wook's mother came out. Hey son, you should have woken me up if you got off work. Also, why are you drinking alone? Hae-wook cried and told him Mom, he thinks he still feels something for Han So-eun. In the movie theater, So-eun grabbed her water bottle about to take a drink, but a scene scared her. As a result of being startled, her water bottle slipped out of her grip and fell to the ground. She leaned down to pick up the water bottle, but Tae-jun was faster. After picking up the bottle, he asked if she was okay. She took the bottle from him and answered she was fine. Her face blushed thinking about what he said to her earlier, how he is going crazy thinking about her all night, or confirming if she just wants to watch the movie. She continued to blush thinking of his various actions. Eventually, she told herself to stop. He probably was just joking. She should focus on the movie instead of having weird thoughts. Then he put a hand over her shoulder and pulled her closer to him. She looked at him and thought, huh, this doesn't seem like any unusual level of kinship. Could it be that position is more comfortable for him? Like a body pillow? Then she gently moved his fingers from her collarbone to her cheek and lightly pinched it, and then moved it up towards her earlobe and lightly played with her earlobe, teasing her. Unable to stand his teasing, she finally whispered out to him, Mr. Seo, aren't you going to watch the movie? He answered sarcastically, yes. She whispered back, we cannot watch the movie properly if you keep doing that. He asked, should we leave then? To her, that would be such a waste. What is he talking about? She whispered back, no, let's watch it. He replied, in that case, bear with it. She questioned him, huh? I'll also continue to restrain myself. She pouted her face and cried, you scammer. Pervert. So-eun was now in the bathroom to freshen up. Because of Tae-jun's action, she almost missed the entire middle section of the movie. But it was fun. She'll watch it again at home. This movie date. She really liked it. What should they do next? Are they going straight to the CEO's house? If they do that, she'll have to ask him to turn off the lights again. But, even so, she wanted to keep looking pretty until then. Tae-jun was waiting outside the women's bathroom, thinking, she's taking her time. Could it be that she has a stomachache? If she wasn't in a good condition today, she shouldn't have forced herself to come out with him. He started to look worried. If she collapses in there. As he was struggling whether to check up on her or call her instead, someone approached him. A young lady asked if he was an actor. He replied, no. She then handed him a business card and said she is from Management Entertainment. He is very handsome. And how old is he? Tae-jun cringed. Ugh. Not this again. This has happened to him before, but he'll have to say no. Then he saw So-eun peeked her head out from the bathroom door. His mind went into battle mode. Make Han So-eun jealous. The operation is to induce jealousy in Han So-eun. Then he smiled as the devil and angel Tae-jun came into a consensus. Induce jealousy in Han So-eun it is. Then he smiled and asked the young recruiter lady, how old do I look? The recruiter lady answered, perhaps in your mid-20s, around 26? Noticing that So-eun was still hiding and hadn't come out, he couldn't take it any more, so he excused himself and walked towards So-eun. He asked her, where are you going? And why was she hiding? She reasoned that she just came out of the bathroom. She thought he met an acquaintance. Not too happy with her response. He asked, didn't she feel jealous? She answered innocently. Why would she be jealous? Tae-jun's face froze. Operation failed. The opponent is too strong. Her eyes are too pure. T-Jun said he did it. Get jealous. So she should try to do it too. She answered unconvincingly, she'll try it. He asked if she was truly going to make an effort for that. She answered, she'll do her best. On the drive back, T-Jun asked if she would like him to turn off the lights tonight again. Just for tonight, he wished that the shy and clumsy So-eun he knew could be different. But her silence told him that she wanted him to keep the lights off. As they waited for the elevator, So-eun looked depressed. It's bothering her that he hasn't said anything for a while. Was she too stubborn? She didn't even give him a proper reason why she didn't want him to turn on the lights. It might look strange to him. She should tell him that the reason she wanted him to turn off the lights it's because of the scar on her body. A scar caused because of a surgery. She had to donate a part of her liver to young Hae-wook's mother. But what would happen if she told him that? Will he be disappointed? Wouldn't it make things awkward between them? But even so, she wanted to tell him. She opened her mouth and said, Mr. CEO, the truth is that. Then she felt something wrapped around her neck. T-Jun had put the necklace around her neck, catching her off guard, and she lost her train of thoughts. He asked her, the truth is what? What did you want to say? It took her a moment to register what just happened. She stated, you startled me by putting this on me all of a sudden. T-Jun chuckled, huh? I didn't expect you to be so startled. I wanted to buy you something better. So-eun praised. This is beautiful. It must have been really expensive. T-Jun answered, feeling smug. I told you before, I have a ton of money. I could give you something similar every time we meet. So-eun declined. In that case, I don't want it. He asked her why. So-eun paused and remained silent, thinking. There's nothing that ends up being more expensive than something that was free. Out of nowhere, T-Jun pulled her in for a kiss and slowly pushed her towards the bed, then pushed her onto the bed. Panicked, she asked him to turn off the light. He lifted her chin and looked at her. She asked him to please turn the lights off. Finally, he gave in and turned off the light. It seems you like doing it because it makes it more exciting. If you want to keep doing things like this, maybe we could try tying you up later. So-eun reasoned, it's just because I don't feel ready to show me yet. With the lights on. T-Jun took off his tie as he answered. He knew. His face blushed with lust as he looked at her from behind. She's right in front of me. I can feel her. Rubbing his thumb around the necklace. He licked his lips as if he wanted to eat her up. He can feel her neck is sweating. He's so tired of feeling like this even in this situation. He can feel that he's touching her. But it feels so lonely. So-eun was already moaning. The room quickly heated up with love-making. At one point, she stopped his hand from touching her private as she was already stimulated enough. Sweat drips down Tae-jun's face as he smiles at her back while giving her all the love he could. Her moan grew louder and filled the room. Tae-jun grabbed the necklace and wrapped his hands around her neck and pulled her closer to him. I like you so much. I want to receive all your love. I hope you know that I'm not the only one that doesn't have an escape in this darkness. It's the same for you. Then he leaned in to kiss and suck her neck, while So-eun's was in cloud nine that she wasn't able to catch her breath for a moment. The next day, So-eun woke up and looked at her phone. It was 5:34 on Saturday, August 5th. She was slightly surprised that she didn't sleep as much as she thought. She thought she fell asleep past 4 o'clock because of the CEO's excessive demand. But she doesn't feel as tired as last time. Has her stamina improved? She was so happy. Then she saw the word, afternoon. She screamed. What? It can't be. Where the heck all my weekend went? On the other hand, Tae-jun, a person that woke up early, looked refreshed and happy. He greeted her. Did you sleep well? You must have slept really well since you did it for 13 hours. So-eun glared dagger at him. It was your fault, Kim Tae-jun. Tae-jun stated, originally. I had planned to go to the beach in the morning, but I let you sleep. She forgot to feel mad and now is sorry. She explained while looking away. I was too tired. But I'm okay now. He asked, why aren't you looking at me? She panicked and explained. Huh? It's nothing. It's just that you look so bright. It's making me feel a little weird. She scolded herself. Why didn't she even wash up properly? And then begged that he doesn't go near her. But you attract what you fear, and Tae-Jun went near her to kiss her. After letting go, he asked with a bright smile, "You still don't feel we are that close, right? We'll have to fix that." So-eun thanks for the food. Since she slept all day, having been pushed to make love for 13 hours, all night long and went to bed around 4 a.m., they are now having breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Her face lit up, eyes sparkled at how delicious the food tasted. She stuffed down the food to fill her hungry stomach, while Tae-Jun enjoyed looking at her eat. He said, "There's a pool outside of this apartment complex. Would you like to go?" She forgot to eat and thought, a pool? She hasn't gone to a pool since she was a kid. After she started to live with her aunt, she couldn't even dream of doing something like that. And when she became independent, she was so busy working to pay tuition and living expenses that she hasn't been able to really enjoy life. But still, she doesn't think she should mention this for no reason. She answered him, "But I don't have a swimsuit." Tae-Jun looked even more interested. "We can buy one." She cried. "Haha. I knew he was going to say something like that. If it were just me, I would give up after hesitating. But the CEO makes things easier. I wonder if people like him have any fears or anxiety. I envy that." At the swimwear store, So-eun liked the plain, one-piece suit. Tae-Jun held up a yellow-colored, two-piece swimsuit that barely covered the private parts. She held tight onto the one-piece swimsuit and tried to escape. "I'd better pay for this one before he catches me." At the register, So-eun told the cashier staff as if she was racing against time. "I want this one, please. Here is my card." Tae-Jun held out his black card. "Please use this card." Then swiped it and signed, leaving So-eun wanting to cry. "Mr. CEO, I was going to buy it." Tae-Jun told her, if that's the case, she can buy him one instead. Since he already bought hers, she can buy him something erotic if she wants. She looked at him with determination as to what would fit him best. He expects that reaction. That's a new one for him. She told him to wait, and then walked away to the men's swim rack. He was surprised to see her so serious about picking him swim trunks. "Oh gosh, I was just joking." She held out the trunks to show him, "Mr. CEO, what do you think about this one?" He told her she seemed to like navy blue a lot. She blushed and thought, maybe she did. But they will go matching as a couple. They will look great. After all that, they arrived at the pool only to see that the pool was closed early for today. She asked, "You said there was almost no one else here." He answered, "I heard there were few people here before. I forgot it's summer vacation." Side note, sometimes pools close early in summer. He averted his eyes to observe So-eun. She looked shy and reserved. Though her swimsuit is one piece, seeing the bumps where it should be and curves at where it's supposed to be made him blush with lust. He turned around and told her, "Let's go." Shocked, she asked, "Huh? Where?" Tae-Jun turned around with a menaced look to bribe the person in charge. "So they will let the two of us in here." So-eun yelled, "What are you talking about?" "No, Mr. CEO. We can come tomorrow. Let's wait until then, okay? I really don't mind waiting." She dragged him away with all her might, attracting all other people around. Upon arriving back at the house, So-eun changed out of her swimsuit. She sighed. "Why do I feel so tired when I didn't do much today? I wasn't sure before, but the CEO is kinda, how should I say this? Just so himself." Thinking to the pool, she was dragging him away. But at the elevator, he refused to let other men look at her. He was so greedy when it came to her. Ugh, but it's already night again. And at night, So-eun's face blushed. Her nose flared just thinking about his irresistible sexy body. If today goes on like yesterday, it would be best to tell him about my surgery, right? I don't know about these past few times, but I'm sure it will start to look weird if I keep doing the same thing after a while. I cannot ask him to turn off the light forever. However, if he starts treating me differently after hearing about it. Tae-Jun came behind and hugged her, interrupting her thoughts. He commented, "I thought you were going to run away." She asked, "You have already changed?" He questioned, "Are you disappointed? Should I undress again?" She answered, "That's not what I meant, Mr. CEO." He asked, "So-eun, why don't you call me by my name?" She made eye contact with him. The name. Of the CEO? But the CEO is my boss. Calling him by his name now is a little. And also, if I start calling him by his name, I think I'll get more greedy for him. She answered, I prefer calling you Mr. CEO. T-Jun urged her. Come on, when it's just the two of us, we can call each other by each other's names. You call me Mr. CEO at the company. How about trying to call me Oppa? So-eun looked away and answered, yes, Mr. CEO. He frowned. How stubborn. He flipped her over and at the same time, sat on the couch, with her riding on top of him. Quiet. Mr. CEO, if you think about it, it's no different from when you do things just to tease me. T-Jun replied, but it's not the same since you like it, don't you think? T-Jun got out of the shower after their long love-making session. Coming out of the bedroom drying his hair, he noticed that So-eun was already sleeping. She fell asleep already. I was thinking we could sleep together today, but this is how it ended up. I feel a little sorry. During all this time we've been together, I have learned a few things about So-eun. Most of those things were what I already expected from her, but there are a few things that surprised me. For example, when I realized that she was telling the truth when she said I was her first time. How could young Hae-wook remain calm with someone like her next to him? Is he more considerate than he appears? Or perhaps he's impotent. Sitting next to her on the bed, he heard her groan and saw sweat on her face. Is it hot because the blanket is too thick? Her pajamas are all soaked in sweat. I don't think it's normal for her to sweat so much. Should I wake her up? Am I overthinking? He paced around contemplating. I have to wake her up to change her clothes. But I don't know if I should. But if I leave her like this, she could catch a cold. That's it. I can just wipe away the sweat. So-eun, I'm just doing this so you don't catch a cold. I'm not even trying to know what you try so hard to hide by turning off the lights. At worst, it's probably just a mole or an ugly tattoo. So even if I look at it by accident, I can just pretend that I didn't see it. Once when he unbuttoned all her buttons, he was shocked to see what's on her body. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Appendectomy? No, I don't think so. The scar wouldn't be this big. He was shocked beyond that he trembled a bit. And I know better than anyone else that this is not some scar caused by a car accident or something similar. This scar is straight with clean cuts. It must be from a big operation and a pretty recent one. So-eun, what the hell happened to you? The next day, So-eun woke up and stretched. It seems I slept until late again. Oddly enough, I sleep pretty well even with Mr. CEO next to me. The only downside is that my body feels a little stiff. He probably is downstairs by now, cooking up a delicious meal. All right, this time, I'm going to clean up and dress nicely. As yesterday, she didn't even wash up, but he insisted and didn't mind. She made her way downstairs, but didn't see T-Jun in the kitchen. Looking around, she noticed a door cracked open. She walked towards the room and peeked her head in. There, T-Jun was working. It seems he's busy even during the weekend. Noticing her, he asked if she was already up. So-eun apologized for interrupting. Please continue with the work. T-Jun stated that he is done. And how is she feeling? She looked guilty for feeling tired. It's overwhelming trying to keep up with his pace. She would like him to start being a little more careful. She has lots of complaints. But of course she couldn't say it out loud. And then, he came up close to her, looking at her with his handsomely face. And she was instantly blown away by his brightness. She could only lie. Yes, of course I'm okay. Meanwhile, at a certain apartment, someone was still up muttering to themselves while glaring at the phone. It went up again. It's been less than a week. The name of this person is Kim Mal-hee, the mother of young Hae-wook. She's an ordinary middle-aged woman. And then there's her husband, Yang Yu-cheol. To describe him in one word, he is a man with zero investment luck. If he buys a plot of land, the price suddenly goes down. His business doesn't even last more than 3 months. Whenever he tries to buy stock, the stock got delisted. As a result, his wife Kim Mal-hee was forced to live modestly. But even so, she always desired more, hoping that things would just fall from the sky to bless them, even while constantly praying and asking for more riches. One day, When Gyu Chil was about to lose the property he had suddenly inherited due to the medical expenses for her condition, she thought, is heaven ever going to respond to my pleas? And finally, the answer appeared knocking at her door. Even bigger than her liver benefactor, Han So-eun, Choi Hyun-jin, the answer to her life of luxury. Looking at her wallet coin, Kim Mal-hee commented, "Oh my, at first, I didn't know if I was right to believe in her, but it's exactly as Hyun-jin said. In less than a week, I have multiplied my money. I think it could go up by 8-fold. If so, I would be multiplying my money 3 times higher. However, if I put an entire 1 billion won at once, I could make 3 billion. I would even have money left after paying for my son's house. Money, I need to get more money right now." She made a call to her daughter, Hae-jin, and asked Hae-jin to lend her some money. At the pool, So-eun was awed to finally be able to experience it again. The humid air. The water that is neither hot nor cold. This is definitely a pool. A real pool. T-Jun asked, "What are you so focused on? Shall we go inside? I'll teach you how to swim. Or at least the basics of it." So-eun nodded adoringly at him. He held her hands and patiently guided her in the water. So-eun, with her eyes and mouth shut tight, followed his instruction. "Great, you managed to reach me. Now turn around." She got up and turned around to see her progress. "She has reached the end already." He praised, "You did great. You have a talent for this." Then she saw someone swimming. She pointed to the person and asked, "Mr. CEO, I want to try doing it like her," he answered. "Ah, you mean freestyle swimming?" He thought about it. "I think it could be difficult for her right now. And she's so cute when she swims doggy style." While he was silent thinking about her swimming earlier, she asked, "It must be too difficult for me right now, isn't it?" He gazed at her and saw her lips were a little shriveled up. Leading her by the hand, he suggested they leave. Confused why they were leaving already since they had just arrived, T-Jun suggested they go wash before returning to the room. She was still confused. Why did he want to leave the place so quickly? Did something bad happen? No, if we are talking about the CEO, then he probably. In her imagination, T-Jun looked at her as if he wanted to eat her up. He cannot stand looking at her anymore in the swimsuit. But just for today, I think I can gather the courage to show him my secret finally. Upon returning to the room, he told her to go ahead and wash up comfortably, and then he left the room, leaving her alone. Huh? Was I overthinking about it? But there's something strange about it. This is not how Mr. CEO usually is. Him telling her to wash up comfortably must be him saying, "I won't touch you, so don't look forward to it." Is he holding himself back to avoid hurting me? Or perhaps is this the push and pull that I've heard about so often in relationships? Was I too easy? Ugh. She felt so embarrassed. She was expecting something for no reason. After she washed up and came out, T-Jun was waiting for her. He held onto her hand and led her away. She thought, could it be that? Then he sat her down on the chair, grabbed a hair blower and started to blow dry her hair. She sat on the chair receiving services from T-Jun. I thought he was going to do it, but he wasn't. What the hell was I thinking? Ugh. I went too far. I cannot live like this. But at least this still feels good. Or rather, I think it feels so good because we are doing something simple together, right? After her hair dries, he asked if she wanted to go out to eat something for dinner. She finally notices that it's that late already. Tomorrow will be the end of their break. What a shame. While T-Jun tried hard not to frown because of her secret, in the hospital corridor, T-Jun leaned on the wall while waiting. A doctor called out to him. I wasn't expecting you to call me all of a sudden. He is Shin Dae-han, an old friend of T-Jun's mother and general surgeon. They greeted each other and caught up briefly as they walked to Dr. Shin's office. In the office, Dr. Shin asked what it was that T-Jun wanted to ask him. T-Jun apologized for going to him so late, but he wanted Dr. Shin to take a look at the illustration. He took out a piece of paper with a drawing of the 5 scars he found on So-eun's body. Dr. Shin took the paper for closer inspection. I'm not sure. But just by looking at this drawing, hepatectomy, probably. Nowadays, the incisions for liver transplants are done like this. Before we used to cut in a line like this. Now we also have laparoscopic surgery that would leave similar marks too. Using a robot arm, it's possible to remove a piece of the liver. This augments the precision and reduces the damages. T-Jun's body trembled, shocked. His hand clenched tight. So you were saying that it was a liver transplant donor surgery, right? At the law firm, Haywook complained about being annoyed for having to go to work on Sunday, but why is the weather like this too? Glancing at his phone, he questioned, why hasn't Choi Hyun-jin contacted him all week? They haven't even gotten married yet, and she's already this cold with him. His mother doesn't know anything about it, but she keeps telling him to treat Hyun-jin even better. The night he was drinking away his frustration, his mother scolded him. Thinking about her, she finally called. What is T? Did she finally decide to apologize? He answered excitedly, hello? She asked where he is and if he can go to the jewelry store where he bought the ring. He wondered if he got the wrong size ring again. He asked why she wanted him to go there. But she just told him to hurry up before the store closes, and then hung up, leaving him with lots of questions unanswered. He finally arrived at the store. He asked what happened. Hyun-jin crossed her arms and spoke to him. They are saying my ring is a fake copy. Haywook answered, that cannot be, while wondering to himself, how did they know? I'm sure I changed it. Hyun-jin turned around to the sales associate and scolded angrily. Did you hear that? My boyfriend says that's impossible. The sales associate explained. The appraisal they received from headquarters is clear. It's a counterfeit copy. The quality of the diamond alone is different. Haywook told himself he has to insist until the end. It's not like he didn't spend a good amount of money on it, but he cannot let her see him as a scammer for getting a cheaper one. He asked the sales associate, don't you have a record of me buying the ring here? Why would you sell a counterfeit copy to a customer like that? The sales associate explained, Mr. Customer, we only sell genuine products. Looking at the system, we don't have any records of you buying that ring here. It says that you bought a real ring July 24th, but you got a refund on July 25th, and on July 27th, you got the same product again. Hyun-jin murmured, that is pretty strange. He proposed to me on July 26th. How did you propose to me with the same ring when you refunded it? Oh, is it actually a fake one? Haywook tried to deny that it's not it, but Hyun-jin continued with her bravado. You ordered a copy because you didn't want to spend that much money? But you bought a real ring just in case I caught you? Were you waiting for your chance to change it? How could you do something like that to me? How could you humiliate me like this? You are the worst. She threw the ring and it shattered, then left him thinking, what the hell just happened? Where did I go so wrong? I know I bought a fake one, but later, I ended up spending even more money to buy a real one. What kind of tragic movie am I living in that I have to face so many humiliations? What has she ever done for me until now? So-eun was willing to give part of her liver to my mother. What has Hyun-jin done for me? Haywook trembles from anger and regret, thinking of So-eun thanking him aesthetically when she received a small cheap ring from him. Thank you, Oppa. It's the first time I've received something like this. It's so pretty. That's right. That's the kind of person So-eun is. Just as I thought. She's better for me. A file was received with an attachment named Organ Donation Agreement. Flashback at a private meeting. The private investigator handed T-Jun a large vanilla envelope, the date you requested. It was impossible to find through normal methods. Even the partners that I contacted to help said that it was the first time they saw a case like this. T-Jun took the envelope and started to open it. Thank you for your hard work. Please add that to your fee. The investigator continued to fill T-Jun on his findings. The name of the donor is So-eun. As you suspected, it seems someone purposely hid the donation records. The records of other donors remain unchanged. It was only So-eun's data that appeared to be lost. Even though it was a pretty recent surgery, T-Jun finally closed the file on his laptop and groaned in frustration. Looking back, there were so many clues about it. Even though she enjoyed drinking so much that her colleagues were aware of it, So-eun suddenly started refusing to drink. When she collapsed after overworking herself, she didn't wake up even after I carried her all the way home. And a non-picky person like her even hesitated that time about eating sushi. Side note, Raw food could cause infection since her immune system is weakened due to the surgery. She also seemed strangely fixated on reaffirming that she was part of her boyfriend's family. That's why even when I asked her if something was going on with her, she didn't dare to say anything. When she said, "I wanted to be loved," with such longing expression, then he received a text message from So-eun, asking if he is alright since he took the day off. Seeing her concerning message about him, he just wanted to hit himself. What the hell have I been doing to you? I should have noticed earlier. I acted impulsive and out of jealousy, ignoring something so important. I don't have words to describe how I feel now. I'm so awful and pathetic. Then he elbowed the jar that So-eun had accidentally broken previously. The jar split in half, and inside it, he saw a candy and pink wrapper inside the jar. What is this? How long has this been hiding there? He picked the candy. It must have been left by So-eun, as she was the only one that had come by recently since the jar was broken. He said with guilt, "Just a little more. I should have found you a little earlier." At work, So-eun kept looking at her phone. Since her last message to him, he hasn't replied. She wondered, he's taking too long to answer. Is he really doing okay? Come to think of it, he has been working a lot. He also looked quite nervous in the pool. Is he just trying his best not to show how busy he is when he's with her? She cannot believe there's nothing more she can do except worry. She hopes the time to get off work comes quickly today. Then a customer approached her. She looked up to greet the customers, but her greet stopped midway as she froze in horror. So-eun, long time no see. Hae-wook handed her the wait line number to show her. He grabbed a number and waited just to see her. "I think you look a little thinner." She frowned and asked, "Why did you come here?" He answered just as he never cheated or used her. "To see you, of course." "Did you block my number?" So-eun's hand clenched. "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Her heart panicked. "What should I do? Maybe I should call the head manager to cover for me here before we cause a scene. I'm scared." Hae-wook spoke obliviously to her pain of sacrifice. "How could you? It hasn't been that long since we broke up. I'm sure your organs haven't healed properly yet." She told herself, first, she needed to calm down. This is her workplace. She cannot cause a commotion. She crossed her arms to put up a strong front. "What do you want?" Hae-wook asked. "You know how busy I usually am, right? I took some of my precious time just to come see you. I haven't been able to forget you, So-eun. I realize that no woman has loved me as much as you did. Why don't we run away to a place where my mother, sister, or anyone else won't bother us? I know you must be having a hard time without me too." Upset at his audacity, she yelled, "What are you talking about? Having a hard time without you? I have a new boyfriend already." Looking unbothered by her statement, he asked, "What are you talking about? What new boyfriend?" She questioned, "Does Choi Hyun-ji know that you came here? Should I tell her? Don't come looking for me ever again. If you try to look for me like this again, I'll call the police." Then she turned around to leave, but he grabbed her hand, refusing to let her go, and threatened, "Hey, remember that I'm a lawyer. Don't you think I could find some legal grounds to sue your boyfriend? Come on, let's talk a little more, shall we?" She shouted loudly, "What's wrong with you?" Then a large hand pushed his shoulder. "What do you think you are doing?" Jang Pyo came in between them to put distance between So-eun and Hae-wook. Angered for being disrupted, Hae-wook asked loudly, "What? Is this bastard your new boyfriend? Hey, do you even know who I am? How dare you?" Jang Pyo stepped closer to Hae-wook, towering over him with a deadly cold glare, and asked, "And do you know who I am?" Being a coward with no spine, Hae-wook gulped his saliva nervously, speechless. Jang Pyo went to So-eun and told her she doesn't have to deal with him. They should go. Hae-wook could only demand from a distance, "Hey, you. Aren't you going to come back? Come here." At the convenience store, Jang Pyo got So-eun a drink to warm up. He asked So-eun, "Was that your boyfriend? It must have been tough." So-eun quickly explained, "It's not like that. I didn't feel sad or anything because of him. I was just embarrassed." Mr. Jang, could you not tell anyone about this?" Jang Pyo assured her not to worry. He won't say anything. She thanked him for his consideration, and that made him blush. Jang Pyo said that if something like this ever happens again, don't hesitate to call him. If she is close, he'll run to help her. So-eun thanked him for his care. At home, after work, So-eun laid on the bed, thinking she shouldn't have told Hae-wook about her boyfriend. But it was a relief that Mr. Jang was nearby to help. If he hadn't been there, the situation could have been a lot worse. He might let it go this time, but what if he tries to take revenge? What if he starts investigating me and discovers my relationship with Mr. CEO? Could he try to hurt either him or me? Looking at her phone and the unanswered message, she wonders if Mr. CEO is really sick. She wants to visit him in person, but she thinks it might be considered rude to do so unexpectedly. But since she is still worried, she should at least try to call him. Right now, she wished she could at least sip a cold beer, but due to her condition, she couldn't. Then after a moment, she sat up. Of course, she can have non-alcoholic beer. She put on a sweater and hat with determination to get some non-alcoholic beer. All right, that should make me feel better. I cannot keep being so worried. I have to cheer up. Non-alcoholic beer. I love this so much. She opened the door, looking excited about to go out, but then standing outside of her door was T-Jun. He asked, "Where are you going?" Her jaw dropped and froze for a moment. Should she look surprised or happy to see him, or amazed? Then she chose to be happy to see him. "Mr. CEO? What are you doing here?" On his hand, he showed her the candy. "I found this in my house." It was that time when she was there and saw that he glued the jar back together. She heard that Mr. CEO fixed the jar himself. "It's so beautifully put back together. I'm sore." "No, I'm thankful, Mr. CEO. This might be small, but I left it as a gift. I hope that someday you would find it." T-Jun told her that after he saw the candy, he wanted to see her. Feeling overwhelmingly touched, she lunged forward onto his chest, wrapped her hands around his waist for an embrace. "Mr. CEO, would you like to come inside for a moment?" So-eun told T-Jun, "The house is a little small for you, right? It's a studio apartment." T-Jun thought it's quite nice. She thought he must have been standing outside for a long time, so she let him come inside the house. But what should she do? She never had a guest at her house before. Scenario A, both sit on the floor. Scenario B, only the CEO sits on a chair while she sits on the floor, an odd-looking situation. Then she saw that T-Jun helped himself to the floor, leaning against her bed. So she walked up to him and sat next to him. They shared a moment of silence together before So-eun apologized to him. This is the first time someone visited her house. He looked at her and said he would flick her forehead. She winced and covered her forehead. "Ah, right, if I kept apologizing to him, I was going to receive a flick." He looked at her reaction and felt even worse. He was unable to smile but felt more guilty and sorry, leaving So-eun bewildered by his expression. What is happening with him? For T-Jun, looking at her house. Everything in the house matched perfectly for the small Han So-eun. "I can smell her scent all over the place. I'm going crazy." So-eun looked at his depressed expression. She asked, "Are you okay? Did you eat well today?" If you didn't, since they decided not to say sorry to each other. Because of that, she's wondering what she should say now. T-Jun answered before she had the chance to finish. "I'm fine," and then she murmured quietly, "I was going to cook you some ramen." He took a closer look at her and asked teasingly, "Would you really be okay with that? If I eat ramen here, I'll have to stay overnight." The angel T-Jun scolded, "You didn't come here to do this, you piece of trash." So-eun answered while blushing hard, "If you are okay with it, I don't mind it either." He kept staring at her silently, making her even more nervous. "How can you do that to me? Forget the food, just help me to sleep." Then he laid on her laps. "I cannot get to sleep on my own. But if you do that, you won't be able to sleep." So-eun. She told him she is okay with that. He asked what she meant by that. She explained, she already slept a lot today. She has never had the chance to see him sleeping, so she would like to see it. He gazed at her and thought, how can a person be like this? How can she be so pure and lovely? Reaching out to gently touching her face, he asked, "Come here. I'll tell you something." She asked, "What does he want to talk about?" He answered, "Nothing important. I just wanted to talk more closely with you. How did you live until now?" But what he really wanted to ask was, what did you do to survive on your own? How did you get to this point in your life? For some people, these would be normal questions to ask someone freely, but for me, those were questions I couldn't bring myself to ask between us. To be honest, what I wanted to tell you the most was, "How have you been?" instead of, "Have you eaten lunch yet?" She answered, I don't remember much." He asked, "You don't? Tell me about things like your first love." "What?" "Oh, when I was younger, I think there was an oppa that I liked." Already jealous, he questioned, "An oppa?" Nervous, she recorrected herself. "No, an sister. Now that I think of it, I think it was a sister. Because she was too pretty, now that I think of it, she was probably a girl. I don't remember her face, but I think she was the daughter of a rich family. We used to play hide and seek in a very big house. Later, I got to know from my aunt that when my father got into a car accident because he was drowsy, the parents of that girl got hurt. I never had a mother. So, my father struggled a lot, remembering when her father would coax her, So-eun, go to sleep early. I know you are a good kid. She would pout and refuse. I don't want to. I want to play more. Her father had to work until late and take care of his daughter after he came back home. He must have been so exhausted. She would throw tantrums. If I go to sleep early, you'll leave for work early too. You do that every day. If I would have listened to him more, if I were a good daughter who went to sleep early, that accident would never have happened. And the parents of that kid wouldn't have gotten hurt. He looked at her with anguish on his face. That wasn't your fault. Thinking to back then, he broke her cell phone and scorned her. Himphed, you call that a cell phone? Throw it away. It's just trash. Little So-eun cried, "Ah, my cell phone," while staring down at the broken cell phone like it was a treasure. Then she got up, wiped her tears, ran back inside the house, brought out a box, put the box on the ground. Taking out the tools she needed, she started working right away. Looking determined, she put the phone back together in an attempt to fix it. Concentrating on the task at hand, he murmured to herself, This should go here. If I put this here." T-Jun was shocked to see what she was doing. He leaned over the fence and commented, "I see you are good at fixing toys. You could fix some of mine later." So-eun looked up and answered happily as if she wasn't just crying in despair earlier. "Sure, I'm good at this. I'll fix yours too. Bring them all to me. I'll fix everything for you from now on." Back to the present, So-eun continued to explain. "We spent countless hours playing tag, and she gave me a ton of toys. I guess all those things that happened back then influenced me without me realizing it. That's why I can't help but want to assist whenever I see someone who is sick. And if it's possible for me, I want to give everything I can to those around me. I think that's also why I became a tech support engineer. I hope that kid is living a good life without suffering anymore." The more T-Jun heard about it, the more guilty he felt. "Everything was my fault. I bothered you and made you cry. I did all that with satisfaction. And the only thing that brought me peace was your tragedy. Just because I didn't want to live accepting my true feelings. I'm a person that shouldn't be such a good memory for you." He turned to face her, wrapped his arms around her waist tightly, not letting her see the tears that formed on his eyes. "What should I do now?" T-Jun's memory of them over 20 years ago. Rock, paper, scissors. Little So-eun yelled excitedly, "Kaya, you have to be the seeker now, oppa." Then she started running away. T-Jun thought, "I lost on purpose, you fool. She keeps using only scissors." So-eun waved to T-Jun. "Hurry up to close your eyes and start counting." He turned around and answered, "All right, go to hide quickly." While counting to 10, he questioned himself. What the hell am I doing right now? I shouldn't be doing this. I should be doing the homework my grandfather left for me. I also have to prepare to receive my grandfather and his guest this afternoon. It's always about him. It's always about him. Remember what his grandfather said. His father was the backbone of the K group. The entire ground has been shaken dramatically after losing him. Grandfather will make sure to prepare T-Jun even more than he did with T-Jun's father. So T-Jun shouldn't let anyone else sway him. He just has to follow what grandfather says diligently. After counting to 10, T-Jun walked around looking for So-eun. But just as much as she sucks at rock, paper, scissors, she also sucks at hiding. Noticing her buttock sticking out behind the curtain, he lifted it up to expose her. She looked shocked and questioned, "How did you find me? You didn't close your eyes? Or did you just follow me in secret? You cheater." He looked bored and disinterested in arguing with her. "Think whatever you want." Then he noticed she was actually smiling at this point. "Why are you smiling all of a sudden? It's weird." She denied anxiously. "No, I wasn't smiling. I wish I could go to school with you, Oppa. That way, we could always be together. I wouldn't be annoyed for not being with my dad if I could do that." Gazing at her for a brief moment, he said, "School won't be fun for you. You shouldn't go." She asked, "Why?" He answered, "Because you're dumb." She yelled, "No, I'm not dumb." As she followed closely behind him, bragging, "I always get full marks on dictation. My kinder teacher said I was ready to go to school too. You didn't know it. But at that time, I felt you were the only one by my side. Although you seemed small and insignificant, you were my only comfort. But I guess you'll never know." As she trails beside him yapping, asking why isn't school fun? Is it because he got bad scores? He asked if she could stop talking nonsense. The light was bright, and it was already the next day. T-Jun woke up and saw So-eun cooking in the kitchen. He got up, walked out, and asked what she was doing. "It smells good." So-eun told him she wanted to make breakfast for him. She wanted to set things up before he woke up like he does for her when she was at his place. But looked like it failed. He went up close to her and asked, "What are you cooking?" Seeing his bare chest so close in broad daylight next to her got her nervous. She asked, Do you like kimchi jjigae?" He answered, "I do, a lot." She sighed. That's a relief. And she felt even more relief when he walked away to get some water. She couldn't stand his fine physique, but she stole a side glance at his fine body again. He was so seductive that it's causing her trouble too. It was hard to concentrate. He asked, "Why don't you just look comfortable?" She denied. "No, I wasn't doing that, no." He reasoned. "What do you think of this? Think of me as something that is yours, that way you will feel more comfortable looking at me." Ha ha ha. And she was even more anxious and shy. He quite enjoyed her reaction after teasing her. What's happening? She seems awkward but in a good way. She usually isn't like this in the morning. Is it because she had a good sleep after a long time? I think this is the first time I've slept so well in a new place. Maybe I should really start living with her. So-eun asked, "How much do you exercise?" He answered, "Not that much." She asked, "What kind of exercises do you do?" He answered, "Chin-ups." It was almost 7 a.m. She told him to go wash up. She'll set the food. While sipping water, he murmured, "I guess I should stay here more often if you're going to keep treating me so well." For some reason, she found that funny. Ha ha ha. "I cannot believe it." He refuted, "I'll come back right away." So-eun stated, "Okay, I won't even charge you half of the rent as I should." He answered annoyingly, "All right, that's great. Let's not get too pressed about paying for things like that." And like that, they have a friendly bicker as they get ready for work. At K Electronics, Secretary Song hit her shoulder to loosen up muscle tightness. She got married late, at the age of 40, and now is in her second month of pregnancy. Because of that, these days, she cannot help but feel tired all the time, no matter how much she sleeps. The person who just arrived and greeted her was Kim T-Jun, the CEO of the company she currently works at. He is also the nephew of Kim So-eun, another important person she used to work for. He takes much better care of her than President So-eun. Looking at his cheerful face, where his smile doesn't meet his eyes, while asking her how things are going, and she should use a seat. She made her report to him. Yesterday, manager Han So-eun asked if the team dinner could be for today. T-Jun nodded and asked if Secretary Song would be joining. She told him, yes, she could make it. He asked if there was anything in particular she would like to have. She told him she is not picky about food, and she heard that assistant Bo Bei wanted to eat beef, so they could have that. He questioned if they were going to drink. Why don't they replace it with a simple lunch? Secretary Song chuckled as she thought he was worried about her. She was glad, though. That's how much of a kind person her boss is. She told him, "It's going to be okay. Everyone is looking forward to that dinner." T-Jun smiled and told her she doesn't have to push herself too far. However, as she got older, she started to notice things she didn't before. For example, that right there, she doesn't understand why he has been more friendly than usual. There are times when it feels like he's forcing himself to be, but somehow, she thinks she knows why that is. When it comes to CEO Kim Tae-jun, she's been seeing him grow since he was a little child. And she hopes he learns that if he keeps trying to be a good person for everyone, he's bound to break one day. The more he keeps repressing himself, the more strength it will take to keep everything like that. Tae-jun asked, "Secretary Song, what should I do if there's someone I want to kill?" It was as if thunder struck her. Huh? Did I hear wrong? Is it some kind of joke popular among young people these days? There's no way he's being serious, right? Oh. A great crisis has suddenly come in my long career as a secretary. Oh, my poor CEO. It seems it's too late, and he has broken already. Certainly, none of the executives of this family are ordinary. But how should I handle this?